Good afternoon and welcome to Change of Pace Live. We are live for day 3 of the second test match between England versus Pakistan. Mohammad Rizwan and Babar Azam doing the batting for Pakistan this morning. And before we get started today, a very happy Independence Day to all of our listeners, all of the Pakistanis out there, wherever you are in the world. Take a moment today to just bask in the glory of the enigma that is Pakistan. And with me, as usual, I've got AZ Khwaja to kick off today. AZ, how you feeling today? 73 years old.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम मुसाद एंड वेलकम एवरीबॉडी टू चेंज ऑफ पेस लाइव. जश्न आज़ादी मुबारक हो आपको. काफ़ी बूढ़े हो गए हम, लेकिन चलो अभी भी लगे हुए हैं. स्टिल स्ट्राइविंग, स्टिल फायरिंग, जस्ट लाइक रिजवान एंड बाबर आजम इन साउथहैम्पटन.
Yeah, 127 for 5 Pakistan after 47 overs. It's been a interesting start to the day because our broadcaster didn't show up. And
they have finally woken up. Thank you, BN Sports. You absolute mugs. But 127 for 5 after 47.1 हमारी तरफ दिख रहा है. Let's refresh that.
Yeah, no, it is 47.1 at the moment.
We're
Yeah.
all good.
So we're good to go.
नहीं, thank you ज़करिया. अब हमारे टेलीविजन पे आ गया टेलीविजन. But Rizwan and Babar Azam 14 अगस्त के दिन,
Yeah.
they can make a name for themselves.
Clipped away, Babar Azam beats the man at squarish leg, and it should go all the way for the first boundary of the day for Pakistan. Yes, it does. 131 now for the green team.
Chris Wokes, yaar, he hasn't been bowling well in this test match so far. Bowled a few boundary deliveries and looked just a bit
Some
back of a leg.
looseners.
But lovely कलाइयों का उपयोग from Babar. He's off and running. 30 off 57, scoring quickly. लेकिन अभी भी wet overcast conditions है. He has to be careful outside off. Of course, we know he's really proficient and fluent with that cover drive. लेकिन एक गलती की तो there's a whole packed slip cordon waiting to pounce.
Exactly. Do you remember this faithful day in 2016 when Pakistan beat England at the Oval?
Absolutely, यार कौन भूल सकता है.
Drew the series.
Yes, we should have won. Yeah, that Birmingham test. अभी भी दिल दुखता है उसके बारे में सोचने के बारे में. Speaking of pudgy and greys, there's Rob Key. But बहुत as they're describing extra bounce on day one. काफ़ी पिच पे बॉल बार बार उछल रही थी. उछाल मिल रहा था.
Right.
अंग्रेज गेंदबाजों को. But बस I think we played well enough. But just यार.
अगर आज 14 अगस्त है तो आपको पूरा दिन आज कमेंट्री उर्दू में करनी पड़ेगी.
ओह, उर्दू में क्या बात है.
मैं तो नहीं करूँगा, पर आपको तो करनी पड़ेगी. 131 for 5 after
131 दौरों पे 5 बैट्समैन हलाक. And speaking of team green, here comes Ahmed Hassan. यार इस्त्री कर लेते, तुम बैज तो लगा के आए हो पाकिस्तान फ्लैग का. But just walked in just in time. और अच्छा 1 घंटे का सेशन है और फिर हमें लंच लेना है भाई.
Yep.
भूख लग जाती है हमें वो यार. This is the fussiness of cricket that is sometimes quite frustrating for us lovers of the game.
Babar Azam 30 off 59. Chris Wokes steaming in. It's left alone. Good movement there. Moving away from the right-hander. Gopi saying was not able to listen to much yesterday. Did you guys discuss the decision to bat first?
आप फिशिंग पे गए हुए थे तो फिर आप जाहिर सी बात है क्रिकेट आप कहाँ देखते हैं आप उधर.
It looked like he caught a good one though. He posted a photo of a pretty decent fish.
Yeah, decision to bat first. Of course, looking at the scorecard, it looks like we shot ourselves in the foot. But आप देखें जब शान मसूद early out हुआ था तो 70 की पार्टनरशिप लगी थी. अजहर अली अब
we were 85 for 1.
Exactly.
So I mean that's not a morning session disaster. Clipped away from Babar
Look
again.
at the timing,
that's
baby.
Great timing. And through that mid-wicket region, but this one should be stopped. But Babar should come back for 3 here, as he does comfortably. Yar, Khwaja, I met with a close friend yesterday. I met with Shah Zaman. He's a friend of the show. And we were speaking to him, and he said something that kind of resonated in my mind. He said Babar Azam, when he does ordinary things that ordinary batsmen do, even they look very special. Even when he just glances off the pads or he plays into the mid-wicket region, which is a pretty ordinary shot, like it's regulation for a cricketer of the international arena. But when Babar does it, it feels like there's something special about it.
इसलिए मैं और अहमद हसन कहते हैं it's a game of aesthetics. Aesthete, shout out Sarfraz, our producer Sarfraz. We don't want to see Fawad Alam scrounging away for 50 off 95 deliveries.
This conversation is about how great Babar Azam is. Not about how poor Fawad is.
But because he makes the game great, he elevates the game. He makes it into an art form. हम imagine नहीं कर सकते कि यार कोई normal human being cricket ऐसे भी खेल सकता है. So it's all about dreaming, you know. It's all about visuals. He is an
exceptional specimen of a batsman. Is Bobby Badshah. Mr. Arsene कह रहे हैं lunch में मुसाद के peanut butter वाले पाए खाएं. यार. That Pandora's box.
अच्छा आज हमारे third एक judge आ गए तो it will break the tie. Peanut butter, yes or no? I have a feeling. Ahmed Hassan, what are your feelings about peanut butter?
Don't do this.
मुसार यार ये भी
Yep.
यस कह रहे हैं. Cancel. Change of cancel. Nutella तो यार of course वो तो OG है वो तो.
134 for 5
वह
after
तो सीमेंट
48.1.
सीमेंट खा रहा है बंदा फिर तो. Too many bergs around me.
Burks. Bowlers को भी 4 चांद लगा देते हैं. Yeah.
सही बात है यार.
134 for 5 here. Babar Azam behind the line of
extra
the ball.
bounce.
Anderson getting a little bit of extra from the pitch.
यार बिटवीन जब ये रेन डिलेट स्टार्ट हुआ था तो एक बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त स्काई स्पोर्ट्स की सीरीज चल रही थी कॉल्ड माइंड गेम्स.
Yeah.
एंड दे वर इंटरव्यूइंग ऑल द प्लेयर्स अबाउट द प्रेशर्स ऑफ प्लेइंग क्रिकेट एंड टॉप लेवल स्पोर्ट. तो उसमें कुक जैसा बंदा, जेम्स एंडरसन जैसा बंदा, स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड कहते वी हैव डाउट्स एवरी डे every time we still feel that we can't get it done. I'm like यार तुम्हारी 500 विकेटें हैं, तुम्हारी 600 विकेटें हैं, तुम्हारी 12-13 हज़ार रन हैं and they still doubt themselves. It's unbelievable.
Jimmy this time straightening in line. He's clipped away straight to the man at mid-wicket.
Or
They had that
especially-
mid-wicket in place for Babar Azam today. They didn't yesterday. It was
And
just
especially
square
I'm
leg.
such a huge fan of Alistair Cook. I admired him a lot. But कहता यार I always had this doubts with somebody of my talent. Could they have made more runs than me? यार तुमने कितने रन
You
बनाए?
just had a crush on him, didn't you?
Heavy man crush.
Yeah,
यार
yeah.
boy अपना. Come on man. Look at that chin.
Yeah.
Look at the chin, bro. Look at that jawline.
You could cut through metal with that chin. 48.3 overs gone, 134 for 5. As typical change of pace style, we started off with food and men.
Whoa.
As James Anderson right arm over the wicket as driven to mid on by Babar Azam for no. Loud call of Naeem. 14th August Independence Day, Khwaja. Let's reminisce some good
14th
memories.
Aug.
Yeah,
Augs.
14th Aug. Let's reminisce some good memories. Obviously, we've got those three.
एक तो पहली थी 47.
एक नहीं है,
वो
वो
तो
तो
हम
थी.
चलो फ्री हम फ्री हो गए.
Free हो गए. But obviously, ज़्यादा free नहीं होना चाहिए.
Whoa.
134 for 5. But when you think about it, obviously we've got those three elusive ICC
Let's ask
titles.
our change of paces. What are your special? They don't have to be with cricket. Any of your 14th August memories?
Sure. Let's start with that, and then we move into the wild slash from Babar Azam at a delivery that was maybe there for the taking.
As a young youth, I remember because हमारी summers तो of course पाकिस्तान में होती थी. जैसे ही स्कूल खत्म हुआ जी अगले हफ्ते हम लाहौर, we were shipped off to Lahore.
Yeah.
बाप कहता था
Shipped off to Lahore.
Shipped off जाओ भी नाना नानी के घर रहो. And we used to live in Hall Road basically जहाँ चमन ice cream है.
Nice.
If Lahoris are familiar with that area, Bidden Road in fact.
Uh-huh.
So 14th August उधर होती थी, सब निकल जाते थे कनाल रोड पे, you know, driving on main boulevard and there. हम actually एक पिकअप में भर के, डब्बा कहते हैं हमारे लाहौर में,
Right.
उसमें भर के जाके जी हल्ला गुल्ला कर रहे
There
हैं,
it
लाइटें
is.
देखने जा रहे हैं, dancing in the streets of Lahore as it is.
Beautiful from James Anderson beating Babar Azam's outside
Fortress
edge.
भी गए पूंडी करने, जो हमारे पंजाबी लोग हैं वो जानते होंगे पूंडी is of
Do
course.
we need to mention that on air?
Poons.
Okay.
यार बच्चे थे तब, हमें क्या सोचते यार, अब
134 for 5.
अब तो कैंसिल हो जाओगे इन चीज़ों पे, लेकिन तब तो it were more innocent times.
Yeah.
And we were more innocent, that's for sure.
वैसे अगर आज मजा आ जाए कि वो वसीम भाई आए खिलाई दिखाएं इंडिपेंडेंस
और उसपे ग्रीन झंडा लहराता वो.
Oh my goodness.
Oof, I'm already sweating just thinking about it, bro.
Revised playing conditions today. We'll have this 1 hour session, and then we'll have the afternoon session for a couple more hours, from 2:10 to 4:30 p.m. But the last
Local
evening,
time. GMT.
Yeah. The last evening session will probably be extended.
अच्छा यानी लास्ट सेशन आई थिंक 3 घंटे तकरीबन, उससे भी ज़्यादा जा सकता है.
Sarosh and a bunch of you are wishing us happy Independence Day. Right back to you wherever you are in Pakistan or in the
बेचारा आज
world.
भी ऑफिस में धक्के खा रहा है सरोश यार, ज्यादती है.
Unbelievable, Jeff. Played away. Oh, it's going to beat the point fielder. Go down to third man and just might pick up 3 here, Will Rizwan.
Oh yes.
Good fielding there by the Englishman.
जब भी देखो बेस और पोप ही फील्डिंग कर रहे हैं, बेचारों को सही भगा रहे हैं.
Yeah.
यंगस्टर्स जो हैं इंग्लैंड के.
Your favorite Independence Day memories, drop them in the comments so we can read them out. They can be wild and crazy if you'd like them to be, or they can be wholesome if you
फारूक
prefer.
44 भी हमारे साथ देख रहे हैं. या शोड हाउ ही कैन राम प्रकाश. अच्छा वो कहते हैं उनको हमने बहुत चांस दिए, दे शुड हैव प्लेड 150 टेस्ट. उसने 65 खेले थे और उसने 52 खेले थे.
Yeah, but that's the mindset.
स्ट्रगलिंग इंग्लैंड क्रिकेटर को भी इतने उन्होंने मौके दिए हैं. That's quite amazing. हमारा
England are the kind of country that give time though. Like you
खेलते ही
can
बहुत
see
है ना,
with
टेस्ट
Jim,
क्रिकेट
with,
बहुत खेलते हैं.
yeah, you can see with Butler, you can see with even some of their top order batsmen when Cook retired.
कीटन जेनिंग्स जैसा बंदा कितने टेस्ट खेल गया यार. आई थिंक 18-20 तो खेल गया होगा इजीली.
Zakaria Khalid switching over to the cricket, saying, "Yeah, it is swinging a bit."
It is swinging यार वही है ना इंग्लैंड में it just swings all day. हमने कल भी देखा था even though Abid was on 60 and batting in the 40th over, the ball kept nipping around and eventually he got caught behind. Good catch, it slipped, and it was a good delivery from Sam Curran, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
और
how's that for a photo? Shaheen and Naseem and Azhar.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
Flag. Oh, well left from Babar Azam. Again, getting that lateral movement is Chris Wokes. But I think that pitched on a seam there.
I think the discipline outside off will be key for Babar Azam to get a big score here. हमने देखा था he was looking very fluent in Old Trafford as well.
Mm-hmm.
But
what'd you make of that? Moved in first and then slightly shaping away.
Very, very lovely. Look at
But
the
that
seam,
movement is happening.
seam presentation की बात है ना. It's
yeah.
looking towards slip and it just follows.
But the movement is happening well after the batsman, though. It's
when it
happening.
hits the green.
Yep, yep. 137.
That's what
for
Kamran
5.
Akmal really struggled with on the two tours he had.
Played away into the leg side. Babar Azam stealing a quick single. We saw that. It was a feature between Shadab and Shan Masood in that first innings partnership over in Manchester. 138 for 5. 49.4 overs gone.
So अब चलो, we have to revise our first innings expectations.
Yeah, I think 350 is good.
350 हम 138 पे हैं भाई. 350 किधर पहुंच गए तुम? 250 की बात करो. Even that would require us to bat out of our skins, to be quite frank.
138 for 5. Ooh, well left from Rizwan. He's quite animated at the crease, a lot of body movements.
थोड़ा सा fidgety सा है,
Yeah,
अजीब
yeah.
सा है.
But that's just the way he plays. We saw when he scored that 95 in Australia. It wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing innings. But if he can spend time, bat time, the runs
Rizwan
will
का
come.
मसला, he is a very nervous, very fidgety starter. एक दफा set हो जाए तो काफी he's a pleasant player to watch.
But you reckon it's just because of
I reckon.
You reckon it's just a perception of him because maybe that's just how he bats.
नहीं, ये वाकई बहुत fidgety starter है.
Yeah.
And he likes to play too many shots when he first starts
Wokes this time, beautiful delivery from him, pitching right up in that block hole. Rizwan with a
completely missed it.
wild straight drive and missing the outside edge. यार ये मुझे ये नहीं समझ आ रही ग्रे निकल्स वालों ने हमारे सबसे सारे लो ऑर्डर बैट्समैन को क्यों स्पॉन्सर किया है.
मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ ना, वो शाहीन से डील करने गए थे, रिजवान और शदाब पैकेज डील मिल गए होंगे उनको.
But why would they sponsor Shaheen
Why not?
as a fast bowler?
Shaheen Shafiri, baby.
You're not gonna buy the bat that Shaheen plays with. You're gonna buy the bat that Babar Azam plays with.
यार शाहीन है यार, स्टार है यार. अब पहले से ही पकड़ लो.
कौमी
क्या
हीरो है
पता?
आपका. 138 for 5 after 50 overs.
But Chris Wokes in good rhythm as well, swinging the ball late. Late swing is very crucial. But James Anderson on to bowl.
Jimmy, 50 overs gone. Pakistan surviving. Played away
What
from
a
Babar
shot!
Azam. That is a beautiful shot. That is top class cricket. That is textbook Babar Azam, and he's clipped it between the gap mid wicket and mid on. It'll get another boundary. He's been pretty affluent this morning.
Yeah, that's the difference between a good player and a class player. He's not going to miss out on a poor delivery. Just on middle and leg, and just clipped it through mid wicket, and it runs away.
Bit premature, Khwaja, but how'd you like a Babar Azam century on Independence Day?
बस यार, और क्या, इसलिए तो ये मुल्क बना था.
Yeah, आज
ये
Babar Azam
तो
saw
कायद
this
आजम का ख्वाब था कि बाबर आजम 14 अगस्त पे एक क्लिप थ्रू मिड विकेट मारे और अपनी सेंचुरी लेके आए. क्या बात
thing.
है.
I'd prefer it come up with the drive.
वो भी ड्राइव ही होती है यार. कोई नहीं, एक हाफ बॉल ही देने गलती से अंग्रेज भी जितने बॉल स्विंग कर रहे हैं.
142 for 5 now, Pakistan.
Ooh,
Straightening this
ball.
one. Better in line. But Jimmy, again, he's given a little bit of time, a little bit of space to Babar when he's bowling on his pads. We've seen that he has that trouble with the ball like Virat Kohli.
इकबाल कहने सारे मुसल्ले पे बैठ जाएं, बॉबी को 147 मारना है. क्या बात है यार.
Yeah.
हो ही जाए. But he is looking in good touch. He's looked in very good touch since I can't remember the last time I felt that Babar was out of form. He's just been.
Yeah, he
middling
always
the ball.
looks good at the crease, doesn't he? Even when he plays.
He's really found his
Yeah.
patterns to really looking good every time he's out there.
Well, actually, to mention that,
he struggled in that T20 series versus. Sri
he
Lanka.
actually struggled when he got to 69.
Not a struggle. You can't say
He
that,
took
yeah.
time. He took his first 30, 40 minutes, and he had to apply himself, and then he really got there. But I don't see that as a problem.
Arslan Farid कह रहे हैं Babar Azam is regenerated. Is that what you mean? I guess he did.
I thought that was
Hope so.
142 for 5 now.
और इधर Mountbatten आ गया न्यू बॉल के साथ.
The lights are on, so there's still pretty
Viceroy.
overcast conditions here at Southampton.
Oh,
Was that a leave, Khwaja, or was that an attempted
definitely
shot?
wasn't a leave. क्या
Yeah.
तुम back foot पंचे क्यों try कर रहे हो भाई? Leave. There is extra bounce in this pitch.
Yeah.
Forget those back foot shots. Just wait for them to pitch it up.
But I'm looking at this extra bounce and immediately thinking of how Shaheen Afridi is going to be able to exploit it. He's got that height. He's got the pace.
वही एक सवाल हो रहा था ना कि should we have bowled first in these conditions?
No, I don't really think we're in this position because of the toss.
दलेरी तो दिखाई है.
We're in this position because we're shit batsmen. 142 for 5 after 50.4. Jimmy Anderson, right arm over the wicket of Babar Azam.
Ooh, good ball, yeah.
Defends back to the bowler. Good
What
confidence.
an examination of your technique against the moving ball. James Anderson always plugging away
Really is,
on
isn't
that
it?
offline.
What Nasser Hussain said earlier in the day in the documentary we were watching, that playing Test cricket is like giving your O levels every morning.
कोई पूछे कायद की 50 plus average थी फिर असलान फरीद करे, no one spanked the अंग्रेज as much as Kayed.
Yeah, fair enough. 142. Oh, Chris Wokes again. This his Test career stats are pretty remarkable.
यार 28 average है बंदे की यार.
Yeah.
Genuine world class all rounder, especially in bowling.
Just living in the shadow of Ben Stokes
सही बात
occasionally.
है.
Defended from Babar. Good calling there.
Like
from
they have Ben Stokes was slight like 55% a batsman, and then you have Wokes who is 55% a bowler, equally adept with the bat, both of them.
Yeah.
They can easily win you a game with the bat as well. तो यार they're spoiled for choice यार. हमारे पास तो क्या एक हमारे पास एक चौथा fast bowler नहीं है, let alone an all rounder.
Yeah, definitely in the fast bowling all rounders department. Which could come to the shock to me, Khwaja, because Pakistan cricket very known
लेकिन
for
मजे की बात है
producing fast
इनके जो ये
bowlers.
सारे riches हैं वो जब ऑस्ट्रेलिया टूर करते हैं एशेज के लिए सारे बरकस बन जाते हैं. So it's
Except
gonna be
for
interesting.
except for Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes वो तो लास्ट टूर पे तो वो लेके ही नहीं गए थे because of that brawl situation he had.
Yeah.
But look at his tests in England, 86 wickets at an average of 22. That is phenomenal.
But again, outside of England, struggles continue for English
Of
bowlers.
course, वो तो चलो श्रीलंका उधर कहाँ जाके बेचारा विकेट लेगा.
Wokes continuing here. Good drive from Rizwan back to the bowler for no run. Keeping an eye on the NBA, Khwaja?
यार अभी playoffs शुरू होंगे तो देखेंगे. LeBron James, go James.
Since the Lakers have secured the first seed or first spot,
वो तो शुगल
they've been losing after that.
तफरी कर रहे हैं वो तो यार interested.
Is that a smart ploy though?
ठीक है यार.
Going
कोई
into
बात
the
नहीं.
playoffs with such
Because
form?
they're playing every 2 days, 3 days, 1 day, back to back भी खेलते हैं.
Yeah, I saw the playoff schedule. It's starting on the 18th, I think. It's fairly no break for the
आपकी
NBA.
एथलेटिको मैड्रिड कल जलील हो गई है.
मेरी
क्या
किस
scene
तरह
हुआ?
हो गई Atletico?
आपकी नहीं.
Why?
वैसे ही मैंने कहा ट्राई मार लें.
Having?
प्रेशर डालते हैं आप पे.
I don't support any team in Spain.
अच्छा.
I don't like any of them.
Only the Chelsea.
The Chelsea and I actually do
मुबारक
have.
हो भाई विलियन आपका ऑफिशियली अनाउंस हो गया. आर्सेनल को आपने गिफ्ट कर दिया.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Arsenal are thinking. They like picking up these Chelsea players that we don't want. David Luiz and now Willian.
और कौन है जिसको आप डिस्कार्ड करना चाहते हो?
Man, from this side, I think we now need to bring in at least 2 center backs.
Two?
Yeah,
अच्छा.
2. Yeah,
न्यू बैकलाइन तो
2 center backs.
खरीदे तो नहीं
I don't,
आपने?
I'm okay with giving the keeper a year, at least
Kepa?
another year.
वो वैल्यू ही
Spent
नहीं मिलेगा
75
आपको.
million for him, so I
अब
can't.
ये
We're
देखना है
really, it's a bit of a rock and a hard place.
कोविड क्या इफेक्ट करती है ट्रांसफर स्ट्रेटजीज
Yeah.
को ये भी देखना पड़ेगा.
142 for 5 here, as Babar Azam Rizwan shoulders arms to this delivery.
लेकिन Zuma आई थिंक उसमें वो बात नहीं है, उसमें वो कटिंग एज नहीं है.
Is this,
Rudiger
see, I'm a
कैसा है?
big Zuma fan because he's an academy boy and
कौन सी
he
एकेडमी बॉय है वो?
he is he spent
खरीदा हुआ है
time.
तुमने यार.
भाई he spent time. आप उसकी हिस्ट्री निकाल लें. चेक करो.
खरीदा था आपने भाई.
चेक करो.
हाँ.
Anyways, I'm a Zuma boy. I'm a Zuma fan.
Okay.
I think we give him a little bit
You're
more
a Zoomer.
time. Yeah, I'm definitely. I think we should give him a little bit more time.
यार लेकिन जिस तरीके से
But he's not first string Premiership material for Chelsea at least. मैं अहमद से वही बात कर रहा था उस दिन कि मैं उससे अहमद से वही बात कर रहा था कि Chelsea were known for this defensive capacity.
मिस्टर आर्सेनल भी कह रहे हैं Zuma ain't no academy boy, he was at Saint-Étienne.
I must have got it wrong.
You know,
Yeah,
Paris
yeah.
and you know, Lyon, Marseille, all these places.
But I was saying this to Ahmed as well that
जी, जी.
Chelsea are known for their defensive capacity. When you get the likes of John Terry, Carlo Carvalho, even Makaleli as a CDM.
यार ये 10 साल पुरानी बातें कर रहे हो आप.
Yeah, I know, but even when Mourinho was there in his second spell, we were not losing at Stamford Bridge.
Mourinho तो है ही डिफेंसिव कोच यार, I would say.
Defense is the best attack.
Nobody ever said that.
Left alone
But
by
दो
Rizwan.
CB कौन को है ही नहीं मार्केट में, किसको खरीदा?
I am not aware of the market. I'm so just.
ये Declan Rice कौन है, इसकी बातें बड़ी हो रही है आजकल.
He's an English boy that's on vacation with some of the guys.
नहीं, प्लेयर पोजीशन क्या है उसकी?
He's a CDM.
अच्छा, he is not a center back, ठीक है. एक तो कूली वाली है, वो तो बहुत महंगा होगा, आप उसको नहीं खरीद सकते. यार वो लीप्जिग का कल एक लड़का है उपामे यार, he is unbelievable यार. उसने कोई जलील किया कल.
I actually like the goalkeeper of
Shot.
the Europa
Rizwan.
side that United were playing. I think Copenhagen. Was it Copenhagen that United were playing a couple days ago in the Europa League?
I'm not sure.
The keeper was pretty looked good, and if we can snap him.
आप तो कह रहे अब केपा पे इतना पैसा
मतलब ये
लगाया,
उसके ऊपर
निकाल नहीं
75
सकते।
million. That's a record fee for Chelsea in terms of goalkeepers.
सरोज कह रहे हैं United have the keeper Chelsea wants to sign. और सरोज United
Oh yeah,
fan
the
है।
one on loan. Yeah,
कौन सा?
we don't want De Gea.
De Gea.
De Gea is as bad, I think, as.
याद है 2 साल पहले De Gea को कितनी हाइप मिलती थी?
No, he was good. He was unorthodox, but he was good. Let's
यार
not.
अनऑर्थोडॉक्स तो फवाद आलम भी है, उसको भी कितनी हाइप मिलती थी।
No. Let's not take anything away from De
यार
Gea,
जो
the keeper.
टेक्निकली इनकरेक्ट कीपर है ना, वो जितने मर्जी स्पेक्टेकुलर सेव्स करे।
You think that De Gea is not a good keeper?
No, of course not.
He had a bad
100%.
season. He's been.
He is bad, bro.
Under
He is
Louis
bad.
Van Gaal and David Moyes, and I think the coach for a little bit under Mourinho, he was Player of the Year at United. Player of the Year.
यार जब आप 7th आ रहे तो प्लेयर ऑफ द ईयर होने का क्या
Okay,
फायदा
but that means he's a good keeper. I mean, it's not a.
why is it a good is a sign he's a good keeper if he's the best player in a 7th placing team who spent £500 million in 4 years? गलत बात
I mean,
है
he's
यार।
first choice at Man United. That's no joke, man. 142 for 5.
यार वो तो एशली यंग भी होता था फर्स्ट चॉइस।
Fair enough.
बट डीन हेंडरसन फ्रॉम शेफील्ड बता रहे हैं, हेलो एवरीवन, पाकिस्तान की सालगिरह मुबारक, वेलकम नवीद टू द स्ट्रीम। मिस्टर आर्श ने कहा De Gea इज़ हॉरेबल, और इनका कीपर लेनो है, तो बेचारे ये तो कह ही सकते हैं कि बैड कीपर्स क्या होते हैं। सो यू नो
Yeah, I think Dean Henderson probably get a call back, as Dijink is saying.
भी एक बार कह रहे हैं एजी यू से एनीथिंग टू De Gea and I'll block you। यार ही इज़ अ बैड कीपर यार, आप मान लो इसमें
I
कोई
think he
doubt
had a
नहीं है।
bad season. I don't think he's a bad keeper.
आई थिंक जब उसका रियल मैड्रिड वो फैक्स मशीन वाला सीन हुआ तब से ही वो
Maybe.
उसका दिमाग फिर गया।
Well, which was such a weird excuse, to be honest. Left alone
और
by
आपके पास
Bauer.
कोर्टवा होता था, द बेस्ट कीपर ऑफ वर्ल्ड कप 2018।
I don't like him.
Why?
He's just not Chelsea attitude.
What is Chelsea attitude?
Chelsea attitude is that when you're playing for the badge, you're there for the badge. You're not
Yeah.
looking to escape
Please, Mossad.
every moment of your life. You're looking to escape to Madrid. Okay, go piss off.
वो तो एडन हज़ार्ड ने
No. Don't talk. No. Eden Hazard was
यार
player of
खुला
the.
तेजाद,
Bhai,
खुला तेजाद।
Eden Hazard did everything that he could for Chelsea and then left to Madrid, and we wish him all the best. He wasn't a snake like Thibaut Courtois. Don't get me started on Thibaut.
सरोज कह रहे हैं मुसाद लाइक्स केपा, दैट्स चेल्सी एटीट्यूड। वो पिच से
No.
नहीं गा रहा, आई विल नॉट कम।
By the way, that was a miscommunication. That was not actually a. an
यार
actual
सारी
issue.
इज अ फ्रॉड, हम दोनों कबूल करते हैं, हम दोनों उसके हाथों जलील होते हैं।
Sorry quit before we fired him.
नहीं, we fired him।
No,
हाँ,
we quit on us
and मजे
before
की
we
बात है,
fired him.
हमने सोचा कि
He knew he was gonna get fired.
हमने कहा हमने बहुत बड़ा काम किया, इसको चेल्सी से तोड़ लिया है। वो हमें पता था कि
Taking the L.
हमें थोड़ी पता, हमें बाद में
You
जलील होना
still
उसके
won your
हाथों।
league titles, Khwaja. You
Yeah,
guys are
वो तो
spoiled.
ठीक
You
है,
guys sound
हाँ।
like the Madrid of Italy sometimes, and that's not a good thing.
Ooh,
Babar
good
Azam,
shot.
straight delivery from Anderson, just played the mid wicket for no run.
Respect and agree with Musad on Tebow।
Yeah.
Tebow कहाँ से आ गया?
Courtois.
अच्छा वो टिम टी, इसने स्पेलिंग टिम टीबो वाली लगाई है।
Yeah.
यार वो ये बेल्जियन और फ्रेंच ऐसे ही होते हैं ना, सड़ियल से होते हैं।
That's a bit harsh.
नहीं सही बात है।
Eden Hazard was pretty loyal to Chelsea.
यार ठीक है, he played out his contract।
2 league titles.
फ्री पे गया है वो।
Tons of goals. No.
वो अच्छा पैसे मिले फिर ठीक है। हाँ वाकई।
Well left from Bobby. No, that was smart. I think we sold him on a year before his
ठीक है,
contract.
no hard
was up.
feelings, I gave you 5 years, ऐसे ही होना चाहिए।
Yeah.
सरोज कह रहे हैं that Copenhagen goalkeeper made us as many saves in the game versus United as Kepa have made since restart in PL। देखते हैं यार कौन है ये कोपनहेगन वाला बच्चा।
It looked good. Looked nimble on his feet. 142 for 5 after 53. What about Juventus? Any reinforcements this summer?
यार बातें तो बहुत हो रही हैं, अब देखते हैं यार। मसला ये कि लीग भी 1 महीने में स्टार्ट हो रही है, 6 वीक्स में, तो जो खरीदारी करनी जल्दी करनी होगी। आई थिंक वी हैव मेनी प्लेयर्स टू सेल, वी हैव आवर वेज बिल इज वेरी ब्लोटेड, वी हैव टू मेनी फिनिश्ड प्लेयर्स लाइक
Yeah.
Higuain,
At 36-year-old
Douglas
striker?
Costa.
Who's that? Ronaldo?
वो उसकी तो 30 मिलियन है।
Yeah.
And
Don't you
that-
think it's a bloated signing? Maybe he has to go?
36 गोल
Too old
मारे
to
हैं।
play?
36 गोल मारे हैं
Yeah.
यार।
Wage bill? Maybe time to drop him.
भाई उसके उतने फॉलोअर हैं जितनी पाकिस्तान की पॉपुलेशन है यार इंस्टाग्राम पे।
142 for 5. Nice. This is a good line from Wokes and Anderson in these past couple overs. They've kept pegging away outside off.
लेकिन
And Pakistani batsmen doing well, leaving well.
ट्रांसफर्स की बात करें तो सैंचो बेचारे जलील हो रहे हैं यूनाइटेड वाले।
यार, उनकी तो जिंदगी में भी जिल्लत ही लिखी होती है यूनाइटेड वालों की। 142 for 5.
नाइस टच विद दैट पाकिस्तान फ्लैग।
Ghost of Kagawa saying happy Jashan Azadi to my Pakistani neighbors.
Yes, yes.
Aapke bina zindagi phiki hai.
क्या बात है.
It's true. We do have better food. Mr. Arsenal कह रहे हैं Hazard loyal. He was just bidding time to move to a Spanish club. Nah, I disagree with that. And if he was bidding time, he spent that time very, very effectively. So I don't mind.
और हम ये भी भूल रहे हैं he had to play under what 4 managers, 3 managers. हर साल उसके लिए कोई नया कोच होता
He was the best player at Chelsea for the entire time he was there, and that's just what you want from a player.
मुझे अभी भी उसकी वो क्लिप याद आती है जब वो चैरिटी डिनर पे हंस रहे होते हैं वो इवानोविच पे. That was really funny.
The press conference thing. JT, man, what a player, what a man. 143 for 5 after 53.2.
Yeah, what a man to Nako, please.
He's a great leader.
Yeah,
ask anybody who's played underneath him.
Let's ask what's his name. Gareth Bridge, what was his name?
Wayne Bridge.
Wayne Bridge.
Who cares? What he does off the field, that's his problem. And that's Wayne Bridge's problem.
तो ये मत बोलो great man.
He is a great man. He's a great leader.
Yeah. इतनी अच्छा Wayne Bridge से पूछो ना कितना अच्छा leader.
Ask Mason Mount the kind of effect that he's had on his career.
Who is Mason Mount?
Mason Mount is the second coming of
Zidane.
Zidane.
वो जो journey mode नहीं है FIFA का Alex Hunter का वो छोटा white दोस्त.
You should watch Mason Mount play. He's a good footballer.
Yeah.
Put some respect
Then why are
on
you
his
buying
name.
so many strikers and forwards?
Mason Mount's not a striker. He's an attacking midfielder.
जो तो आपने Havertz खरीदा है, Ziyech खरीदा है, ये खरीदा है, वो
See,
खरीदा है.
I think our priority should have been to reinforce that back line, but so I disagree with. I mean, these are quality players from what I understand, from what people are saying. I haven't watched them. But
मोहम्मद अब्दुल्ला शाहिद कह रहे हैं Mason Mount the next Lampard यार साथ ही.
That's a bit much. Mr. Arsenal's calling Mason Mount a CPU generated player. He's got that face though. He's got a very generic,
default white face.
Yeah, he does. He's that default pick on when you go to create a player.
हालांकि जब उसकी कोई वो एकेडमी पिक्स दिखाती तो फुल
he's got that Zach and Cody haircut.
पीरलो वाले बाल रखे हुए थे उसने.
143 for 5. Speaking of Pirlo, what a delivery from Chris Woksey, beating the outside edge of Babar Azam. The runs have dried up for Pakistan. I can't remember the last time they got a single. What about Pirlo? No badges, no experience, straight into the biggest job in Italy after Prime Minister.
Just on, I think at this level you don't need like a tactician. You need a man manager जो egos manage करे squad में. So I think maybe in that respect,
they go the Pakistan way in terms of coaching.
Exactly.
That Ronaldo's going to respect Pirlo.
Misbah Pirlo le आए हम basically.
Yeah. This time a
नहीं
pull attempt from Babar Azam, but it just and you can see Babar now getting a bit frustrated by the lack of runs. He's not the kind of batsman that doesn't like to keep the scoreboard ticking. He doesn't have that patience that some of the more senior members of the side used to have.
और हम भी actually off air discuss करे थे. They've been showing us highlights of Virat Kohli on that tour of England in 2018.
Exceptional player.
Defensive नहीं खेला उसने. उसको front foot पे आके drive मारा था अपनी. He backed himself to make runs instead of just fishing away. Oh, here comes KG. The Kalai God is here. Wasim bhai, transfer करें. Yes, there it is. The Kalais. यार एक तो कैमरा ये जान के ऊपर रख रहे हैं. They don't want to give us the full experience. ये कहते हैं ये free trial है.
It's a family show. It's a family show. You can't show these such NSFW images. And Sam Kerr, first bowling change of the morning.
ये बड़ा मुझे खतरनाक bowler लगता है यार.
For England.
He has this knack of picking up wickets. He's a very.
Well, that's what bowlers do.
But थोड़े से substandard bowler होते कहते हैं यार इसको तो हम.
Right.
We can milk him, so to speak.
Sure.
I hate that expression, but चलो. English ही इतनी आती है 5-6 loves. But very dangerous, and that ball he bowled to Abid was a beautiful ball. Yeah, Abid had no chance.
Curran's replacing James Anderson. Left arm over the wicket.
But I think Rizwan will be comfortable getting on the front foot to him. इतनी ज़्यादा pace नहीं है और हमने देखा था when he pitches short, he averages bowling averages around like 57.
And compared to his colleagues, he's pretty vertically challenged. So I think Rizwan will be negotiate the bounce a little better too, maybe.
सही बात है.
Although this delivery to Abid, quite something.
इकबाल पूछ रहे हैं, I'm not sure if Abid Ali played well or not. यार
he didn't. In my opinion, he didn't. He was dismissed about 3 to 4 times.
यार वो बात तो सही है, लेकिन चलो 60 भी तो किए उसने ना.
Do take your luck though.
हाँ.
Wild helicopter-ish flick onto the square leg for a couple runs. अब आप कहेंगे ये fielding भी जो है दिल्ली से नहीं कर रहा. इसको भागना भी 95 माइल पर आवर चाहिए.
भाई आपको मानना पड़ेगा, he is not a 140 bowler, he is a 150 bowler. And if you don't bowl at 150, then this is not what we want from you.
Wajah, can you name a single bowler in world cricket right now that constantly bowls 150 plus 6 out of 6?
यार ठीक है but 141
Nobody
से तो
does that
ऊपर
anymore,
कराओ
man.
ना यार
Nobody does that anymore.
90 miles तो
The
कराओ
last bowler to do that was probably Mitchell Johnson.
नहीं यार स्टार्क कराता है क्यों नहीं कराता
On drive this time, straight to mid on for
स्टार्क
no
आप
run.
देखो जब स्पेशली व्हेन इज बॉलिंग इन ऑस्ट्रेलिया 145 144 पे बॉल रखता है
Yeah, not 150 plus though.
मिस्टर आर्सेनल कह रहे हैं बिली स्टैनले
True.
लेकिन वो तो
But
T20
T20
बॉलर
player,
बन गया
yeah.
हाँ and even
I'm
then he
always,
used to
by the way,
get
I'm
smashed.
always surprised by Stanlake's build, run up personality that he can bowl 150 plus.
यार I don't understand why he's not better he should be a good bowler पता नहीं
It's
क्यों
probably his fitness.
probably
He's very slim and very tall. I mean, Mohammad Irfan had similar issues after putting on muscle even.
मतलब he's the kind of guy that's like an X factor in your T20 team यार कि इतनी बाउंस निकालता है और इतनी स्पीड है कोई टच ही नहीं
Think
कर
of
सकता
Jai Richardson as a T20 specialist.
यार जाए भी कितना जबरदस्त बॉलर है यार जबरदस्त
Oh, look at the umpires rocking those Rochers, those Nike Rochers.
कौन से क्या रोश जूतों की बात कर
हाँ.
रहे हैं
I've never seen
Are
the-
you a shoe aficionado क्या आप
Yeah, I like them. I'm not like I don't have like 500 pairs of shoes. But I like
Shannon Sharp की तरह
No, I'm not
Shay Sharp
Shay Sharp has every single shoe known to mankind, but clipped is straight to square
अच्छा
right for
I
season.
always found that fascinating ये जो NBA culture है ना shoes का
I like
ये
it
वो-
though. It's a cool
यार
culture.
वो 300 $350 $300 के जूते हैं यार
That's a pretty yeah.
1000 दिरहम के जूते
Yeah.
जॉगर हम तो जॉगर कहते हैं
Jograta.
यार इतने महंगे कौन लेता है मैं तो 300-400 भी बंदा इधर खर्च करे सोचता है यार मैं पागल तो नहीं हो गई बट दीस गाइस दे obsessed with shoes
Now we have one in the family. Assad is a shoe man.
वो तो है ही ना
shoemaniac.
अमेरिकन
Yeah,
बॉय
yeah.
वो तो
He
2K
likes-
ऐसे खेल रहा होता है जैसे पता नहीं क्या है वो फीफा खेल रहा है
He likes his fancy shoes.
बट यार दैट्स अ लॉट ऑफ मनी यार
Drive from Rizwan. A lot of determination in that shot, but straight to mid off or no run. I like artsy shoes. I like a little like unique, sort of different. Don't like. And I'm a big fan of bright shoes. So I like my reds and my greens and my oranges, my paintings on my shoes. Even they're cool. 145 for 5.
Ghost of Kagawa पूछे have you guys seen that video where Bernie Sanders guesses prices of
Oh yeah. He gets so shocked by all of them because they're so expensive.
यार अब देखो बेचारे बाइडेन और कमाला ये क्या है यार ये
हाँ मुझे ना कोई मिलने नहीं जानी से.
ओफ यार
145 for 5 after
डोनाल्ड के तो 8
55.
साल मुझे पक्के ही लग रहे हैं इन माय ओपिनियन
8 साल तो बड़ी कंजर्वेटिव है. उसके बाद उसने अमेंडमेंट डाल देनी है 12 13 14 उसने कर देते रहने.
वाकई और फिर उसके बाद द रॉक और वर्सेस लेब्रॉन
The Rock versus
2024
Double change for the English bowlers now as Stuart Broad is going to replace Chris Woke. So
यानी हमने जेम्स एंडरसन का स्पेल निकाल लिया थैंकफुली
yeah, we batted for 40 minutes. We haven't really been very effective in terms of runs, but that's not a problem at the moment. This is essentially starting the test match all over again this morning, isn't it? Because yesterday was so stop-start. 508 wickets, man. Stuart Broad, my goodness.
और यार अभी भी
अभी बच्चा
इनकी
लगता है.
भूख नहीं खत्म हुई क्रिकेट की यार दैट्स द बेस्ट थिंग अबाउट
Yeah.
देम
Down the leg side, poor one to start with for Broad. Should have cashed in there.
कैश मनी
Yeah. You are listening to Change of Pace Live, your home of
मैं तो
Pakistani
सिर्फ
cricket
बाटा
commentary.
लेना दैट्स इट बी पाकिस्तान एक्चुअली बाटा भी कोई स्पेनिश कंपनी ना ऐसा कुछ है आई ऑलवेज थॉट इट वाज अ पाकिस्तानी ब्रांड बट इट्स एक्चुअली एस्पानियोल
So maybe we switch to service.
सर्विस भी कहीं इधर उधर इजराइल की होगी क्या पता हमें
Whoa.
Whoa, shout out to the Jews.
Shalom, 145 for 5 after 55.1 overs.
Swiss company.
Service?
Service भी Swiss है.
Oh, Bata is Swiss.
अच्छा sorry. Bata is
Stuart
Swiss.
Broad now coming into Babar Azam left alone
He was
by
tempted
Bobby.
to cut that, but अच्छा किया. Service Pakistani है. Very good यार. Very nice.
Zain Mirza with a comment and a half saying, boys,
Wow.
I've been listening to you people for over a year but never commented. But today I felt that I should say that all of you are the best and put a smile on my face every day. All of you have good sense of cricket and are really funny. From day one, I've muted my TV
क्या बात है
and
यार.
listened to you guys. I hope you get good recognition and get popular. It's all brilliant stuff. Sorry if this message is too long. It's fine. It's a run-on sentence, which is the same problem that I have in my writing, so it's cool. Just wanted to speak my heart out. Because there are very less people who entertain as good as you. Yeah, cheers, man. That's the
such
point.
a great message Zain भाई और पॉपुलर हो ना हो हमारे पास एक छोटा सा ग्रुप है आप लोग हमारे साथ हो हमारे साथ मैचेस देखते हो तो दैट्स वी और व्हाट वी ट्रूली वांटेड ये नहीं कि भाई हमने कोई बज़फीड या मैंगो बाज बनना है
Yeah.
we just wanted to have the communal
Ooh.
cricket viewing experience and
Yeah.
that's what we're here for
This is basically a cult. Change of
साथ ही.
pace, the cult of Babar Azam.
तो पीटीआई के तो यूथ ही हैं, हमारे क्या हैं, पेशी हैं.
145 for 5. But no, thank you so much for all of you to listening in and choosing us. I've always said Pakistani cricket is probably.
यार अगर आप स्काई स्पोर्ट्स को म्यूट करके हमारे
Honestly,
साथ मैच देख रहे हो, इससे बड़ा कॉम्प्लीमेंट हमारे लिए नहीं हो सकता.
I've always said Sky Sports is the pinnacle of cricket broadcasting. So if you've
Used to be. We've knocked them off their perch.
okay, here we go. 145 for 5.
We got the job on a technical.
Stuart Broad this time clipped away from Bobby.
Lovely.
It should be a fine leg.
यार वैसे
single.
वेदर वाइज आई थिंक थोड़ा सुकून माहौल लग रहा है. आई थिंक
Well, it's about 40% chance for the rest of the afternoon. So it's England. You never know what's going to happen.
और अच्छी खासी स्लोली बट स्टेडीली पार्टनरशिप भी बन रही है.
Nice Granicles bat. from
अच्छा मजे
Rizwan.
की बात है, मैं क्रिकइन्फो पे कुछ आर्टिकल्स पढ़े थे, कहते हैं द वीक बिफोर दिस टेस्ट मैच इतनी गर्मी थी उधर और इतने पसीने निकल रहे थे, और जैसे क्रिकेट शुरू हुई है ये बादल आ गए और यू नो.
Yeah, Gopi is saying don't get too famous. Censorship हो जाएगी. Yeah, fair enough.
कल्ट ऑफ पेस्ट आ गया
Cult of
यार.
pace, not
डिजिंग
Dijink.
तो फॉरेन यू नो इतनी
Yeah.
क्विक है विद दोस टैगलाइंस.
Stuart Broad now running in. Oh, nice defense from Rizwan.
यार वैसे
Point
डिजिंग
for
की
no
हमने
run.
बात की, I'd really like to highlight the wonderful digital artists we have in Pakistan.
Shout out.
यार जैसे उमैर नजीब खान है,
Yeah.
डिजिंग हैं,
Yeah.
और काफी there are plenty more.
Shazil Malik, she
जी,
does a
जी,
lot of
जी,
art.
जी.
Art. She's super cool.
बहुत
as well.
जबरदस्त यार, इतने क्रिएटिव हैं. और and that whole Pakistan superhero series,
Man, that was so
that
awesome.
was really
Yeah,
cool
yeah,
यार.
yeah.
क्रिएटिविटी का इतना लेवल है यार. बस वही ना, the frustration is avenues नहीं है पाकिस्तान में to
Yeah.
explore their talent. We're
Left
facing that
alone.
with art, we're facing that with music, we're facing that with music.
I would even
with
say
movies and
I would
stuff.
even say that outside of that glass ceiling we spoke about cricket, it's difficult to break into that
बिल्कुल
as
सही
well
बात है.
because if you don't have a mamu, chacha, dad, brother,
हाँ.
something, or exuberantly like of the wealthy class, it's difficult to break into this
बिल्कुल
industry.
100%.
So you know that, but I guess that makes the journey a little bit more fun.
आई थिंक वही अब आहिस्ता आहिस्ता ये सब चीज़ें आएंगी. थोड़ा से कोई विजनरी लोग आएँ जो मीडिया और पीआर और मार्केटिंग में काम करते हैं, रियलाइज द टैलेंट ऑफ दिस पीपल. जैसे हम भी एक कसम से यू नो ग्रास रूट्स लेवल पे अपना छोटा मोटा काम कर रहे हैं. डिजिंग भी कर रहा है,
Yeah, yeah.
एंड यू नो उमैर नजीब और ये सब म्यूजिक आर्टिस्ट हमारे जैसे बिरयानी ब्रदर्स,
Biryani Brothers got.
सिकंदर का मंदिर एंड ऑल दीस गाइस यार.
Mhm,
मतलब इट्स ऑल कंप्लीटली ग्रास रूट्स इंडिपेंडेंट स्टफ.
It's just very true. That's what I like about it because there's no real Coke or Pepsi breathing down your throat.
एग्जैक्टली.
Defended by Babar Azam, doing well there. 146 for 5. बोक इकबाल पूछ रहे हैं मुसाद तुम्हारी MSc कहाँ तक पहुंची? यार 17th को मेरा last है. 17th is my due date and then I'm a free man to a certain extent. 146 for 5 after 56.1. And Zain is saying, I love Khwaja. Musad's analysis is spot on
क्या
until
बात है
Khwaja
यार.
shuts him up. Why are you cutting me off, Khwaja? Why are you cutting me off?
स्किप बेलेस हो तुम
Skip.
हमारे.
Pakistani team ठंडी हवा का झोंका है. Yeah.
सही बात है यार.
Have you all seen Sharum ki sketchbook? Yeah, I think I have. I've heard of this. I think Junior is a fan. Played away to fine leg for a single.
अब मसला ये कि जो हमारी हुकूमत है वो अंडर प्रेशर ऑफ यू नो आउटसाइड फोर्सेस या जो भी यू नो थोड़े हमारे कंजर्वेटिव फोर्सेस टिकटॉक बंद कर दें,
Yeah,
यूट्यूब
yeah.
बंद कर दें, हाँ जी वीपीएन बंद कर दें. यार ये चीज़ें जितना आप लोगों को रोकोगे चीज़ों से वो और उन लोगों की
True.
उसकी तरफ जाते हैं. तो इनके भी थोड़े दिमाग खुलने चाहिए. shouldn't think about short term you know political gains. Think
Yeah.
about the people in the long term.
Hassan Butt saying, "Yar
वरना
boys."
फिर आपका इंडिया जैसा हाल हो जाएगा.
True. Hassan Butt saying, "Yar boys, don't go mainstream. You guys have to be politically correct all the time." Yeah, fair point. This is a thought that does cross my. Oh, I think that's
ओह नहीं.
almost missed the glove
He
of
wasn't
Rizwan.
good enough to reach it.
Just missed the glove of Rizwan down the leg side. Poor
अच्छा,
ball.
उधर मारनी थी मैंने.
Yeah.
चलो एटलीस्ट ही डजंट लैक कॉन्फिडेंस रिजवान का, ये बात है.
Hassan Butt is saying.
वैसे सिक्कू भाई के क्या ख्यालात होंगे इस वक्त इस इनिंग्स के दौरान?
यार सिकू भाई again लोगों ने अपनी दुकानें चलानी है. I'm not even going to bother
सही बात
entertaining
है,
him, but
सही
I'll read
बात
Hassan
है.
Butt's comment. He's
हाँ,
more
हाँ, आप
valuable
पढ़ें,
than Sikar on the
आप
buck.
comments
He's
keep
saying
going.
don't go mainstream or else you'll have to be politically correct. Ahmed Afzal तो बच जाएगा पर ख्वाजा ने आधे घंटे बाद ही कैंसिल हो जाना है. That is a fair point. We've thought of that as well. Driven this time. What is this field position? Khwaja, it's like this
like a
mid wicket that's a bit closer.
short mid on or
A
something
sh-
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
कि
A
भाई-
short mid wicket, I would say.
हाँ you're right, yeah, short
Yeah.
mid wicket. ठीक है, थोड़ी सी अपिश ड्राइव मारे तो he'll be caught out.
Yeah.
It's a good plan here from
And Joe Root is known for this with these weird field positionings. Him and Ashley Morgan as well in
बिल्कुल.
one day cricket. एक वो बंदा खड़ा करते हैं. I think it's a very short mid on right next to the crease in one day cricket if you've noticed.
and I think it's a good field position. हमें भी ये ज़्यादा यूज़ करनी चाहिए to be quite frank.
147 for 5.
Especially
Rizwan.
for Abbas.
Rizwan 9 for 30. He's really sticking in there.
Lone Wolf कह रहे हैं M Rizwan is better than Riz MC. यार Riz MC.
Riz MC is a
Shout out to Riz.
Riz MC is pretty cool though.
Fawad Alam Stan पूछें what are you doing your MSc on, Mr.
I'm not gonna
Nisad?
like I won't get into the details of that in on air. It's just more about consumer perception with electric vehicles. But you can, if you really are that interested, you can go to my Twitter. It's the pinned tweet right now.
Yeah, we're not okay. Stop talking.
यार
Anyways,
ख्वाजा तुमने सर्वे नहीं किया मेरा, मैंने तुम्हें जो सर्वे भेजा था
मैंने किया था उसी
अच्छा,
वक्त यार.
good. 147 for 5 current this
लेकिन
time.
तुमने वादा किया था अगर मैं फिल आउट करूंगा तुम एक टेस्ला लेके दोगे मुझे. अभी तक वो तो नहीं हुआ.
So you expect me to buy you
या वैसे टेस्ला
130,000?
कितने की है इधर दिरहम्स में?
Which one? There's 3.
Any of the lowest
The
one.
cheapest one is still 135k.
यार वो तो that's not bad.
It's the thing is,
किस्तों में देते हैं वो.
हाँ सब कुछ मिलता है किस्तों किस्तों में, और you don't even have to finance from the bank, they finance it for you.
Very nice.
But there's a catch.
हाँ.
The problem, again, this is a bit of a rabbit hole because this is what I'm spending my nights these days on.
हाँ.
But the problem with Tesla is that right now the marketing around it is really great. But the build quality on a Tesla is actually a lot poorer than
अच्छा.
your actual car manufacturer.
Elon Musk तो कहता है ये है वो है वो
So if
है
you
ये
get
है.
out, no, the tech is amazing.
अच्छा,
There's no competition there.
ये बात सही है कि आप उसको ऑटो ड्राइव पे छोड़ के सो सकते हो.
So that's another
जो
issue.
वीडियोस आती हैं ये कोई सो रहा
So
है.
that's another actually issue, and it's a legal issue for Tesla too, because
Well
they keep
played.
calling that feature autopilot. It's not autopilot. It's assisted driving.
हाँ वो GPS से.
Exactly. So the problem with calling it autopilot is then people will start sleeping in the
Ah,
car,
ah,
and
ah.
that will create dangerous
And
consequences.
legalities for them.
Yeah, Babar Azam, highest averages since the start of
Wow.
2018, 64.69.
यार ये लैबोचेन मुझे क्यों लग रहा है बहुत बड़ा फ्रॉड है वो जिस टाइप जिसका एक गोल्डन पीरियड चल रहा है ये एक्सपोज होने वाला
वो
है.
हमारे खिलाफ जो करा था वो कर
हमें तो
लिया.
आउट ही नहीं हो रहा था ना हमसे तो.
147 for 5. Babar Azam 40 off 93. Uncharacteristic strike rate for Bobby right now. I'm gonna have to apply himself.
कगावा कह रहे हैं नटेला ऑन रिस्ट टी शर्ट वाकई.
Yeah.
हमारे पास एक्चुअली वो एक एडिट तो हमने बनाया है. वसीम भाई की हम लाइकनेस इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो आई थिंक वो हमें यॉर्कर मार देंगे. बट उसके अलावा आई थिंक इट्स अ गुड आइडिया.
Yeah, Gopi, again, hardware-wise, they need to improve.
Average of 85.6, only 3 tests so far this year. But last year, 6 tests, averaging 68. 2018, 8 tests and averaging 56. So he's been steadily, graph Babar Azam ka going in the right direction.
Kalai God T-shirts, they're all coming in right now. Well left. Khwaja, just to finish off my little anecdote on Tesla, if you go in to buy a Tesla in the UAE or even the US, it's $30,000 there right now. You go and you buy 135k in dirhams. Now, let me give you 2 or 3 other cars that are.
वैसे पाकिस्तान में किसी के पास टेस्ला होगी?
Yeah, there's a few people because there's 4 charging stations down to
Wow,
Pakistan.
really?
Yeah, and people in Lahore are charging their Priuses at home too. So
Prius
because the Prius is one of the most fastest selling new cars in Pakistan at the moment
अच्छा.
because the petrol is
ज़ाहिर है.
it's really expensive. Let me just finish the thought on Tesla though, as Broad will bowl to Babar Azam. Oh, what a peach of a delivery! Just missing that 6th stump.
कहाँ से
Could have
अंदर
been
आई है?
knocked out. So 135k. Let me give you 3 alternative vehicles in that price range that Tesla would eventually be competing with: a BMW 2 or 3 Series,
Okay.
an Audi A3, or maybe a low-end A4,
Okay.
and a Mercedes C-Class. Okay. Now, all of those 3 vehicles, they offer better resale value.
वो तो
They
normal
offer,
cars
yeah,
हैं.
they offer better build quality. They offer more, like, in terms of brand in the UAE.
Insurance और
They
ये
offer
सब चीज़ें, हाँ.
better insurance, better after-sales service because there's only one service center in the UAE, and a lot better in terms of engineering, hardware engineering. It's a lot better for all those 3 vehicle manufacturers.
Oh, well played, Babar. Still fending at that ball यार. थोड़ा सा सेटल डाउन हो जाओ. हाउ फार इज लंच इज़ ओनली अबाउट 10 मिनट्स अवे. तो आई थिंक वो भी एक है कि थोड़ा सा वो प्रोटेक्शन मोड में चला गया. सो हैज़ टू बी वेरी केयरफुल हियर. बट डिसेंट फाइट बैक फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान. कुड हैव बीन अ ट्रिकी आवर. बट टेस्ला पे ये डीप डाइव के लिए आप मुसाद को डीएम भेजें ताकि वो
Cheers,
और
guys.
आपको
147 for 5. No, but you get your perception that, oh yeah, $30,000 car, it's a replacement for a Corolla. It's not. It's a replacement for a 3 Series, and the 3 Series still has a lot more going for it.
Arslan Fareed कह रहे हैं Pakistan has started production of electronic rickshaws too. Not bad यार.
Yeah, they're actually for sale too, and they're quite affordable. I heard that they were less than $1 lakh.
इतने सस्ते?
Yeah.
Wow.
From what I understood, because I'm keeping a keen eye on electric mobility in Pakistan and South Asia, because petrol is expensive there, so the economic circumstances just make it a feasible
और
outcome.
दूसरी तरफ डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प कहता है we need more coal powered power plants. You're fired.
Then you have to take a deep dive into your current political system that requires immediate results.
Of course.
And actually discourages long-term investment.
It's 100%.
147 for 5 after 58 because he'll be able to create immediate jobs with the coal plant.
हमने इतनी petrol dependency create की हुई है और वो भी foreign aid में आ जाती है.
Yeah, because honestly, renewable energy might not get you jobs in 4 years. It might get you great jobs in 10 years.
Exactly. Vision change.
Although that's not true even for now. You would get immediate returns on renewable energy. Actually, यार मैं YouTube एक वीडियो देख रहा था पाकिस्तान यूट्यूबर की. I think he lives in Bahria town in Islamabad or Pindi, wherever it is, and he installed an entire solar system, solar power system on his roof that WABDA is now feeding back into the grid. So it's a lot of services in Pakistan are popping up. 147 for 5. We'll get back to the cricket. Yeah, Gopi, I am a big Tesla watcher. I used to be a fan. I'm not a fan anymore because I need to be a little bit.
बंदा भी बहुत अजीब है मसला.
Yeah, I need to be more concerned about it because sometimes they like to market themselves as something that they're not.
Philanthropist. ये Bill Gates ने भी अपनी एक ये image curate की हुई है.
Yeah, not just about the man. Like this autopilot thing is actually very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Because you can't go. It's actually not. And by the way, they pretend like इसके साथ framework नहीं है. There's actually a self-driving framework that the automobile community has agreed to. उसके 4 levels हैं.
Minority report वाली level.
Automation के 4 levels हैं. टेस्ला का जो है वो 1 और 2 के दरमियान है. तो आप उसको full automation पे advertise कर रहे हैं, which is incorrect.
सही बात है.
148 for 5 left alone by Babar Azam. Yeah, Omar Naeem, the climate change pollution part is another entire conversation around it because if you start factoring that in, then I think electric mobility is literally the only way forward. Bo Iqbal telling us about net metering has a way to go. Yeah, I just heard a whiff of WAPDA doing it. I'm not sure how effective it is right now. Zainab Izhar.
If it's WAPDA, it's not very effective.
on the chat. Happy Independence Day, Pakistani Pesio and Pesiyat.
Yes, happy Jashn Azadi Mubarak.
And Majid is saying, joining her. Afternoon, my fellow coppers.
नहीं माजिद भाई है माजिद. अच्छा Zainab Izhar भी आएंगे. Very nice.
And we've just gotten news that it's Zainab Izhar's birthday today, I think. Yeah, happy birthday to Zainab Izhar.
Very nice, yaar.
Shout out to one of our OGs, one of our loyal listeners. 148 for 5. Maybe Babar Azam can do a special one for her today.
यार 40 पे तो देखो यार चला गया है. इसके बाद अब लंबा सेशन भी आएगा probably. अब the sun will come out a bit too, so hopefully all's well.
Sam Curran this time. Oh, inside edge. And Babar Azam getting in the way of that. It just almost.
अब ये होती है game awareness. अजहर का जब inside edge तो मलंग हो गया था तब.
Was almost going to hit the top of the stumps. Gopi Mia with some choice comments about Tesla. Yeah, I know. I know what you're referring to, Gopi. It also is important to take.
और मसला ये कि वो spaceships में भी लगा हुआ है. Hyperloop भी मैंने बनाना है. ये भी करना है. वो भी करना है.
He's also investing in some underground tunnels in California.
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ ना Hyperloop है उसने LA के नीचे बनाना है और ये वो करना है. So the guy is just a bit of a showman, you know.
Yeah.
Slower delivery.
I always say that he's. It's always difficult to put Elon Musk into the inventor or businessman because those two are actually two different things.
Plus he sounds like an Axe deodorant, you know. Yeah. Elon Musk.
Because it's always about when you look at Jobs, Steve Jobs. I thought he was more of a businessman than an inventor, to be very honest. Because he did refurbish a lot of ideas. 148.
आपने मूवी देखी थी वो जो बनाई थी उस पे Steve Jobs?
No, I watched the Facebook one. I didn't watch the Jobs one. I'm not a Jobs fan, to be honest, because I've always been hardcore Android since version 1. In fact, I used to really.
यार आप इतने खुला तिजाद है हम सारा change of face MacBook पे कर रहे हैं और आप कह रहे हो आप Android fan हो.
I told you I didn't buy the MacBook. 148 for 5 after 59. And
the
again,
hypocrisy of Mossad.
I'll tell you what. I don't like iOS, but I do appreciate macOS.
चीज़ तो अच्छी है वाकई.
macOS over Windows right now.
Especially iMovie वगैरह, it's really helpful to make stuff.
I prefer macOS over Windows now, but I've always been Android over iOS. Just compatibility is so much easier there. And now. The economics around the iOS doesn't make sense either. Well, left there by Rizwan. 59.1 overs gone. 148 for 5. You're welcome, Zainab Izhar. Yeah, endorsed Kanye West.
Who else was born today? कोई celebrity की भी birthday आज है.
Ramiz Raja's birthday. Javed Afridi's birthday.
Javed Afridi and Rambo. Zainab Izhar. Yeah.
She's in good company. She's in good company.
Agricultural.
Definitely won't run out of. Never mind. 148 for 5 after 59.1 overs. Rizwan 10 off 35. Bobby Bacha 40 off 102. Stuart Broad with that Karate Kid headband. Running in right arm over. Poor delivery.
Good
Flicked
shot,
off the
yeah,
pads.
Rizwan. Good timing on that.
Square leg in place. No run. Oh, it's Ali Sethi's birthday? I'm not sure about that, Mr. Arsenal.
बेटा आपके पूरा खानदान का इंजर.
Whoa. Lone Wolf is saying Bill Burr does this routine where he says how Jobs ordered people to invent things. Well, I mean, a good part of running a company, being a businessman, is hiring the right people.
You have to be ruthless, yeah.
No, and you have to hire the right people. People that will invent, people that will create.
But he backstabbed a lot of his partners और ये वो.
Sure.
वो तो यार अब business में ऐसे ही होता है, क्या करें?
Yeah, Hyperloop and the classism of transportation, Bokit Ball, that's a very good point, actually.
Ooh, big swing once again. Driven hard down the ground, but
Yeah, there was no single there. Babar Azam again, adventurous and ambitious for his runs. He's
वैसे
been
बाद
stuck
में
on
बड़ा
40 for
जबरदस्त
a
सवाल
while.
किया ये लंच लेने की क्या जल्दी है अभी तो मैच शुरू हुआ है. Also will it be a full 40 minute? I believe it will be a full 40-minute lunch.
Yeah, that's fine.
यार बस अंग्रेज they can't live without the tea and crumpets and all that stuff, you know. तो
149 for 5. Babar Azam 40 off 103.
यार that photo of Babar Azam sitting alone in the Southampton.
Tim Tebow was also born
बहुत
today.
जबरदस्त photo है यार. It's like iconic.
Yeah.
This encapsulates his career, you know. Lone man, lone warrior.
Good bumper there from Stuart Braun. Babar Azam getting underneath it.
अच्छा टिम टीबो यार ये टिम टीबो की क्यों इतनी जिक्र हो रही है आज. He was born today as well.
Yeah.
Shout out to Tim Tebow, the failed NFL/baseball. अब आखिरी में मुझे लगता है वो पता नहीं क्या क्रिकेट पे ही आ जाएगा मुझे लगता है.
Gopik Mia Kawal saying
ऑलराउंडर बन जाएगा.
Pakistan have batted well today,
CPL में.
but England swung the ball more than yesterday, according to CricViz. Interesting.
Looks like it too.
Yeah.
But I think वो बाउंस वो वाली उनको नहीं मिली जो कल थोड़े से न्यू बॉल का मिली थी.
Bounce.
उछाल. 149 for 5, 60th over. Good ball, pitched up, but easily managed by Babar Azam. Just leaves it. So he definitely seems to be playing for lunch. So he's on 40 not out in the midst of another promising innings. बस यार pressure बहुत है इस लड़के पे, but he never feels it. That's the great thing about him.
True.
He knows how to compartmentalize the match situation और जब वो क्रीज पे बैटिंग कर रहा होता है. That's the best quality. I think अजहर वो अभी तक नहीं मैनेज कर पा रहा, हालांकि वो 70-80 टेस्ट खेल चुका है. You can see the pressure and tension and anxiety on his face. Babar Azam looks completely relaxed, you know, confident in his own game. कभी भी you know first नहीं लगता.
Yeah, true. And I think that's because Babar actually holds himself to a higher standard than the outside world.
100%.
And when you do that, everybody else doesn't matter. Yeah. 149 for 5 after 60 overs.
Speaking of heroes,
Safraz Ahmed. Oh, we should play.
Imamul Haq की बात
We should play. We should play a little bit of a Shasha. It's a perfect day to do it. $149 for 5. Azhar Ali looking on, and he's not cutting the happiest figure right now. Having a poor tour with the bat, having a poor few years with the bat, I have to say. Curran now, change of angle for him. He's coming around the wicket. Horrible decision to bat first. The ball is swinging a meter in the 60th over. I'm not sure about if I agree with that, Arslan, because we were 85 for 1. Zakaria Khalid reminding us of the slow pace this morning. Last 10 overs, just the 11 runs coming off of it. Yeah. And Sarosh is actually talking about why lunch is being taken. He's talking because there is lunch programming that happens. It's all about the broadcasters. Clipped away this time by Rizwan to find leg for a single. Broadcasters, as Sarosh says, have paid heavily, and they have contracts that need to be obliged to during lunch and tea. Majid saying Pakistan can either draw or lose from now. I'd say that's a bit. You're a bit quick to jump to that. I would allow at least both teams to bat once before you can come to that conclusion. 150 now up for Pakistan. The third of that third 50 coming at the slowest pace off 138 deliveries. It's been a tough morning for Babar and Rizwan. Let's see how they continue here. Curran now, left arm around the wicket, and Babar Azam just dabbing it away to point, or Gully, apologies for no run.
This should be hopefully the last over before lunch, so just hanging in there, batting for time. Rizwan TK showing some qualities, hanging in there with Babar. Batsman अच्छा है, and he's in the prime of his career. This is the time he has to make it count. So hopefully he'll be the junior batsman to Babar, who's holding up his end pretty well.
Also important to remember that an hour session isn't long enough sometimes for. Oh, what a shot that is from Babar. Kalayong ka apiyog, flicked away to mid-wicket. They should come back for a couple. Comfortable.
Majid Hussain, batting first was the right call. Our top order have not fulfilled expectations. That's a very fair point, especially our seniors, especially Asad and Azhar. Definitely, I think we need to take a final call. It might be harsh considering the conditions.
Definitely not mid-tour though, right?
Mid-tour नहीं, but after this tour we have to reassess के भी. और मसला ये है कि इसके बाद अब white ball game में शुरू हो जाएंगी हमारी पाकिस्तान playing T20s and one days and all that nonsense. तो फिर हम फिर से भूल जाएंगे असद और अजहर ने क्या गंद किया है.
Yeah, that's a good point. Driven well from Babar Azam, but straight to the man at cover for no run.
Time it as we would
Needs to
have
be
liked.
careful. This is just 2 deliveries left. 152 for 5. Batting was Ghost of Kagawa echoing that, and Ibad Pasha saying if Europe is going to adopt cricket, or cricket is going to spread into these countries, and the rain rules definitely need to be amended because it's such a rain-heavy continent.
सही बात है. Whoa!
What is it? What's going on with the Pakistanis and this orange juice?
This Bartley. Whoa!
That looks like something a little bit more than just water. Clipped away this time by Babar.
Timing, yaar. Once again.
Maybe he should come back for 2. Yeah, they do. Quite comfortable there. Bit lackluster in the field there, Jimmy Anderson.
154 for 5. This should be the last ball before lunch. Babar cruising, batting at 44, not out of 110. Rizwan 12 of 37. He's at the other end, so he's relatively safe. And Babar Azam just needs to see this ball out. And so far, so good for Pakistan in this morning. Of course, it was hooping around, it was jagging around.
Yeah.
But good disciplines and a vital mini partnership has been established.
If these two take us to 250, Khwaja, you're not going to remember those 10 overs that went for 11 runs, are you?
No, of course not yet.
Curran this time flicked again off Babar Azam. This is going to go to fine leg for a single. That should be lunch. Let's see what the umpires have to say. And before you go to lunch, we will play that Ashasha song from Sarfraz Ahmed because it's Independence Day and he is the captain, leader, legend.
Yes, it is. There it is. It's lunch.
Yeah.
Only about 29 runs scored in this session. That's quite remarkable.
That's fine.
Good
Not
over
a problem.
8. Of course, ek hi ghanta chala hai. But a good repair job, good salvage job being done by Pakistan. And let's have some ashasha.
Yeah, lunch on day 3. Pakistan 155 for 5. We'll be back in 40 minutes. We'll leave you with Sarfraz Ahmed singing this butte.
वेलकम बैक टू द पोस्ट लंच सेशन. बहुत ज़रूरी था भाई, हम लंच कर लें 1 घंटे के खेल के बाद. पाकिस्तान 155 for 5, 61 overs gone. Babar Azam batting on 44 or 45 I believe. Stuart Broad back into the attack straight away. Day 2 afternoon session live from the Aegeus Bowl of the second test between England and Pakistan. And Babar Azam batting well, decent fight back, decent partnership in the first session, just an hour's play. But we're back, and of course wishing you all a very happy Independence Day. Jashn Azadi Mubarak ho aapko. Babar 45 not out of 111. Stuart Broad steaming into bowl the first over after lunch. Full ball, tempted him to drive, but thankfully Babar was aware. And Musad Afzal, nice tunes यार, मज़ा आ रहा था. माहौल बन गया था जो आपने lunch break में tunes लगाए थे कुछ.
Yeah, some classics, some more upbeats, pop numbers, some Nusrat. Mixed bag of some pro-Pakistani tunes as Babar Azam and Rizwan battle out this session after lunch.
मतलब एक बात है, the patriotism is a very rich source of creative art, music.
It is. And you might think that it's a Pakistani only phenomenon, but it's actually not.
यार लेकिन हम I think थोड़े over obsessed हैं, to be quite honest.
See, that's what I would like to argue against.
What
the outside edge of Babar Azam. Beautiful swinging delivery from Stuart Broad, pitching it up outside off. If you go back to the history of American music, it's littered with
of course,
state propaganda and very happy, positive, patriotic American
music. वो तो यार करना ही पड़ता है, especially with their foreign policies जो आपकी होती है. अपनी उन्हें local आवाम को उन्हें
indoctrinate करना
पड़ता है. Exactly right.
155 for 5 after 61.2, run rate of 2.53. Well left again from Babar Azam. But on the point of patriotism, Khwaja, since you've gone down that rabbit hole, I would like to mention that
तुम पे साथ ही एक हमला हो गया वीके की तरफ से. क्या बोला है तुमने?
यार वीके को मैंने कहा था कि don't have this negative opinion about Nusrat. But that's fine if you don't like him. Fair enough.
Yeah, I think it's maybe at times hard to relate because he was from an bygone era. You know.
No, and again, music is one of those things that's clearly to each their own. If you don't like him, you don't like him. That's not a problem. But
like strings, we can all agree that they're absolute garbage.
No, right? I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree with that at all.
सही कह रहे हैं वीके, तुम फिर ऐਵੇਂ controversial हो जाते हो यार, मान लो. वैसे Nickelback की भी नई एल्बम आ रही है
यार. आप Strings और Nickelback को compare कर रहे हैं.
Nickelback was decent यार.
Oh, well, Strings was decent too.
यार
155
they were decent the way Asad Shafiq was decent in ODIs. That way decent.
Yeah. Continuing where we left
वैसे
off.
Let's have a poll. Nickelback, Strings or Asad Shafiq, who is more mediocre?
Oh,
I think that'll be a tough one.
Left alone by Babar. But again, on the notion of patriotism, Khwaja, I do want to speak to that just a tad bit right now. And reason being is that when we're younger, especially as expatriates, we're brought up as this very pro-Pakistani environment, and it just back home everything is so good.
Because हमारे mind में Pakistan was a concept.
Exactly.
चलो, we didn't live
so
it day
beautiful,
to day.
And obviously, our parents have this romance because they've left the country behind and all that. As Broad is now going to continue here.
Ooh,
what a shot flicked away! But there is a man at
big in swinger there from Brody, but Babar Azam recognized it. Bit of a thickish inside edge, but squeezed away to square leg. Is काफी securely in the end. 156 for 5 after 62 overs. Look at that musalsal movement मिल रही in the air यार. Very tricky conditions.
But what I like to say is that when you grow older and your ability to critically think develops and you start to see the world around you, you understand that the concept of patriotism isn't all bad. It's just the kind of patriotism that you're involved
patriotism
in.
Is good, nationalism is
exactly
bad.
So what I feel is that when you're younger, you think all's well in Pakistan or wherever you're from.
Pakistan.
You grow up, and the true kind of patriotism you should be involved in is the one that actually critiques
100%
the state or critiques the country. Because without critique, you're not going to move forward. You're not going to improve. So
introspect
if you really care about
and
something,
face the truth is more important. कि भाई आप नहीं जी हमने फिर भी वही करना है.
Jimmy now continuing left alone by Babar. If you truly care about something and someone, you want them to improve, and therefore critique becomes a prerequisite to improvement. Babar Azam 46 off 118. Rizwan 12 off 37.
इकबाल making a good point. अच्छा, और जब कल चिकन निहारी को बुरा भला कह रहे थे तब ये नहीं ख्याल आया to each their own. जवाब दें.
Well, to that I'll say that
chicken nihari is a sin.
That there's levels of sins. Not all sins are equal.
Speaking of sins, Jimmy Anderson really overstepping there. Watch out. Times the news of the world. Hello. Whoa.
Yeah, Muhammad Abdullah Shahid coming in with a comment. Strings are more decent. They are the best after Vital Signs, Junoon. And Junoon. Well, I would actually rate Jal higher than Strings. Jal are much better than Strings.
Yeah, Jal don't have that body of work now. Ye masla tha.
Yeah, that's true. That's a 20-year career for Strings, driven by Babar Azam straight to the mat at
shot.
mid-off. Yeah, it'll just be
stop at mid-off.
A dot ball. Yeah, VK with some
very... Well, yeah, it's just a happenstance. It's a coincidence of you don't control how you were born, where you were born, to whom you were born. तो फिर आप एक fake pride लेने की क्या ज़रूरत है?
Yeah.
That is what I found especially.
But do you not feel that you are as AZ Khwaja the person?
How dare you?
As AZ Khwaja the person, don't you feel shaped by Pakistan a little bit? Don't you feel that?
Of course,
your personality
it dominates everything. इसमें तो कोई शक ही नहीं.
Anderson, right arm over the wicket.
और वो भी अब देखा जाए तो एक एक्सटर्नल फोर्स है जो आप पे बार बार आप पे लागू होती है कि जी आप पाकिस्तानी हो, आप मुसलमान हो, आप ये हो, आप वो, you know, it completely it shapes your personality like, you know, like you're molding clay.
Yeah.
It's not a blank slate. आप पे हमेशा influences होते हैं उन चीज़ों के. बट वही प्राइड की उन्होंने बात की यार, वही है जैसे स्पेशली पाकिस्तान में हमने देखा यार कास्ट पे इतने वो लोग प्राइड लेते हैं, हम जी राजपूत हैं, हम अराई हैं.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's so silly.
Always found that weird.
मतलब क्या तुम्हारे पास कोई सुपर पावर है? तुम can you go through walls or can you fly?
Well, can you?
Well, that's what they think they can.
Maybe they should all try it collectively.
150. Yeah, it's so dumb, yeah.
Let's get back to the music here. Talha Awan rating Noori very highly. Very upset about Ibad Pasha. Very upset about me rating Jal higher than Strings. Fair enough. I didn't recognize their body of work. 20 years is a long time for them to still be around. Call the band. Abdullah saying
Call
very
was
good.
very talented, yeah, definitely. Zulfi जो हमारे थे, very good producer and arranger of music. As we're seeing his continued work in Nescafe Basement and all these places. Wajid
is saying about Babar Azam, century or bust in this innings to staple his world-class credentials.
I just read a stat, he's averaging 90 in England. तो bust तो ना बोले यार.
Well left this time by Babar.
लेकिन ये हमारी innings तो definitely self-combust कर जाएगी अगर Bobby लंबा नहीं खेला. But he's looking relaxed, looking... He's leaving the ball well. That's a very encouraging sign. That's what I like the most so far about his innings. Not his timing, but the way he's selective outside off.
Yeah, 157 for 5 now. Pakistan, Babar Azam inching closer to that 50. Yeah, Strings the band, older than most of us in the comm box. That's 100% true. Joey Root.
Yeah, longevity is not proof of greatness.
It's not, but it is a proof of resilience and some sort of quality. Clipped off the pass with Babar Azam. Nobody's saying they're better than Vital Signs or Junoon. It'll be a single at a square leg.
They're like the Burnley of Pakistani pop.
Burnley,
चलो Burnley नहीं, चलो Aston Villa बना लो. वो तो
well, Villa do get relegated.
हाँ.
So
ये भी relegated ही हैं.
Yeah. Let's talk about that first session, Khwaja, because a lot of chatter on Twitter and on the TV about how great Babar was, but people are forgetting that Rizwan survived that same hour of play.
बिल्कुल सही बात है. अच्छी.
Not take anything away from the.
वो भी ठीक खेल रहा है अपने हिसाब से, अपने talent level के हिसाब से और अपनी responsibility के हिसाब से सही खेल रहा है.
158 for 5 is Jimmy Anderson placing some mitti. Some sawdust. Sawdust is not mitti, right?
No, it's sawdust, yeah. It's
we've had this.
इसको क्या burrada?
Oh, burrada.
Burrada. Kagiso burrada.
Whoa, okay. 158 for 5.
यार वैसे intern हमारे Valorant खेल रहे हैं. आपकी क्या opinion है इस game पे?
I haven't played it. Looks shit.
It does.
I'm a classical man. I like my CS, Counter-Strike.
Wow, very nice. What about strategy games?
Like what? Like Age of Empires and stuff?
Age of Empires or yes.
I used to play FIFA and some Counter-Strike. That's it. Left alone.
Achha, you're an action man basically.
Yeah, I really like sports games.
Me too. Like even
although we used to play a lot of 2K when we were younger. The problem with 2K is like I didn't know how to defend, so I would get like a 2-pointer on every play, or like I would try a 3-pointer and hit the rim or something. But then on the counter attack, for lack of a better term, or I'm sure there is a better term, but on the break I would not be able to defend. I wasn't very good at that part.
Majid पूछे, what did you guys think of Abid Ali removing his helmet? यार, why are we criticizing them? यार वो बेचारा, it's just his 5th test. ठीक है यार, थोड़ा सा वो enthusiastic.
What's wrong? I mean, in a lineup where your two main batsmen are getting 20 and 5, it's okay to celebrate a 50.
कोई बात नहीं यार. we're too focused on these small idiosyncrasies.
Yeah,
of these
Mr. Arsenal saying CNC remaster is here. Top quality.
Command and Conquer. आपको वो गेम याद है कमांडोज जो स्ट्रेटजी गेम होती थी? You lead a specialist like 5-6 आपके पास होते हैं. That was a really good game way back in the day.
Well, I mean, speaking of worldish games, back in the day, I used to like Roller Coaster Tycoon on my PC.
Acha.
That was pretty cool. That was pretty fun. Pretty rad.
What about like GTA and all these games?
Oh yeah, I played San Andreas.
Yeah, honestly, I never got the kya khas. I don't like this, pointless vandalism, vigilantism. I never got into GTA.
Yeah, you wouldn't do anything in the Purge?
नहीं यार क्या वैसे.
Would steal a few Canada Dries.
Ah shit, here we go again.
158 for 5 down the lakeside. No run again.
यार मैं इतना बड़ा I was such a OCD कि मैं प्रॉपर ड्राइविंग करता था. इशारा रेड होता था रुक जाता था. ये मैंने कहा यार इंसानों की तरह खेलो गेम. Don't be a reckless, don't be a rebel. But speaking of rebels and reckless, Shaheen Shah Afridi, Naseem Shah
and Jofra Archer.
The three
king of them all.
men.
Yeah.
But he has been rested.
Is that Atherton? No, it's just the ground staff. 158 for 5. Let's see what the comments are saying. Roller Coaster Tycoon was great, says VK. Fall Guys Kilo, it's good, says FHD. And Majid is insisting that the celebration from Abid reveals a weak mindset. I disagree to that.
यार उस बंदे ने अपने पहले 4 टेस्ट मैच में 200 मारे 174 मारा है. उसके माइंडसेट में क्या इशू है आप मुझे बताएं.
You also have to understand that unlike a lot of Pakistani players, Abid didn't burst onto the scene at 21 or 22. He's played a lot
He's
of
grateful for every opportunity.
Ooh, this is an out of the box, a Pandora's box from Relu Kata saying, will you risk to play Heather Ali in place of Asad Shafiq in the final test if this match is lost?
Heather Ali, is he even in the test squad? I don't think.
Edged and it's gone! Babar Azam has to go for 47. It's a massive wicket for England. It's a massive loss for Pakistan. He doesn't even get to 50. So much for celebrating that mark.
Yaar, what a peach of a delivery. Unplayable, jagged away after hitting the deck, and Babar Azam was in fact lucky to even get an edge on it. But a hammer blow for Pakistan. 158 for 6. Look at Stuart Broad.
Yeah, very Kohli-esque dismissal in terms of getting squared up and getting that outside edge. Oh goodness, that's
Big
a massive
wicket
for England. I would say that's the final nail in the coffin.
यार अब देखते हैं कि कौन है हमारे 8 पे बैट्समैन. मिस्टर यासिर शाह इज देयर.
Yasir.
सो जो हमारी उम्मीदें थी 350 की वो तो वेल एंड ट्रूली ब्लोन अवे. अब 250 looks like a modest target.
Will Pakistan get to 200?
Yeah, 200 तो hopefully एक partnership ये लगा लेंगे. But Yasir Shah's mindset is going to be very important. But good innings, battle hard, but another gem of a delivery. He had no chance. This is the kind of pitch you're never in. There's going to be a ball with your name written on it. I don't think you can do much on that one.
I don't know. That's not what you said about Asad Shafiq getting out.
मैंने कुछ भी नहीं कहा था. अच्छी बॉल ही थी, लेकिन वही है जब आप कभी भी स्कोर नहीं करते तो फिर आप पे थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा क्रिटिसिज्म, थोड़ा तड़का डाल के तो हम उसको गालियां देंगे. But a tough opportunity for Pakistan to fight back into this game. अब थोड़ा मुश्किल हो गया काम. Looks like we'll definitely be batting again today.
$158 for 6. Yasir Shah now is running to the crease.
He does have a century in Australia, though. Yasir Shah.
I think he was alongside Babar.
काफी हद तक उसके साथ था. फिर of course 97 पे out हो गया था बाबर.
No, but he had a century in Australia too, Babar Azam, no?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
41 matches.
He should have had back-to-back hundreds.
An average of 14. Best of 113.
But good delivery there from Broad. Jagging away. Tried to miss it. Just caught the edge of the bat. Don't think he did much wrong there, to be quite honest. Just held its line and a thin edge. और बटलर क्या छोड़ी देता बगैर तो क्या जाता तेरा. But
कितने और क्या छोड़े? They've already dropped like 3 in this match.
वो भी आबिद के.
Yeah.
But
Stuart Broad doing the right thing, finally appealing for a wicket.
Hammer blow for Pakistan. Babar Azam was playing really well, looked really good at the crease.
Yeah.
Was leaving the ball well outside off, but वही off or middle की line थी, he couldn't let it go. Caught the edge and he scored behind.
And it kind of like makes that session before lunch a little bit more useless for Pakistan, because not only did they drive the runs, it didn't really pay dividends.
यार अब आप देखें ना बॉल भी कैसे मूव हो रही है, क्या कर सकते हैं.
158 for 6 Broad now to Yasir Shah.
Big drive.
Ambitious drive. It'll beat the outside edge.
We need a bit of a cameo here from him, at least 20-30, get Pakistan past 200, get maybe 230, 220, something to at least defend on this pitch. very spicy pitch on heavy muggy conditions. But Pakistan have to bat as long as possible so as to extend the game, look for a draw, or maybe just bowl them out, smash them out. ये भी हो सकता है if Shaheen gets into
Bowled
the
them out
groove.
for how much? Like 100 runs?
यार आप साथ ही डाउन हो जाते हो एक विकेट
158 for 6. Well, it's not any wicket, is it? आपने खुद ही तो कहा था विकेट नहीं होती, कोई विकेट ज़्यादा होती है, कम होती है.
आपने मुझे साथ ही रिवर्सल मार दिया
Yeah, a
आपने.
little R2 action there.
जैनब ने तो कह दिया इंग्लैंड टू गेट आउट फॉर 50 इंशाल्लाह. क्या बात है. गोपी मियाँ कवाल कह रहे हैं I'd be okay with 200. Yeah, it definitely leaves seems that kind of pitch. लेकिन फिर वही सवाल आता है कि भाई should we have batted first?
I'm going to open a little bit of a...
Pandora's box.
There it comes.
जी.
64 overs in. How's this ball still moving?
आप वही देखें ना, it's just keeps raining overnight and then look at that big edge.
Or maybe there's something else happening.
Are you suggesting that there ball enhancement going on?
I'm just saying.
नहीं ऐसे इंग्लैंड में
Let's have
swing
that
होती है.
conversation.
होती है swing होती है. But बाबर कह रहे यार in 1947 and he made 47. A bit of symbolism there.
No, don't legitimize that dismissal. Don't do that.
उसकी क्या गलती है यार, सीधी बॉल है, मूव हो गई, एज कर गया. ये तो ना कि ऑफ के बाहर उसने चेस किया तो चलो ठीक है.
Yeah, fair enough. 158 for 6. Rizwan off 12 off 38. He really needs to stick in there. Oh, beautiful.
Why is he fending at
Anderson
those
getting
deliveries?
it. Some exquisite bounce. Spicy.
अब ये है कि इंग्लैंड के बॉलर्स they're much taller than ours, so they keep getting that extra bounce.
Yeah.
Like way back of a length and it's flying
Are they
away.
taller than Shaheen?
Jimmy I think is might be shorter than him, but Broad is probably of the same height. 88 miles per hour भाई Jimmy bowling कर रहा है. Bishi की tweet आई है, Ian Bishop, the great legend of Windies. Wow, can't blame Babar Azam for that dismissal at all. That was as close to the perfect leg cutter from Stuart Broad. Really emphasizes how challenging.
Edged and it'll fall short of third slip, apologies.
It really emphasizes how challenging batting in English conditions can be. A world-class batsman playing well can't do anything about that. बिल्कुल सही कह रहा है यार. मतलब ये था चलो ऑफ के बाहर बॉल थी, छोड़ सकता था. It wasn't anything like that.
He could have been bowled almost if he left that. It was very close
It
to
would have
leave.
been an Asif-esque classic, but it were hit off in middle, just held its line a bit, went away from him and thin edge. No chance there for Bobby, and good bowling there from Stuart Broad. His fine form this summer continues. अब Jimmy भी वापस फॉर्म में आ गया. Broad is taking wickets for fun, and you have Jofra and Mark Wood on the bench. Unbelievable strength they have.
Yeah,
in
they've
bowling.
got a lot of depth in their test squad and even more depth in their limited overs cricket.
उसमें तो यार उन्होंने अलग squad ही बना लिया of 30 players to beat Ireland in that series.
Big innings for Rizwan as he defends this away from Jimmy Anderson. This is his moment, isn't it? Because he can, if he
100%.
goes deep into this innings, he can really carve himself into this team as a permanent fixture.
And if he, it's easier said than done. But थोड़ा सा अगर वो एक counter attack इधर कर ले, तो I think he can put the pressure right back on England.
He is getting some deliveries on his pads, so there might be an opportunity for runs. That one from Broad, I mean, that is just unplayable, isn't it?
Tough stuff and top stuff there from Brody.
It's the reason he has more than 500 test wickets.
100%, yeah, 100%.
Jimmy now continuing right arm over, and
Good
there's
shot.
that counter attack you're talking about on the pads, flicked away by Rizwan, and they should come back for a comfortable 2. Might even just get 3. No, just be 2. Yasser is not the leanest man on the team.
He is not lean, but he is a good athlete.
He's a good fielder, yeah. He's a good fielder in some of those shortstop positions. 160 for 6, 64.4 overs gone.
यार जहन कह रहे हैं बस अल्लाह के वास्ते जश्न आज़ादी पे जलील ना करें यार. कोई बात नहीं यार.
यहाँ से भी अगर 2 पार्टनरशिप्स लगती हैं आपकी 350 हो जाते हैं. टेंशन क्यों है?
हाँ है 350. मैं तो 250 सोच रहा था.
Down the leg side, a wild
बॉलों का
slash
फायदा
from
उठाना
Rizwan.
पड़ेगा यार. बट आप पेस भी उनकी देखिए यार 85-86 माइल्स. अब जेम्स एंडरसन ये स्पीड करा रहा था और जोफ्रा भी यही स्पीड करा रहा था. मिस्टर मुसाद अफजल
Right away at the throat of Jofra Archer
यार.
is AZ Khwaja.
मिस्टर आर्च ने कहा ना Broad is 6'5", so I think he's taller than शाहीन शाह. 6'5" तो नहीं है यार.
Shaheen is
इतना
7'5".
लंबा है यार शाहीन शाह. 6'6". वाओ.
How tall was Irfan? I think 7'1".
हाँ 7'1" था.
Yeah.
सोचो यार 7'1". वैसे सोचो अगर जोएल एम्बीड या इस टाइप के यानिस आके फास्ट बॉलिंग कर रहा है, क्या सिचुएशन होगी यार. अनबिलीवेबल.
160 for 6.
Checking it through the hoop of death, and it seems to be fine.
I just told you about last over. This ball swinging in the 65th over.
यार जब बॉल मिसशेप हो जाता है तो स्विंग नहीं होता. They need it as spherical as possible to swing it.
Jimmy right arm over to Rizwan, this time moving away from the batsman who just plays it to
अच्छा
that
उन्होंने आप इंटरेस्टिंगली देखे
deepish
पॉइंट थोड़ा गली पीछे लिया हुआ है कि
Yeah.
भाई ये स्क्वीज करके ये रन्स ना निकाले.
runs.
So good field placing there from England. As here comes Mr. Burns. Nasser Hussain. Giannis Ambrose. वाकई यार. VK Kenny, do you guys watch NBA? यार ऑनेस्टली मैं पहले नहीं देखता था, लेकिन जब से मैं अनडिस्प्यूटेड देखना शुरू हुआ हूँ उसकी वजह से उन्होंने इतनी हाइप क्रिएट कर दी है दिन
Man,
रात.
they know how to sell. They know how to sell the
LeBron.
NBA, to be honest.
उसके बाद मैंने कहा यार अब तो फॉलो करना ही पड़ेगा टू अंडरस्टैंड द कॉन्वर्सेशन. उससे पहले NFL में देखता था. दैट आई रियली लाइक, आई एंजॉय दैट स्पोर्ट बिकॉज उसमें भी क्रिकेट वाली स्ट्रेटजीज होती हैं, गेम प्लान होते हैं,
Is it a
हैं.
longer duration than the NBA?
यार मजे की बात है, NBA का भी मैच 3 घंटे वो खींच लेते हैं, एड ब्रेक, टाइम आउट,
Right.
ये वो कर करके. तो
Because I've watched the NBA and I've watched a bit of baseball, but I've never watched.
बेसबॉल तो यार
never watched
very hard
NFL.
to watch, very hard to watch. Very static game.
Ooh,
Ooh, that
Yasser
was
shot trying to flick that away onto the leg side, almost missed a straight one.
But
Yeah, I did. When I watched baseball when I was younger, I realized that when I then started watching cricket, that I preferred cricket. It was
cricket for
just,
sure यार. cricket
Obviously, because Pakistan were playing, and then there was a
मतलब
lot.
क्रिकेट ठीक है, टेस्ट क्रिकेट स्लो पेस्ड है, लेकिन कुछ हो तो रहा है ना.
Yeah.
बेसबॉल में तो यार बस बारी 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 बारी, और
But I like the-
और इसमें बैट्समैन के लिए कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस कोई नहीं है. 3 बारियां मिलती हैं, 4 बारियां मिलती हैं. इट डजंट फील एज प्रेशराइज्ड एज क्रिकेट डज.
In the air, and that'll just be falling to square leg for a single. There's a lot of conversation, Khwaja, always about the balance between bat and ball. Which game do you think has a better balance?
Between
Bat and ball. Because you can chuck in baseball, which means speeds are higher, but then you don't get, seam positions or older
बेसबॉल में,
pitches.
लेकिन वो कहते हैं, आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड द टैक्टिक्स ऑफ द गेम फुली, बट दे कहते हैं पिचर इज मच मोर इम्पोर्टेंट.
No, but you don't get to hit the ball on the ground in baseball. So it's an equal balance. Oh, pull away from Yasser. That
Ooh,
might
and
just
he's
be
dropped it.
Yeah.
Josh Butler down leg side. He tried to hook it away, top edge, but I think that's been dropped. Yes,
They come back for three.
very
or
difficult catch for Josh, but he gave his full effort, and Rizwan gets a life as well.
Have they come back for three?
नहीं, I think 2 ही किए हैं शायद.
No, because Rizwan's back on strike.
तो 2 हो गए ना.
Rizwan is on
Rizwan
strike.
नहीं मारा है. Top edge. Ooh, just
Yeah.
burst out of his hands.
Another drop catch.
अगर
for
ये
England.
कैच पकड़े तो फिर तो definitely हम कहते हैं it's not Pakistan's day. Look at that. नहीं लगा है यार. I think लगा है. Ooh, good effort from Jossie. वैसे आपने जॉस स्टोन के गाने कभी सुने?
No.
जॉस स्टोन एक गोरी होती थी,
Never heard of
जैज गाती थी.
her. I've never heard of her actually. 163 for
You
6.
should check her out. She's
Okay. One.
और वो एक्चुअली वर्ल्ड टूर पे गई हुई थी, पाकिस्तान भी आई थी अब ऑन हर इंस्टाग्राम. हाँ.
inside edge,
स्ट्रेट बॉल.
with
ओ
the
भाई
pads.
देख के बॉल किधर है. क्रीज में तो खड़ा हो मामा. ठीक है. 163 for 6 after 65.4. Broad in the middle of an excellent spell. यार
He's in one of
बेहतरीन
those,
ball
isn't
कर
he?
रहा है. हाँ.
He's in the midst of one of those broad spells.
अब ब्रॉड ने अपना, ही इज़ अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग बॉलर. इसका जो जिस तरीके से वो उसको यूज़ करते हैं, जिस तरीके का इसका इम्पैक्ट होता है, बहुत चेंज होता रहा है ओवर द ईयर्स. पहले ये आके जी क्रेजी स्पेल्स कराता था कि जी 4 ओवरों में 5 विकेटें ले गया.
Yeah.
फिर बाद में थोड़ा स्टॉक बॉलर बन गया. एंड नाउ ही इज़ प्रॉब्ली इन द बेस्ट आइटरेशन ऑफ हिज करियर कि भाई लेजिट अटैक बॉलर है.
Clipped away this
Lovely
time. There's a
flick.
mid wicket in place. It will just come around to stop that. But they should come back for just a single. Let's see what the chat's saying.
मिस्टर आर्स ने कह रहे हैं 1 quality pitcher in baseball is worth 10 times more than 1 quality home runner. सही बात है. Of course he's gonna be bowling maybe what.
Gopi saying in baseball
150
there is
pitches
only
in a-
swing, no seam or spin. Mr. Arsenal saying baseball में सिर्फ crowd में popcorn खाते हुए लोगों को दिखा देते हैं.
Popcorn or hot
So
dogs.
what sport has a better balance? Let's ask the commenters too.
यार,
Between cricket and baseball,
I think
who has
cricket
better
has
balance?
more of a balance. क्योंकि बेसबॉल में अगर पिचर बहुत ही स्ट्रांग हो तो वो पूरी ओवर पावर कर जाता है बैटिंग को. दिस वन इज मोर बैलेंस्ड. आपने बचपन में स्कूल में वो गेम खेली है राउंडर्स?
What's that? No, I've never heard of it.
यार वो एक छोटा सा बैट होता है, लाइक बेसबॉल का बैट, मतलब हैंड साइज होता है.
Sure.
फिर वही एक बॉल होता है, एंड इट्स बेसिकली ब्रिटिश बेसबॉल, बट लोग
Okay.
बच्चों को स्कूल में खिलाते थे. तो हम जो थोड़े ब्रिटिश स्कूल में गए थे तो हमें राउंडर्स खिलाते थे वो.
Yeah, no,
आई थिंक जो हमारे इंग्लैंड बेस्ड पेसी हैं उनको पता होगा. एंड देयर इज अनदर कीपर बेन फोक्स कहता mate you're rubbish let me play. निक नाइट का छोटा बेटा लग रहा है वाकई. But bit of the juice.
Talha Awan saying Rounders was a great movie, by the way. Haven't watched that.
That poker movie. Matt Damon and John Malkovich and Edward Norton.
Speaking of movies and sports, what do you make of Moneyball?
Zabardast movie.
Yeah.
I've seen that like 4 or 5 times. I really enjoyed that.
Okay. And what about the strategy? And we've heard that one of the PSL franchises tried to take the Moneyball approach. And it is the most successful.
उन्होंने सारे अपने वो उनको कर दिया है. they've shut up shop.
Yeah, apparently 164 for 6 after 66. The pandemic is hitting everybody.
यार
As
बाकी
VK is
5
saying,
ने तो नहीं निकाले अपने बंदे. I don't know if it's a pandemic or just plandemic to be quite honest. But 164 for 6 after 66. Rizwan on strike.
Oh, wild swing from Rizwan. No feet movement there as Anderson explores the gap between bat and pad.
यार ये पेशावर या कोई कराची का पिच नहीं है that you can drive like that. इतनी लेट मूवमेंट हो रही है थोड़ा आपको.
Honestly, that was poor form. I don't think you could do that even in Karachi.
मतलब hitting on the up.
Exactly.
To a good length ball भाई थोड़ा watch out करो.
Talha Awan is saying, Mr. Arsenal is saying the money in baseball is 100 times more than cricket.
वो ये तो है यार. और वो सोचो एक मुल्क की प्राइमरीली देखता है.
Well, Japan too. In up
खेलते हैं लेकिन मतलब कितना कोई देखता है.
Fine leg for a single, yeah. I think it's popular even in the viewership.
मतलब that's why they're so desperate to get America involved in cricket. पैसा ही इतना है उधर. The economies are so out of whack.
165 for 6 after 66.2. Yasser still to get off the mark. Ramiz is back. Hello, folks. Joining the chat for the first time as I'm at home today. Welcome to the chat, Ramiz. And All Might is saying baseball just has too many innings. And Majid is going at the Americans. He's saying any sport that has just one country in a World Series cannot be taken seriously. Anderson continuing. Yasser, interesting technique from him, moving away from the ball and then just getting behind it to defend. VK really expressing his dislike for ice hockey. I quite like floor hockey. Obviously, I haven't played ice hockey.
यार ice hockey मुझे तो वो पक ही नहीं नजर आता टीवी पे. मेरी विजन ही नहीं नजर नहीं आता मुझे. To be quite honest. लेकिन उसकी वीडियो गेम बहुत फिट थी. NHL.
Oh yeah, I
really
remember
nice
that.
video games.
Ibad Pasha, the rumor is that Islamabad United have done that, but there's no confirmed reports, so that's why we're not really going to feed into that conversation too much. What a delivery from Anderson, baiting the outside edge. Yasser Shah doing well not to get an edge there. Why is Shoaib Malik traveling today, specifically for the T20 series when the T20 World Cup is postponed? That's an interesting point. But he'll... Australia now going to be touring England for I think a one-day series, if I remember correctly. Yeah, T20 and one-day both. Zakaria is the positive one out of you guys. He's saying pitch bahut tez ho gayi hai, Naseem kha jayega inko. Anderson now continuing to Yasser, played away to the leg side with comfort. You can see Yasser running. He's pretty quick between the wickets there, actually. Will 230 be enough to have a grip on this game? Honestly, the way that we've seen the pitch behave this morning, and obviously the overcast conditions, any score that Pakistan get around 250 might be a very good one. But at the same time, I'm a firm believer of the fact that you can't judge a pitch until both teams have played. As the camera now panning out to the practice fields around Southampton. I think that's Mohammed Hasnan who's having a go there. Who's he bowling to? Let's take a look. Oh, he's been hit for 6.
Fakhr Zaman
is taking him to the cleaners. Oh, played away to point. Rizwan finds himself halfway down the pitch. Has to get back in his crease. 166 for 6 after 67 overs. Run rate of 2.48. Yasser and Rizwan, a Pakhtun partnership. Yeah, what a shot that is. That's a great shot. Was that Fakhr? I mean... 166 for 6 now. I think they're having a full-on match here. The Pakistani traveling contingent. Mohammad Hasnan bowling to Fakhar Zaman. Give you some commentary from this game too. On the sidelines of this test match. Leg umpire in place as well, so it looks very official. I think the masseuse is the leg umpire. Yeah, by that shot you can tell it's Fakhar Zaman. Hitting him straight into the body. Back to the test match. Pakistan 166 for 6. His broad will continue. Slower delivery
यार, वो
there.
मैच ही कवर कर लेते, at least एक पाकिस्तानी टीम तो जीतेगी.
Played away to
Would
point for no
Fakhar ever
run.
become the Pakistan Sehwag?
No.
यार, no chance.
There's really no debate around that. There's
Sehwag, for all his
hard no.
did lack of footwork, he still was a very talented player.
How was Sehwag's performance
Straight back
outside
hit
of the
the-
South Asia? Outside of South Asia.
Hmm?
Outside of South Asia, how would you rate Sehwag?
Yeah, he had 100 and he had 190 in Melbourne. He made 100 in South Africa. England, maybe he made 100 at Lords. So, he proved himself wherever they asked him. Baad mein, of course, when he lost his hand eye and reflexes, he was a mug. So, but when he had to prove it, he did it.
Yeah. Wild drive again from Yasser, beating the outside edge. Not sure what he's thinking. Oh, he's practicing his Yunus Khan leave. That's what he's doing.
या मसला वही है, बॉल मूव हो रही है मुसलसल, तो वो और क्या करे, वो तो रोकने का तो फायदा नहीं, आप आउट हो जाओगे. शॉट ट्राई कर रहा है तो कभी कभी बीट हो रहा है.
So you don't दलेरी से खेलना चाहिए ना इनको जरा.
वही दलेरी तो वो ट्राई कर रहा है, लेकिन वो बॉल ही मूव हो रही है, उसे टच नहीं हो रही बेचारे से. England bowling good pace, good line, getting the ball to move. 166 for 6 after 67.2 overs. So tough times for Pakistan right now.
Pakistan. Oh, this
There
is
you
driven.
go.
It's driven well. It'll beat the infield, and I think should go all the way for 4. It does. Yasser Shah exploring outside of off. A few deliveries before this as well, but finally it's coming off. Scrumptious drive, Khwaja.
Lovely shot there from Jacques Shah. Lovely shot. Look at that punch.
Yeah.
Square drive. यार नेचुरल टाइमिंग है वैसे यासिर शाह की. आप हमने बार बार देखा है कि he times the ball pretty well.
Well, I mean, speaking of batsmen that are predominantly bowlers,
जी जी.
I was listening to that Imran Khan documentary before the game. Imran Khan. Wasim Akram was actually promoted and pushed by him to become a better batsman. And by the end of his career, he was batting at number 7, AZ?
I think 9 तक ही खेलता था, लेकिन उसका talent level उससे बहुत ज़्यादा था. He could have
Right.
easily made a lot more runs.
Yeah.
But वही application नहीं थी. He preferred.
I think
He
Wasim
didn't enjoy, concentrating on batting.
Wasim Bhai has a high score of what in Test cricket? 150 plus?
200 and something है.
200 something, wow.
Zimbabwe को double century with I think the most sixes को 12 छक्के मारे थे.
Amazing.
257 के हैं VK. Yes, he's 100% right.
That is a massive score.
यार सहवाग को कहना अफरीदी with brain is a disservice to सहवाग. वो genuine test bat था अफरीदी.
Well, Afridi used to open for us in Test cricket.
But that was once in a blue moon. That guy played पता नहीं कितने 100 test match तो खेले होंगे सहवाग ने.
No, Sehwag is an Indian
50
great.
plus
There's no
average.
doubt about it. 170 for 6.
फैसल कह रहा है I am convinced Vaughan thinks Yasir Shah is one name. वाकई.
Oh, trying to get away from that, but it hits the face of the bat and managed to keep it down. And Yasir Shah also telling his partner that there's some extra bounce. ये जो यासिर शाह का जो पैड है वो क्या नाम है, वो जो waist area वाला पैड है.
हाँ.
It's like
Chest guard ये है.
chest guard is almost covering his entire
His toned.
stomach. yeah.
भाई टिडली के भाई विनर हैं in the past, तो कुछ तो
176.
respect देनी पड़ेगी. But
Look at him.
none of the lower order enjoy facing those mean fast bowlers.
True.
That's why कोई मुआहदा नहीं हमेशा करते हैं बातों बातों में, लेकिन जब ग्राउंड में उतरते हैं तो फिर
I doubt.
बुलिंग शुरू हो जाती है.
Ooh, beats the outside edge for no run.
ज़ैनब रिजवी कह रही हैं यासिर शाह looks more in form than Azhar. I feel for Azhar. यार अब सही बात है honestly the way he's timing the ball.
Well,
थोड़ा
at least
mentally
Azhar,
free होके
Azhar
भी
didn't get
खेलता है.
LBW this time.
But so he's
KKC or what did you call him? Choti Choti Khushiyaan?
अच्छा.
CCK. Choti Choti Khushiyaan. That Azhar didn't get LBW.
And each of the 3 balls to dismiss Babar Azam in this series have been outside off stump, seaming away from him. None of them have swung more than 0.3 degrees, barely moving, but each moved a good amount off the pitch. बस वही है ना यार, अब अच्छी बॉलें पड़ रही हैं तो बंदा क्या करे. Yeah, this was a good one. पहली तो he chased it outside off.
Yeah.
तो थोड़ा सा अपना discipline उसको इख्तियार करना पड़ेगा.
Rizwan tries to pull this from wide outside off, but mid-on will field it for just a single.
आई थिंक फिलहाल उनकी यही स्ट्रेटेजी है. रिजवान कहता है मैं स्ट्राइक रोटेट करता हूँ अपने एंड आई होल्ड अप माय
Do you think there's a short ball ploy against Rizwan? Because we've seen him back, bowl a bit of a back at the length against him.
लोन वुल्फ कह रहे हैं शाहजी बेगम की मेडिसिन तो नहीं खा गया. थैंक गॉड यार, वो भी एक स्टोरी थी, एक कंट्रोवर्सी थी जो made him miss that 2018 summer tour.
Ridiculous.
But thankfully that's all said and done now. ये बात पूछ रहे हैं can we get the customary 220? यार
That'd be nice.
that would
Gopi Miyak
do
is saying
very
we
nicely
still have the
indeed.
new ball coming in 11 overs. Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
too far away. But do you think England will actually get more purchase with the old ball here? Maybe.
I think the way
We haven't seen-
old ball पे इतनी movement मिली तो वो new ball भी वो खुशी खुशी ले लेंगे.
Yeah. We haven't really seen like a lot of evidence of reverse swing. Maybe a
हाँ.
hint of it here and there.
वो conventional swing और movement ही उनको इतनी मिल रही है तो reverse swing तो काफ़ी दूर रही है. And plus it's not dry, you know, it's a wet outfield. Square भी green है तो वो rough up भी नहीं हो रहा है एक side पे.
Edged and it's gone. That's going to be the end of Yasser Shah. He was driving far too much for a tail ender, and he tries to drive one of the most successful swing bowlers in the history of the game. James Anderson picks up another wicket. Butler will get another catch, and Pakistan now 171 for 7. Disaster in this innings. They definitely don't look like they're going to get anywhere near that 200 mark.
Just a pitch up delivery, a hint of outswing, and Yasir Shah chased it. Thickish edge and good catch by Butler. Yasir Shah gone for 5 of 16. Pakistan in all sorts of trouble on day 2, 171 for 7. So let's prediction time aa gaya Musad.
Yeah, I'm going to go for 210 Pakistan.
210. Abhi jari 40 run koi kar raha hai.
Yeah, I think Rizwan's got something in him.
What about Shaheen Shah Afridi?
He's got nothing in him as a batsman.
तो फिर कौन खड़ा होगा रिजवान के साथ?
Rizwan's going to farm. He's going to farm some strike. That's what he's gonna
रिजवान might start वो तो genuine farmer ना बन जाए अगर इस सीरीज में
do.
नहीं
True, 171 for 7.
बट फार्मिंग द स्ट्राइक फॉर और मसला ये है कि अब न्यू बॉल भी ड्यू है तो कितनी देर वो फार्म करेगा बेचारा. ही हैज़ टू प्ले सम शॉट्स. फैसल कह रहे हैं नो वाई के डियर डायरी शॉट्स दिस गेम. वाकई यार. जकरिया खाल कह रहे हैं गो क्रेजी ना, बचना तो है नहीं. वाकई बचना है हसीनों तो नहीं, बचना है कमीनों हो रहा है इधर तो फिलहाल.
Oh my goodness.
बट शाउट आउट टू व्हाट्स हिज नेम, रणबीर सिंह. आप वैसे व्हाट वाज द लास्ट बॉलीवुड मूवी यू वॉच्ड मुसाद ऑन पर्पस? ये नहीं कि चलो टीवी पे लग गई टाइम पास के लिए देख लिया.
I had to go to the theater with someone, with a
Okay.
friend of mine, to see this movie called Sanju.
Yeah.
Well, pretty cool. It's okay. Like,
यार honestly I also watched that movie purposely in the cinema कि मैंने कहा यार देखते हैं.
yeah, I was dragged
But
there.
I felt like he was doing a parody of Sanjay Dutt, not imitating.
The thing
Like,
is,
it was bordering on parody.
the thing for me to comment on that comment, I would have to know Sanjay Dutt well enough, and I just don't. What is that, Yasser? You don't need to do that.
Yeah.
And you were practicing
The
this.
shot was on यार.
Was it though? You don't do that as a,
अभी तो उसने चौका
number
मारा
8
square
batsman
drive पे.
down the leg side to.
But Shaheen Shah Afridi with the glorious
I think
granicles.
he's stolen Shadab's bat.
Big disappointment of Fawad Alam getting out on duck. That was the big. ओए
Khwaja, I did
मजे
some,
की बात है शाहीन शाह के बैट पे जो नॉकिंग की हुई ग्रीन रंग है, not red. So he's been batting. Has he been batting with our flag or something?
No, not sure. 171 for 7. Khwaja, I did some listening last night about Fawad Alam because I just wanted to get to the bottom of how people feel about his stance. You've been obviously very, I don't think you're against it. You just don't like the way it looks, and that's fair. That's an aesthetic choice that you deserve to have. As it defended well from Shaheen Shah.
Yeah, I'm thinking as a test fast bowler, if I see Fawad Alam standing there, I'm gonna back myself to knock him over.
Sure, fine. I
So
get
that doesn't help him.
I get that, and I think that's a very fair point. I listened to Michael Holding talk about his stance,
जी.
and he said he starts off in a weird position, and that's obviously, like you said, not the most aesthetically pleasing. But where he ends up at the point of release is fine.
अब वही है, जब वो रन्स करेगा तभी देखा जाएगा. If it works for him, it works for him. 12,000 उसने फर्स्ट क्लास रन्स अगर किए हैं.
I mean, do you remember George Bailey's stance towards his?
वो तो वो
end of his career,
एज अ ट्रोल
which was-
करता था वो, लेकिन आई थिंक क्रेग मैकमिलन भी आपको याद होगा न्यूजीलैंड का जो
Yeah,
एक ज़माने में
yeah,
होता था, वो भी ऐसे करता था. But it works for him. It apparently does. But Jared ने एक बड़ा ज़बरदस्त article लिखा था on फवाद आलम.
Yeah, the
after he got
email.
out.
Yeah.
इसने कहा कि भाई 95% of his innings over the last 5 years or 89%, he's batting at 5 in domestic cricket. यार ये क्या लॉजिक है? अब आप क्या ताबिश खान और बिलावल भट्टी और इमरान खान सीनियर और वकास मकसूद जैसे बॉलरों के खिलाफ 5 पे बैटिंग कर रहे हो on our pitches in that weather? That's
No,
not doing.
I mean,
That's not
you've
doing
mentioned
you
this
any
before.
favors.
You mentioned this before, and I agree that domestic batting stats are obviously going to be skewed. And batting in England and batting in Pakistan, वैसे ही इतना different है. Obviously, batting at 5 and now batting here is going to be a challenge. But I don't think that we should write him off just because of that.
No, I'm not writing him off. I'm just saying he never helped his chances by coasting along in first class cricket.
So you would expect him to move up the order
भाई
in
आप
first class cricket.
at least top 4 में तो खेलो, ऊपर खेलो.
Yeah.
तो पता लगे भाई अच्छे बॉलर्स फेस कर रहे हैं, न्यू बॉल फेस कर रहा है. वो तो 5 पे आगे जी लल्लू स्पिनर होंगे या बॉलर थके हुए होंगे, अपने सेकंड स्पेल करा रहे होंगे 80 ओवर बाद. पहली पिचेस में कुछ नहीं था. वो अब बेचारे ट्रेंडलर्स हैं, ये ताबिश खान है, आई के सीनियर 128.
No, I mean, I don't think it's a defining factor, but it's definitely a one to look at. 171 for 7 is Broad now, continuing to Rizwan. It has a massive innings ahead of him if Pakistan are to get into any respectable score. Has that been given? No, it's not.
नहीं.
Zen is calling Tabish Khan the king of Karachi. Zainab is saying Fawad batted at 4 for a couple of seasons, but moved back to 5. No idea why.
और माजिद हुसैन कह रहे हैं the problem with his stance is that he has to pivot 90 degrees to get into. बिल्कुल. और that's why they say you always should have a side on stance. बस वो तो square on खड़ा हो जाता है. But maybe it's part of his routines,
And interestingly enough, Fawad's stance has actually opened up more and more.
हाँ पहले इतना ज़्यादा नहीं होता था. पहले थोड़ा crouch करता था. अब तो ये full open barn door type situation हो गई उसकी.
171 for 7 now as Stuart Broad bowling to Mohammad Rizwan. They'll get the inside edge over to the leg side for a single. Good running there from Pakistan. It's important to steal these singles right now. How much do you think that Shaheen can be trusted right now, Khwaja?
Yaar, I think we have no other choice but to trust him. I think sometimes you should just back your tailenders to, have a swing. But let's take a replay. Was there any bat on that?
Looked like there was space between the bat and ball, yeah. No edge on that half appeal by England. Yeah, Shaheen Shah's gotten a promotion in the batting order. He's ahead of Abbas. Zainab is saying, seems to have opened in more stubbornness. I'm guessing to prove that he can succeed with this. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Don't try to play mind games at Test cricket. Do what feels best and is actually giving you the maximum return. This is not a PR game.
But I'm just saying as a first impression.
Because he's ending up in the correct position, so that where he starts doesn't matter. 172 for 7.
हाँ फुटवर्क नहीं है, मेन इशू ये है. वो बस थोड़ा सा प्रेस करता है और वो उधर ही खड़ा रहता है एंड दैट डजंट हेल्प यू. प्रेस कर रहा था विकेट बिल्कुल हाथों से खेलता है. वेरी गुड डिस्क्रिप्शन हियर फ्रॉम
Zakaria saying FC in Pakistan played in the winter versus Duke balls on wet pitches previously. We spoke to Bazit about the change in ball and the change in conditions and see how that would affect. Driven. Oh, that's a nice drive by Shaheen.
भाई ब्रायन चार्ल्स शाहीन ऐसे तो नहीं हमने नाम रखा था. फिर आप कहते हो ग्रे निकल्स की स्पॉन्सरशिप नहीं मिलनी चाहिए क्या है? आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए. वो बूट्स भी कितने खूबसूरत हैं.
I think this is Shadab's. He's stolen Shadab's bat. Sri John is saying those with unorthodox techniques consistently have to prove themselves every inning.
100%.
Oh, take a look at the...
Like if I'm a chief selector and I see this guy stands a rickety old technique and I see one, a very English technique with that front foot press, high elbow, I'll obviously, subliminal आपको एक signaling होती है.
Nice defense from Shaheen.
Brian
Confident.
Charles Shaheen है भाई.
Nice.
He's gonna channel his inner... what do we call it? Inner Maddie Hayden tonight.
It's a bit of a tangent in Test cricket and cricket overall, because as cricket is evolving, we see a lot more runs being scored in T20. Almost everybody can bat. If you take a look at the English limited over side, they have batsmen all the way to number 9. Sometimes Adil Rashid coming out at 9. So, how much do you in Test cricket? Because you have to get 20 wickets to win the match. So your bowling should be your priority. That's my opinion.
Yes.
But how much do you expect from your fast bowlers and your bowlers with bat in hand, with stick in hand?
Yeah, I think you should.
Because in the past, the expectations were literally nothing. Now that's changing.
Yeah, they should at least be capable of giving you 35 to 40 runs between the three of them regularly, I believe.
Pulled away from Rizwan, and not sure how well that was timed, but it manages its way to square leg for single.
And he's taken a first ball single. Now what are we supposed to do the rest of the over?
Watch Brian Charles Shaheen bat.
Shaheen struggle out there against Anderson, who has 3 wickets. I think थोड़ी सी आपको भी थोड़ी sense होनी चाहिए कि आप क्या कर रहे हो.
Yeah.
But Rizwan, you know.
So 30-40 runs from the last 3 wickets is what you
your
regularly
numbers
expect.
9 and 10 and 11 should be able to combine. Don't make it an individual thing.
Right.
Make it between the 3 of you guys. I need 30 runs. I need 40 runs.
Because they won't all always work.
Of course, maybe someday the 9 will click. Someday Abbas will click.
Yeah.
But they need to have that responsibility.
And do you see that in the current Pakistani tail? I don't.
The good thing is that at least 2 of them are very young. So they have room to improve. Naseem and Shaheen can definitely work on their batting a bit. Abbas we've seen he has a steady technique. He can hold up an end, you know. He can be a night watchman if you need him. So he's not that bad. Okay, he might not have so many shots.
True.
But Shaheen and Naseem can definitely give it a hit. Sam Curran warming up, so might see a spell for him before the new ball is taken. Might come in for a short burst of about 3-4 overs.
Yeah.
Then back to the GOATs. Broderson, that is.
Well, they're still on right now. As James Anderson continuing here. A flashy attempted drive from
missed
Shaheen.
It by a foot.
That's probably good that he did.
Indeed. That's what I'm saying. Shaheen has this quality of missing the ball completely by like a foot. That really helps him. I've seen him swing away, especially with Lahore.
Question of the hour, actually, from Gopi Mia Kalal saying, why is Dom Best playing this side?
Very good question. I guess they needed some variety in their side. They didn't want to play 5 fast bowlers. So they thought he might come in handy. But looks like they've got their selection spot on so far in this test.
Yeah.
Played all 4 swing bowlers, 3 of them at least, with Broderson, bit of a seam bowler.
Yeah, England's bowling selection not really a problem right now. This misses the outside edge of Shaheen. Faisal doing a deep dive into Asad Shafiq's stance. He says his only priority is basically shrink his pads and become smaller and smaller in order to avoid LBW. He does not go forward, just moves sideways and keeps getting nicked off for fuller length deliveries.
Saroj saying Rizwan can't hit big shots. He don't have anything to offer other than taking single when offered. And Talha Awan is very harsh, saying he's a club level bat at best.
Oof. Well, he's a great keeper.
So let's bring on Rohail Nazir then. Give him a chance. He played well.
Rizwan's done nothing wrong so far. That's weird.
Yeah, but in cricket, international cricket in 2020, you can't only be a keeper. You have to be able to contribute runs. Now, 30-35 runs. You should be averaging at least 35 as a batsman, as a keeper batsman.
Which is
40,
similar to
Sarfraz'
average in Test cricket.
Sarfraz, but the last 2 years,
he was just not good enough. Yeah. So, comment from Sarosh actually is exactly what Freddie said about Dom Best. Is that England are grooming him to be an all-condition all-rounder, and that's something maybe Pakistan should look at. I personally believe that Shadab Khan should not have been dropped. Because he was handy with the bat, better than Fawad Alam at least, compared to his runs. But obviously,
Zainab Kenny, that's harsh. Club level batsman has scored a 90 odd in Australia, but Yasir Shah also made 100 in that.
True.
In that tour.
Those were very flat wickets.
Very flat
wickets. That was a pretty poor Test series, I would say.
And in fact, their own fast bowlers have been complaining कि यार इतने dead wickets आप क्यों बना रहे हो? और हम 3 elite, you know, we are sports cars. Kind of fast bowlers. We're not some trundlers. We're not a Ford Fiesta. हम Ferraris हैं, हम Lamborghinis हैं. तो आप क्यों हमें ऐसी घटिया pitch दे रहे हो? Give something with a bit of life.
Zain Mirza saying, what do you think we can replace Shadab with? And with Asad, might happen in the next Test match. And Barcelona versus Bayern Munich tonight. Where's your money?
Yeah, I might not even bother watching. I'm still too salty about our loss.
It's been 2 weeks.
जब मेरी team बाहर हो जाए मुझसे नहीं देखा जाता फिर बाद में.
Fair enough.
But I think Bayern is in very.
I look at Barcelona and I know.
Barcelona, if you follow the news reports, they're in crisis basically. Okay. Very negative reporting on them these days.
I look at Barcelona. I automatically know I'm supporting the other team. So 173.
Drew Sharif पढ़ रहे हैं बेचारे अजहर अली. He literally is. दुआएं पढ़ रहे हैं कि यार please 200-220 तक खींच लो score.
It's a bit cold there too, by less than 20 degrees.
तो अंदर जाके बैठ जाओ फिर.
173 for 7.
बाहर बैठ के आप क्या बॉडी लैंग्वेज पोर्ट्रे कर रहे हो कि भाई मैं दुआएं पढ़ रहा हूँ कि मेरे बैट्समैन कुछ कर ले.
Down the leg side.
यार come on यार, down leg है, थोड़ा सा आप देख के मारो.
Yeah, we're not gonna get
too many ifs in this Pakistan Test lineup.
True, and we're not gonna dwell into debate between Rizwan and Sarfraz. We've had enough conversation around that. Rizwan's done nothing wrong to be questioned at the moment. 173 for 7 after 71.1. Rizwan 21 off 56.
No, I don't feel that Rizwan is under pressure for his spot, but I'm just saying, what is his ceiling? हम क्या expect कर सकते हैं अगले 5 साल ये
I
क्या
think we
करने
can
वाला
expect him to average 30 in test matches. And upish through square leg should come through for a single. I don't see him as a 40 plus average.
है? हाँ नहीं वो तो सवाल
30
नहीं
to
पैदा
35 is
होता।
what
I
you
don't think
expect
we
from
will
Rizwan.
ever have a keeper that good, to be quite honest.
Listen, I mean, Rohil Nazir is a pretty good batsman in the under
यार
19
उसने
arena.
फर्स्ट क्लास फाइनल में भी आई थिंक 100 मारा था और 80 कुछ मारे था। He's a
So I wouldn't count him out completely.
emerging कप में उसने 100 मारा था इंडिया के खिलाफ आई
Yeah.
बिलीव और बांग्लादेश के खिलाफ। So he's a definitely genuine, he's a genuine batsman. And अली तरीन ने तो अपना ट्विटर करियर ही रोहिल नज़ीर पे बनाया हुआ, उसको लेके हर जगह घूम रहा है। So
Sweet John is saying Australia have been making crap wickets since 2014 when India toured. The teams that have went there have either poor bowling, a poor batting lineup, or bowling.
बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं।
Shaheen now, Sam Curran is bowling a nice shape away from the
And
left-hander.
that's even more interesting after they saw the demolition job Mitchell Johnson did in the Ashes. I think 2013 वाली थी, I'm not sure which one it was. लेकिन यार उस बंदे ने इतना तबाही मचाई थी। आप वैसे पिचेस बनाओ।
If you make those pitches against Pakistan, you're susceptible to that consequence.
यार what are the chances we're gonna smash the Aussies out like that? कौन करेगा? राहत अली करेगा, वहाब रियाज
but
करेगा।
their lower middle order was fairly new
Yeah,
as well.
that had Clark and these guys.
No, this
Brad
recent
had-
inning, this recent.
recent भी आप उनकी तो बैटिंग सेट Labuschagne आ गया।
Yeah, Smith and Labuschagne. The reading the statistic in that series, I think got like 75+% of the runs for Australia. उन्होंने 200 मिल के वो 200 थोप रहे थे हमारे ऊपर।
वार्नर आके चांस ही नहीं देता आपको।
Yeah.
वो तो इंग्लैंड में चलो ब्रॉड ने एक प्लान बड़ा अच्छा बनाया था।
Sarosh is saying कप्तान बनने तक सरफराज भी 42 एवरेज करता था। Yeah.
वो तो उसका एक गोल्डन पीरियड चला था ना 13-14 में, ऑस्ट्रेलिया और इन सबको रन्स मार रहा था।
Shaheen now continuing. Good
Well
defense
played.
there from Shaheen Charles Lara.
ब्रायन चार्ल्स शाहीन यार, शाहीन चार्ल्स लारा कौन है?
जो मर्जी कह दो आप यार।
BCS है वो, BCS है ये BCS। Hashtag BCS, working hard. He's faced more deliveries than Asad Shafiq probably already. 0 not out of 14. Asad Shafiq ने तो 9 किया था, I think कोई 20-30 बॉलें खेली थी उसने।
Faisal's now saying can't make tough pitches against Pakistan and Australia. 3 test series will last 9 days and loss of revenue. Yeah, that might just be a fair
Honestly,
point.
this might be a factor. वो वाकई चाहते हैं कि जी मैच कम से कम 3-4 दिन चले।
Yeah.
It's quite true. वैसे ही आउट हो जाते हैं, क्या तेज विकेटें बनानी है। I think plus ये drop in pitches वाला system भी बहुत ज़्यादा शुरू हो गया because they're multi-purpose stadium.
What do you know about drop-in pitches? How do they work? How are they put down on the field?
Yeah, it's only been second-hand knowledge जो हम पढ़ते हैं कि
Right.
they're prefabricated wickets and all that stuff.
Okay.
Apparently they're not as naturally grown obviously, तो उनमें वो natural जो उस ग्राउंड के हैबिट्स होती हैं वो उसमें इंस्टिल नहीं होती, वो लैब मेड लाइक जेनेटिकली मॉडिफाइड फूड टाइप सिचुएशन।
And do you know how they're placed on the ground? That'd be
या
interesting.
वो उठा के ही पूरा इम्प्लांट करते हैं। आई थिंक उसकी वीडियोस आपको मिल सकती है, टाइम लैप्स वीडियोस जैसे
Essentially like planting a tree, isn't it?
हाँ
Okay, yeah.
एग्जैक्टली लाइक दैट।
So they dig up the turf and place the pitch
बस
there.
ऐसे ही करते हैं एग्जैक्टली।
More clay content, yeah. The danger man of the match from the last test match. Chris Wokes is back into the attack. 12 overs, 3 maidens, and that wicket to his name as well. And I think they're getting ready for that next new ball, just available in 8 overs.
अभी इनकी लक्ष्री देखो, गर्मी भी नहीं है तो उनके बॉलर्स भी नहीं थक रहे, आराम से रोटेट हो रहे हैं, स्कोर भी नहीं हो रहा तो प्रेशर नहीं फील हो रहा, बॉल मुसलसल स्विंग हो रही है तो उनको वो भी
And they've got
टेंशन नहीं है।
enough breaks as well.
And Rizwan might have to chance his arm in this over. He has to make some creative shots. ये पहला बॉल सिंगल वाला काम, it's not helping anyone.
True. Oh, that's gonna hit his furniture. That's gonna hit his balls.
Whoa.
That is. Oh no, I think it's a little bit
If
higher.
his balls are at his navel, then
Yeah,
he might be a
a-
a biological freak.
abdominal region there, not his.
ये extra bounce मैं देख रहा हूँ, bounce जो है इस
That
pitch
looks
में,
painful, Khwaja.
I think that will help Naseem जो थोड़े से back of length कराता बॉल, उसको उछाल मिल रहा है, so that might.
How do you
help.
think Abbas will fare on these?
I think he'll
bouncy
be very
wickets?
handy with these muggy conditions.
Yeah.
जो इधर उधर बॉल सीम कर रहा होगा, it's gonna help him for sure.
174 for 4. You're listening to ChangeOfPaceLive.com. As this is defended away to the offside, your home of Pakistani cricket commentary. Thanks to all of you who've joined us for the comms this test series, and make sure you tell people about us because we're trying to get the word out.
और वैसे we say it's the home of Pakistani, all things Pakistan cricket. So if you guys ever have some kind of writing you want to do, some kind of article you want to share with us, anything you like, you can just email it to us or DM it to us, and we are more than happy to post it on the website if we feel it's up to the
the standards,
quality standards जो इतने भी ऊंचे नहीं है. अगर हम भी रिजवान लेवल टैलेंट को चांस दे देते हैं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है.
Yeah, if Asad Shafiq has played 80 test matches, you can get an article on Change of Pace. Pulled away by Rizwan.
चलो दो तो करो, उसकी थ्रो पे भागो.
Fine leg and will be in place. Nope, just a single.
Good throw.
That's smart. Smart that they didn't take the single.
Smart. Shout out DJ Khaled.
DJ Khaled. Your favorite DJ Khaled song?
I have no idea. I've never heard a full DJ Khaled song in its full length and breadth.
Oh man, come on.
लेकिन बंदा मीम है यार. उस बंदे को क्रेडिट जाता है, उसने स्नैपचैट को मशहूर किया है.
Was it? Oh, I thought it was pretty.
He made it famous.
The biggest DJ Khaled fan of the myths of us. I'm a junior.
Mr. Specsavers in the house. Lechi. यार ये इस बेचारे को चांस नहीं मिल रहा और बेस्ट को बार बार खिला रहे हैं. इस बंदे ने आपको श्रीलंका में सीरीज जिताई है along with Moeen, but they keep playing Dominic Bess.
Wokes beating the outside edge of Shaheen, who's 0 of 16 now. Really hanging in there.
Really enjoyed the podcast you did with the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. Mashal, yes.
Yeah, that was a
podcast like that with fans from other countries. I great. Thank you so much, VK. Yes, I think
one of our favorite
personally
episodes.
We enjoyed that really a lot as well. So
peach of a delivery.
Might get some Aussies on or something for the England ODI series with Australia.
Yeah, I mean, if you're listening to that one, there's one with Baziz Khan right after, and then after that, we've just sat with Freddie Wild from Quick Viz, which was a nice conversation as too. Whoa, that is a booming drive from Shaheen for no run.
And he accepted that Dilviz was more accurate than Winviz.
Yes, and
so shout out to Dilviz.
Gopi's asking, do you feel Moeen has been hard done?
Moeen Ali, यार वो बैटिंग में बहुत गंद मारा था in the latter stages for England, especially in the World Cup and in tests. He wasn't valuing his wicket at all. I remember in West Indies बार-बार डक पे डक फजूल आउट हो रहा था, तो वो तो उसको कैप्टन बनाया हुआ उन्होंने ODI क्रिकेट में. He was captaining versus the Irish.
No, that's the second string side essentially. Driven, missing it outside. 73 years gone, 175 for 7. Sri John coming with a heart-throbbing comment here saying, Babar's batting career will be similar to Sachin's in the sense that Sachin had no one to look for until Ganguly, Dravid, etc. arrived. Same is happening with Babar. He is batting like one of the best and the rest are not. Babar 100%. Is Pakistan's Sachin. That is high praise. Indeed. And also a very dangerous comment considering the state of Pakistani batting.
बिल्कुल सही बात है यार. अब लेकिन hopefully Haider Ali is on the horizon. हमारे पास इमरान बट ही इज़ डन वेल इन फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट. ही इज़ ऑल्सो अ यंग गाय. सऊद शकील जैसे प्रॉमिसिंग बैट्समैन भी हैं. इमाम उल हक इज़ ऑफ कोर्स देयर in the shadows as well. Maybe he'll sort out his red ball cricket as well. So Haris Sohail is in the right age to be his number 2. So hopefully some tough decisions need to be made कि भाई हमने क्या करना है.
Haris needs to come in for Shafiq.
हाँ.
I mean that's a clear one.
यार मतलब प्राइम में है ना अपनी कम से कम.
Defended away onto the offside, and Haris really needs to work on his fitness.
यार अब I think that ship has sailed. जब से उसने भूत देखे हैं वो न्यूजीलैंड में, वो stress eating उसकी खत्म नहीं हो रही.
Maybe that's the case. Zan again jumping on that Haider Ali train.
हाँ. The attack assassin who was so good in that in the PSL.
I had some issues with him at the PSL because he always looked good and then gave his wicket away. He wanted to hit.
लेकिन I think उन्होंने कहा था भाई तू सिर्फ full attack खेल.
He just it felt like he wanted a boundary off every delivery, and Rizwan refusing to take a single now.
शुक्र है कोई होश आई इसको भी. 73.2 overs gone, 175 for 7. Sam Curran getting wicket. Every England pace bowler, every bowler on show has gotten a wicket so far. So good signs for England कि यार चलो हमारी red ball bowling जो है it's in fine form. No issues there, but
inching closer to that 200 mark.
Yeah, literally inching to be quite honest.
Sam Curran now beats the outside edge of Rizwan.
यार मसला ये कि बाकी जिस तरीके से वो बॉल मूव करे उनको कोई चांस भी नहीं है टच करने का. So have we misread the pitch by not playing an extra pacer?
I think we've misread Test cricket by not playing five bowlers. 20 wickets. You need to win a Test match. I keep saying this, and one of your bowlers is 17 years old. You got to be easy on your resources, man. You don't want to strain them, stress them.
I think उन्होंने सोचा we're not playing Test cricket for a while, so might as well use them a bit extra.
Yeah, that's I don't agree with that at all. Down the leg side, wide delivery. Rizwan's gotten so many opportunities, Khwaja, to hit a boundary off of these deliveries that are wide outside.
इसके बाद basically Pakistan have to tour Australia. They're hosting Zimbabwe for ODIs and T20s, and they're touring South Africa for ODIs and T20s. तो टेस्ट क्रिकेट काफ़ी देर तक नहीं होगी. फिर उसके बाद हमने न्यूजीलैंड जाना straight away to play 2 tests, of course, because of COVID. हमारा वो एशिया कप तो कैंसिल हो गया, and of course the World Cup has been cancelled itself. So I guess they thought कि यही टूर है, 3 टेस्ट हैं, इनसे निकलवा लो जितना निकलवा सकते हैं.
Current now, this is beautifully driven actually. Good shot getting
वही है ना, सिंगल वाली बॉल है, वो फील्ड ही उन्होंने फैला दी. Faisal कह रहे हैं Pakistan's selection avoiding tough decisions is more important than winning games. यार लेकिन वही है फिर.
What'd you make of Inzamam ul-Haq as a selector? No doubt about his batting, no doubt about how.
यार selections ठीक थी उस वक्त. I don't believe any.
He's the one that made Sarfraz captain.
An all format captain, which I love to stress once again, कि इतना power मिसबाह उल हक और अफरीदी के पास भी कभी नहीं था जितना सरफराज के पास था. For that what 3-year run, 16 to 19.
2-year run.
2-year क्या summer में मिला.
He got it in. I think that's edged. Shaheen looks like he's carry it. Is Shaheen walking? No, he's just walking up to Rizwan. Seems like England are interested in a wicket here. Joe Root doesn't know if he's carried. That usually means it hasn't.
नहीं, Joe Root भी बहुत बड़ा fraud है. But they're checking if he's even hit it. I think he's completely missed it, to be quite honest.
Might have just hit the toe.
It swung away.
Oh no! It definitely hit something. It either hit his toe or the bat. Yeah, exactly. So it might just be leg before.
If it hits his toe,
might be going down leg.
Let's make sure.
Let's see what's happened here.
Umpire ने तो कुछ भी नहीं दिया so far. I guess so.
You got the job on a technicality. Yeah, that's not out.
That's यार वो.
This is a typical replay.
यार ये catch नहीं है भाई.
No. This is typical. This is gonna be given out because fingers underneath the ball cannot be seen.
एक मिनट.
There's no soft. Did you see? I didn't see.
That's not a catch, यार. That is grounded. You're grounded, Joe Root. You got the job on a technicality. On the word of a legend, they recommended you. That is not a catch. चलो HD में भी आ गया. I think that is not a catch.
That's out, bro.
That is not a catch, यार.
No, that's fingers underneath the ball.
जन्नों में जाए उसकी fingers, यार. बॉल भी तो जमीन पे है.
Fingers underneath the ball.
That is, यार, bounce.
We've seen this so.
Bounce हुआ, यार.
We've seen this so.
उसने घास निकाली है, यार.
Watch his
we will eat grass, but we will have a nuclear bomb. This is wrong, यार. This is not a catch. ये भुट्टो साहब ने कहा था.
Happy Independence Day, okay.
Oh, shout out. यार देखो टर्फ उड़ रहा है, यार.
But his left hand is there, right?
ये नॉन इस्लामिक व्यू देखने की जरूरत नहीं. अबे कहां से आउट है, यार.
Fingers underneath the ball.
यार बॉल जमीन पे.
I've seen these given so many times. I'm not saying it's out or not. I'm not saying whether technically it's out.
हम guessing game नहीं, हम आपकी opinion मांग रहे हैं.
This is going to be given out. I'm telling you this.
This is not out. ये वो नहीं दे सकते.
Doesn't matter what you think. It's going to be given out.
भाई कोविड वाले जमाने में ये आउट नहीं दे सकते ये.
Oh, I reckon it's not. It's going to be given out maybe. OU
Thank you.
Not out. Okay, all right. You get this one easy.
यार I always hate these gifs और ये जो graphics नहीं अजीब यार सीधी लगाओ out not out. नहीं जी हमने टिकर दिखाना है.
बत्ती वो जो पुरानी जमाने में होती थी रेड लाइन है अभी तो I think श्रीलंका के चंद ग्राउंड्स में है everything. I was about to say groundo.
फवाद आलम स्टैंड कह रहे हैं easy wins as always.
Okay. आपको पता है वो गलत बात नहीं करता.
सही बात है.
Gopi said
that was not a catch यार.
I have to say I agree with Gopi Miyakawal. I'm surprised it was given not out. I've seen all of these given. I'm not saying it's out or not, but I've seen them given.
You're right. Especially Ashes में क्योंकि दोनों टीम हैं.
And Zainab is saying the soft signal was out. यार ये तो फिर तो गलती ज्यादा है.
फिर तो मौजा ही हो गया कि उन्होंने नॉट आउट दे दिया वाकई.
Zain Mirza saying यहाँ पर MS शहजाद होता तो कैच के बाद खुशी से पागल होता. नॉट आउट होने पर जमीन पर गिर जाता.
You will burn in hellfire.
All right, let's not go there. 176.
वैसे why hasn't Shahzad transitioned into a Tariq Jamil tablighi yet?
Even they don't accept him. Played away and behind point, and it'll be single denied by Mohammad Rizwan.
चलो थोड़ी अकल तो आई कम से कम रिजवान को.
But what really is the end game here then?
Zainab Rizvi कहनी the soft signal along with umpire's call is one of my pet peeves. यार और कोई हल भी नहीं है ना, क्या करें? If it's very dodgy then how do you decide? किसी पे वो उन्होंने रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी डालनी थी. वो प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर कहता हम तो नहीं ले रहे जिम्मेदारी, तो अंपायर को ही लेनी चाहिए. तो जो थोड़े बहुत प्रिविलेजेस रह गए अंपायर्स के, यही छोटी मोटी चीज़ों में रह गए. अदर देन दैट यू कैन जस्ट हैव एन एंड्रॉइड आउट देयर, टू बी क्वाइट ऑनेस्ट. आंखों पे उसके इंफ्रारेड फिट कर दो, वो देख लेगा.
Oh, big appeal, but it's going down leg. Rizwan
Big in swing there.
falling over because of that big in swing. Yeah, it's 176 for 7 now.
24 not out of 67 is Rizwan. Pakistan's run rate has basically crashed to a halt. बस हर ओवर में मुश्किलों से एक दो सिंगल ही निकल रहे हैं. It's pretty tough batting with the tail. यार बंदा करे तो फिर क्या करे?
Yeah, this partnership now.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. वाली situation हो
6 overs now for this partnership, and it's 5 runs have come off of it.
बस वही बात है. So all they can do is really frustrate England. He definitely hit it.
Yeah.
Playing across the line.
Oh, well left
by BCS.
Rizwan.
And Rizwan though.
Rizwan's control percentage is 70% at the moment.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. His most productive shot is a flick. The control thing is a bit arbitrary because we saw in the first test there was some really poor innings that said the control was over 90%.
I'm just wondering कि how these cricketers, when these guys compile these stats in real time, मतलब कैसे कर रहे हैं ये लोग? कौन से tools और कौन से software हैं इनके पास? I'd really love to know.
Software out.
Shout out.
Oh, drive on drive and there's a mid on in place. यार कोई तो fielder हटा दो ना, कहीं तो gap छोड़ो आप.
I think he has to try those variety scoops and flicks now. But timing the ball well, and Chris Wokes bending his back, really dipping that ball into his pads. Yeah, lovely bowling.
Sarosh is saying if they didn't have a reverse angle, this would have been given out because of soft signal, even when Root himself was not
fair
sure.
Point.
And Fawad Alam Stan is going right to the end of the game, saying this is helping our chances for the draw. We're wasting time.
Ball by ball. But 176 for 7, 75th over in progress.
Oh, that's hit him high on the thigh pad. Go back, that's a chance for a run out here. And that's going to be out. That is the second run out in 2 test matches for Pakistan. Shaheen Afridi's got to go back. That is arse hattery at its best. That is poor cricket from Pakistan. And I think that's the second run out Rizwan's been involved in now.
यार हमारा जो वाहिद एक capable batsman था शाहीन, वो भी अब out हो गया यार. रिजवान सीनियर बैट्समैन को स्ट्राइक दो.
Rizwan and Asad Shafiq in the last match, and Rizwan and Shaheen Afridi in
हर मैच में
this
रिजवान
match.
ने कुछ करना होता है यार. यार उसकी कॉल है, वो सीनियर प्लेयर है यार.
नहीं, ये सीनियर प्लेयर पे कॉल तो नहीं होती.
But an absolute mockery of the game. शाहीन battled hard, 20 बॉलें खेल रहा था यार, आउट हो गया बेचारा जैसे ही वो सेट हो रहा था. 176 for 8 पाकिस्तान. रिजवान यार क्या है बंदा बोले यार.
It's not really Rizwan's fault, just like the Asad Shafiq one was not his fault either. 176 for 8.
But when you're continuously involved, यानी कुछ तो आप गलत कर रहे हो ना.
यार अभी तो सिर्फ 2 हैं कोई मतलब.
So it looks like we might be done by 185, 188, 190, 220, 30 तो बहुत दूर लग रहा है. और रिजवान का मसला है कि he is not capable of playing shots against genuine quality fast bowling. पाकिस्तान के मीडियम पेसर्स को तो वो छिक्के मार लेता है फैसल बैंक T20 में. इधर जो टॉप टेस्ट लेवल बैटिंग है उससे बॉलिंग से टच नहीं हो रही उससे.
2 run-outs in 2 test matches, Khwaja. Alarm bells are ringing.
यानी आप रिजवान को निकालना चाहते हैं सरफराज के लिए. Are you suggesting, Mr.
No, I'm not suggesting anything.
How dare you?
I'm just saying Pakistan need to think about this.
The suddenness. यार वो तो टेल एंडर्स के साथ तो चलो यूजुअल कंफ्यूजन हो ही जाती है. नॉट अ बिग डील, बट वही है कि जो मैच की सूरत हाल है इट्स इवन मोर इरिटेटिंग. बट अब देखते हैं नसीम को भेज दें या अब्बास. आई थिंक अब्बास को ही भेजेंगे बेचारा. नसीम तो कल का बच्चा है, कितनी कोई बैटिंग करेगा स्पेशली अगेंस्ट दीज 4 पेस मैन ऑफ इंग्लैंड.
300 still on?
यार 300 200 नहीं हो रहे, 190 185 नहीं हो रहे हमसे, और तुम 300 पे पहुंचे.
6 ओवर में 5 रन है.
बट they've definitely moved the game forward, so England would be satisfied कि भाई हमने इनको जल्दी आउट कर लिया है, because too long, this is a long session as well as the next
but,
one.
I mean, considering what you've seen from the pitch and the bowling conditions, the Pakistani bowlers are definitely in business.
Zakaria Khalid कहने नहीं sorry Srijan is saying Pakistan played this Rizwan in T20, that too in Australia.
Yeah.
Yaar, masla ye, we don't really have answers to our wicket keeping
I think
dilemma.
in T20 cricket, you got to give Rohail the nod.
I think you don't even need
Because neither
you
Sarfraz
don't
or
need a
Rizwan
genuine
have
keeper,
shots.
yaar. In ODI T20, do you really need a genuine keeper?
ODI, you definitely do. 50 overs is no joke.
Maybe, yaar. Chalo, ODI mein ye, problem is we haven't even played ODIs since, I don't know, a year or something.
By the way, that's 2 direct hits from England now in 2 test matches too.
By Sibbers.
Yeah.
Sibley holding catches in slip, doing some runouts. He's becoming an
What's Shaheen doing
integral.
there? What was Shaheen thinking?
यार उसकी कॉल थी शाहीन की यार.
He just keeps on going. The ball's in his hand. He just keeps on moving forward.
यार बेचारा 10 का बैट्समैन, उससे क्या आप उम्मीद रखते हो?
यार इतनी उम्मीद रखता हूँ क्रीज में रहे अपनी.
He's trying to build a partnership. But Sibley
सिबली को तो मैं कहता हूँ
मुझे तो सिबली में पक्का नेक्स्ट इंग्लैंड कैप्टन वाइब्स आ रही हैं. The way he bats, the way
because his annoying personality.
अच्छा वो
We
तो
won't get into that.
उसकी पर्सनल लाइफ है, जो मर्जी करे वो.
176 for 8.
But 24 overs bowled by Jimmy, 3 for 48. Brilliant comeback for him. Some questions were being asked, has Jimmy still got it? But he's quietened the critics once again.
Yeah, I mean that's what his captain said. You got to write him off at your own peril. What's this Missouri brand? I've never heard of this brand.
यार I think उधर ही इंग्लैंड न्यूजीलैंड का कहीं का होगा.
Might
काफी पुराना ब्रांड है.
Yeah, I've seen the logo before.
देर से बना रहे हैं.
Missouri.
But मजे कितनी दफा ये रन आउट दिखाना है यार. ठीक है, we get it. I think drinks break भी उन्होंने साथ साथ ले ली. That's what the long delay.
Oh, Mohammad Rizwan
अच्छा,
coming back
भाईजान.
after his marathon innings of 20.
I needed to relieve myself.
Good character though, very positive in the field.
यार, has there ever been a keeper who wasn't a good character? सारे characters होते हैं.
I've heard things about Rashid Latif.
Rashid Latif, he was a cheat. That was definitely one thing.
176 for 8. Just 74.5.
But
The Razzler, as we like to call him on the show.
we do.
Can you do me a favor?
जी.
I had this conversation with a friend of mine the other day,
हाँ,
and we're yet to come to a consensus, to be honest.
ठीक है.
You got to rate your Batman villains for me.
Batman villains.
Yeah, you got to rate them from top to bottom.
यार, I'm not really the person to ask, but I will give it a go.
Yeah.
Of course, one has to be the Joker. इतना है उसकी mythology है.
Okay.
इसमें तो कोई doubt नहीं है.
Okay.
उसके बाद फिर
Oh, big shot
What
from
a
Rizwan.
shot!
It's got all the way for mid-wicket
but
for 6.
Mahendra Singh Rizwan
Oh, hello.
has smashed this for 6 over
It's
square
gone
leg.
for 4 one
अच्छा
bounce.
4. अच्छा वो कैमरा इतना zoom out क्यों कर रहा था फिर? What a shot!
Zoom out ऐसे करे जैसे golf course में जाके बॉल गिरी है.
मुझे लगता है इसको घोड़े के इंजेक्शन लगाए हैं. What a shot!
Maybe
Steps out.
Maybe that's what you need to do. Just take a leak.
Bang! It's gone over. Lovely.
I think he's thrown in the towel. I think he's realized that this is what he's got to do now.
But आपका जो सवाल है, first has to be Joker, फिर Penguin ही है जिसकी mythology ज़्यादा है. उसके बाद
Mythology. Okay, if that's what you're
then
focusing
the
on.
third is what, Catwoman, then the Riddler. Yeah, I don't even know all of them to be
Okay,
quite
let
honest.
me.
ये कौन है मिस्टर आर्नल्ड का वो हॉरिबल मूवी मुझे याद है.
Oh, actually, I forgot about Mr. Freeze. That's a good one too.
I think somebody who
Let
has
me rank.
in depth knowledge of them, उससे पूछना चाहिए. I'm really the last comics I ever used to read was Archie वगैरह पढ़ता था जब. Then we grew out of that, moved on to novels and Tom Clancy and this kind of stuff.
Good comment by VK. Scary part is 11. England can bat till number 10 in this Test match. 180
of
for
course
8.
they can, no doubt.
Curran now going to continue.
What a flick
hello,
by
Muhammad.
VVS Abbas.
Oh, no, right out here.
Oh, has he made it?
No, I think he's made it back.
No, he's made it. He's made it.
Laanat hai yaar.
Josh Butler not interested. But why is Abbas giving calls? Yeah, Rizwan को decide करने दो. But that was a healthy flick. And has he been run out?
No, I think he's made it.
He's made it.
Yeah, thank God. Again, these tailenders. Not for not bad. Let me rate my Batman villains for you.
Lone Wolf ने जवाब दिया. वो आप जरा check करें क्या कह रहे हैं.
Joker, Freeze, Riddler, Bane. Okay.
अच्छा.
You guys are forgetting Two-Face. Yeah, Two-Face was one. All right, I'm going to stir the pot a little bit because people are not going to agree with me on this one. But number 1 for me is Bane. Because of that movie from Tom Hardy. Amazing job. Number 2 is definitely...
नहीं, हम movies की बात करें, comics की बात कर रहे हैं.
overall depictions, even the movies
Acha,
count. I mean,
acha,
that trilogy is probably the best trilogy in superhero history. So
In what?
in superhero
Superhero,
movies
शुक्र है।
history, yeah.
मैंने कहा film history कह रहे हैं.
I mean, it's up there even.
I was going to throw down.
What other trilogies are better in film history? Lord of the Rings probably better.
Lord of the Rings was pretty good.
Godfather's probably better. Yeah. Defended by a boss. All right. All right. Let me go through let me finish my list. Yeah. Bane, Joker, Ra's al Ghul, Two-Face,
Ra's al Ghul, हाँ ठीक है.
the Penguin, Scarecrow, Riddler, and then Harley Quinn.
अच्छा. ये आपको लिखने पड़ेंगे, ये बहुत जल्दी आपने कर
मैंने
दिए.
लिखे हुए थे ना because it was in a
अच्छा,
conversation with my friend from the past. 180 for 8. And immediately Faisal asking, have cinemas open in the UAE? They have, but the biggest Batman villain is Zack Snyder. And with Batman villains, Ahmed Hassan joining us on the commentary.
I will not be going into this conversation.
You're not going to be going into this conversation. The only villain right now is Pakistan's running between the wickets. Played away a square leg for no run. Okay, let's broaden the prospects here. What's the greatest superhero villain of all time? Let me make it a little bit easier for
Ahmed Afzal chiming in with Thanos.
Thanos, because he anus.
Thanos. How? Okay, hold on. Before you have this conversation,
Yeah.
how many superhero villains do you actually know?
What do you mean, like know them personally?
No. Oh yes.
Like-
मतलब उनके घर वालों से मिले हो
Like-
तुम, उनके बीवी
I mean,
बच्चों से
we've
मिले हो,
watched
खाना
watched
खाया
all
हो.
of the Marvel.
Right. So I'm asking you, can you name back all of the ones that you know?
No, not
So-
all of them.
So my point is, you and I don't have enough here.
Okay, but
to
if you
really
had to pick
comment on
one.
it. But that's the thing. I can't if I don't know like.
You've seen all the Marvel ones, right?
Yeah, I will go with Joker just because of the portrayal and the mindset and everything that we've seen.
Hamed Khan is saying Bane is definitely a take, not a good one. I mean, look at the size of those deltoids.
Yeah,
look at the size of his shoulders.
You're going with a complete.
He's got 3 heads.
Perspective.
He's got
than,
3 heads. That's what he's got. 180
everyone
for
else.
8. Played away at the offside. And by the way, his politics was interesting. Very socialist. Very spread the wealth around. I don't even think he was a villain. He's probably the hero of the movie.
Right.
Look at Batman with his capitalist pig going around in a bat suit, spending money on shit. Get people free healthcare. What's happening here? 180 for 8. Hans Gruber is Majid Hussein's comment.
Okay.
Magneto from Arsalan Farid. Magneto from Lone Wolf.
Magneto.
Magneto, sorry.
Magneto. It's a new clone by Cornetto.
Omer Shirazi saying Kilgrave from Jessica Jones was a great villain.
This is why I'm not having this conversation.
Oh, full length delivery.
that
Hit
should
him,
be
struck
gone.
in front. That should be given out. Ooh, okay. And the finger was just about to pop out, but he took it back in.
Kettlebell's like, nah, I'm not gonna go.
And they've gone for the review, I think, immediately.
Might have just been sliding down leg. That was a full delivery, swinging back into the right hander.
That's
by
the only thing that's
Sam
going to
Curran.
save him, yeah.
I think it might just be going down leg, but England have reviewed with a few seconds left on the clock. Oh, just 2 seconds
Oh,
left.
yeah, that's a good point. That's a good one, actually. Wilson Fisk, an amazing villain. When I just watched Daredevil recently this year, I thought he was great. And this whole, like, fantasy around him that you don't know enough about him until that 3rd season. I liked Fisk. And
Also-
Fisk was very real, because he could happen. Fisk could happen in real life.
Right, so could Batman.
No, I mean...
That's an
it's
inside
inside
edge. Good call by Kettlebro there. He was
Yeah.
under pressure because that ball was looking like it had hit the stumps, but there was a massive inside edge by Muhammad Abbas ricocheting back onto the pad. So this is not going to be overturned, and the Pakistani innings will continue. 180 for 8. It's been
Yeah.
a
Ahmed
been
again
an
commenting, was
eventful over.
Batman the real villain all along?
yeah. He was. I mean, he was just like killing innocent
The wealth
people.
gap is criminal, and Batman did nothing to address
right.
that.
Okay.
180 for 8 after 76.
Sam Curran feels a bit.
And
hard
Hassan
done
Butt tearing into Ben Affleck. He says the biggest villain in Batman history was his tummy. In
But he was showing
Justice
Batman
League.
like after 30 years of his prime, right? So there was a concept there.
Yeah, fair enough. 76 overs gone. 180 for 8.
He's a character actor. He really got into it, you know.
Heath Ledger is not a villain, says Arslan Farid to Saroj's comment.
No, but it's about the portrayal of Joker in that movie, that particular.
What did you make of Joker,
right?
the standalone movie? The standalone movie.
It was okay.
Do you think it was legitimizing white men going on killing tirade killings?
I think when we watched the movie, we had this discussion. We'll get into that in a second. Wokes to Muhammad Rizwan and In-Swinger played off the pads, but I feel like the movie was a bit more hype then it actually had like the substance in the movie
Yeah.
was less than the hype that
We
it
watched
got.
it together, right?
We watched it together. And I
We
said the
thought
same
when we
thing.
came out of it, we were pretty happy though.
No, I said it was a good movie. You were like, "This is the greatest movie I've ever seen." We had
But
different.
I say that about a lot of movies.
That's the thing. That's why
And
I
then
don't
it
take you
sets in.
seriously.
And then it sets in later.
Exactly. There's no context,
But-
but that's what I'm saying. It wasn't as good a movie as everyone made it out to be. Yes, it had a nice progression.
Yeah.
But there
Acting was good.
the acting. That's the
by
thing. The acting was better
Joaquin.
than the entire story itself.
Right.
And then we also discussed like, yes, this is more a social commentary rather than a superhero story.
All beautiful delivery from Wokes, beating the outside edge of Rizwan. But that's what makes it dangerous, right? Because it kind of legitimizes a lot of thinking.
Yeah, because it starts to be more relatable to people in certain situations. They're
Yeah,
like, okay, if I'm being oppressed, maybe this is my way out.
Yeah, fair enough. That's why I'm always very like circumspect about labeling movies like this as a social commentary, because when you do, it takes a different role.
Yeah,
in-
but also the timing of the release and everything in context of what's going on
Yeah.
in your society. It
Yeah.
also starts
Yeah,
to
it was
become
very real.
more, right? It starts to become more relatable because you start seeing it in the environment around you.
Wokes continuing full toss this
Oh.
time as Rizwan gets his
I think that
bat
was
down
a
in time.
Slow ball
Yeah.
that he disguised really well. It ended up being a Yorker, 69
Yeah.
miles per hour.
And obviously that
Rizwan got his
segues
bat
into
down.
a broader discussion about all art being social commentary. We won't go there.
Yeah, but the thing is, they've really set up the Joker movie for a very nice sequel because you've seen his backstory.
That end.
No, exactly, and you've seen a very nice backstory of the Joker in a very different context now.
Yeah.
And this whole tie-in with, I mean, I don't want to give any spoilers if someone's not seen it, but there were a lot of things there that kind of start to add up if you watch the movie.
True. Pulled away from
the Batman
Rizwan
universe.
as this might go all the way for 4. There's square leg in place. Good fielding there. And they should come back for a couple. Good runs for Pakistan.
At this
Price
point,
with lunch.
should come back is like not mandatory. I feel like the running that we've seen today is not really going to be the standard.
One of the recent best, in my opinion, was Gyllenhaal's Mysterio. I remember seeing that. That was a good film. What film was that in?
In Spider-Man.
Yeah. The new Spider-Man.
Right, but
The post Iron Man Spider-Man.
yeah, but that was a filler
Spoiler
movie.
alert.
It was a filler. It was a filler
Yeah.
movie. I mean, yeah, sure, I can see it, but I think Gyllenhaal in anything is great.
He's good
a
guy.
very
He's good actor.
versatile. Exactly, Nightcrawler like literally crawls up your skin with his acting.
Yeah.
Short arm jab.
That's good
that
batting
was
from
one.
Rizwan, getting a single off the.
Second last delivery of the
Pinball.
over. I really enjoyed Ragnarok as a movie because it was a nice change of pace from everything. You know,
Yeah.
it
Ooh.
was comedic. They were
Plug.
very meta. They were self-aware,
Mhm.
and again, it had Taika directing, and he was in the movie as well.
Yeah.
So I think the comedic touch and everything was
Well,
great.
that's why the MCU is taken off, right? Because they become more self-aware. They make fun of themselves
Exactly.
inside the movie.
Because they realize that we're not doing the DC thing. Because DC is trying to make
Over
super-
serious.
No, not just that. They're trying to make superheroes, but like it's not people with special powers. It's like these aliens and these kind of things.
Right. Clipped away by Muhammad
Whereas the
Abbas.
MCU is straight
Well
up
run.
coming out and saying there's like a billion universes and
Yeah.
there are a billion people with
Which also means we can make a billion movies.
exactly. So this is gonna go on forever. The DC universe is like, oh yeah, we're in Dubai and there might be some dude in a suit sitting somewhere who's
Yeah.
killing people at night. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's happening.
No, it's
just-
not happening. Nope. Michael B. Jordan in Black Panther, though. Yeah, I think that's a lot of sex appeal at work.
Yeah, I have an unpopular opinion there.
Okay, go ahead.
Not just the fact that like, I know a lot of people were like, "Oh, Black Panther greatest."
So it was
movie."
okay. It wasn't
And-
greatest,
and-
but it was good. The soundtrack
yeah,
was
all
great.
of that. But I was just like, I'm watching a weirder version of The Lion King, and it
Oh,
didn't.
wow.
It didn't really.
That's new.
Sit well with me. Yeah, I have certain like everyone was hyped up about Avatar.
Yeah, I never saw it.
That was
I just didn't like it.
That was Pocahontas, like 3-hour version of Pocahontas. I'm not gonna watch it. That's what I'm saying. So like,
Yeah, how would you draw that conclusion though? Can you make some connections for us? That Lion King Black Panther connection?
yeah, if you look at the whole displacement of the lost brother and
Yeah.
taking over the
true.
throne and everything, it's
Coming
the
back on the
same.
battle.
Scar comes back, gets the father killed, all that stuff. So
Rizwan this time playing it with the leg side
I
for no
guess
run.
anything with family politics, but also Lion King is Othello, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna say Black Panther is Shakespearean or that, but I mean there are certain parallels there that. You
But there's
can't ignore.
often these wide scale plots. I think reducing Lion King to Othello is dangerous because Lion King alone is an incredible
I
piece
think
of work.
it just goes on to the themes of the movies, like you said, on a broader scope that you can relate to. But yeah,
Faisal's saying I think Killmonger's politics were quite progressive.
just kill everyone.
183 for 8. slashed hard by Rizwan, and it should go to backward point all the way down for 4. A much-needed boundary for Pakistan as they move to 187 for 8. Sam Curran, a schoolboy haircut.
I think Rizwan's doing the right thing here. He knows that the new ball is coming up and it's going to be harder to score against that. Actually, some edges might go his way, but this was a looser delivery from Sam Curran.
Yeah.
And Rizwan slashed hard behind backward point. Gets an easy boundary. He's raced off to 35 off 77. And if you can get a 50 here, I think that's a big innings.
Massive innings. That's a massive innings. In the
I
context of the series, the innings.
Exactly. I still don't see a 200, 220 total. I mean, unless England really blow us out of the water here. But in these conditions, batting this way has not been
They do have 10 batsmen,
going.
though, right?
Yeah, but 10 batsmen against a new swinging ball. Shaheen and Abbas taking up the top order. If you're, again, 12 for 3, there might be something there.
And again, in both of England's innings, that top order didn't really get going too much.
यार अभी भी मुझे इतनी convincing बैटिंग लाइनअप नहीं लगती इंग्लैंड की जितनी लोग जो है वो उसको बना रहे हैं. आई स्टिल फील कि इनएक्सपीरियंस काफ़ी ज़्यादा है. उसके अंदर स्टोक्स भी नहीं है और आप जो है 2 ऑलराउंडर्स खिला रहे हैं who again, Wokes played really well, but Sam Curran isn't a guy who's going to, knuckle in and give you 50 off 150.
No.
He's coming in. Oh, what
a
shot.
shot. Rizwan just parries this away over the slips for 4, got down, and there's this angled bat that was really effective. That's 2 boundaries off the over now.
I think that was a slower, shorter delivery, and Mohammad Rizwan just ramped this over the slips cordon. And everyone is as surprised by that shot as Mohammad Rizwan is. That's a well-played shot, easy 4 for him. And we were just talking about his run scoring ability in T20s, but it's clearly
you can play that in T20. That's
it's
great.
Clearly something that he has. We just don't see enough of it.
I think it's about those big sixes. You don't see that from him or Sarfraz or a lot of the Pakistani batsmen.
I think that's also
even with Babar,
physical
actually.
limitation. Yeah, Babar's not a big 6 hitter, but I mean, who cares if you're getting? We saw Dilshan was one of the most dangerous T20 batsmen. All he did was hit 4s in the top 6.
Yeah, and that's what Babar does.
Right.
His strike rate inside the first 6 is 200.
Exactly. He mimics a lot of Dilshan's top order impact in the way that he bats.
Rizwan now facing Sam Curran, who's been gone for runs. A poor delivery down the leg side would just take a single, and again, Abbas will be left to face one delivery. That's perfect for Pakistan. And some comments coming in. Abdullah Amin with an interesting question. A quick question: If this was Asad Shafiq instead of Rizwan scoring these runs, what would people be saying? The same thing. I think
yeah.
I don't see anything wrong with Asad getting them. Like,
I don't care as long as Asad gets some runs. I mean, we've talked about how he gets meaningless runs, but these aren't meaningless runs because you are still in the first innings where your entire top order is collapsed. You were 5 for 5. So he's come in, put in a shift. He's batting 40 off 80. So, I mean, in the same amount of balls as Azhar Ali, he scored double the runs. So
true.
You're not going to take that away from him right now.
Hassan Butt with a long comment about the Civil War movie. We'll get to this. Actually, might get through it now. Or I will wait for the delivery. 192 for 8. 77.5. Last delivery of the over. Abbas just has to negotiate this and does well because Sam Curran bowls us down the leg side. The most underrated movie from the Marvel Universe will be Civil War, where everyone watching the cinema had their choice of protagonist and antagonist of the movie depending on which side they would agree with.
Yep.
Cap was right, though, as much as Stark fanboys don't want to believe that. Hassan Butt, 96.
But this is the thing. So I think even if you, I mean, not my personal ratings or anything, but if you go in and look at the top MCU movies, Civil War is up there. It's usually ranked in the top 3. And I agree. You're really making that call, and the direction that they took in that really set the tone for the next 2 movies because they kept coming back to the same themes.
This is an interesting conversation because our producer Sarfraz, who's a filmmaker by trade, I had a conversation with him told me about the history of cinema and how it's actually progressed. Because back in the day, people didn't like the fact that you had to choose your antagonist or protagonist. Yes. People liked more binary villain and hero.
Give me what it is, exactly.
Now, if you get that, sometimes it's a bit on the nose. You don't appreciate it. You want to make that choice, and you want to be able to walk out of the cinema and have the conversation maybe with your friends and be like, I think I'm with Tony Stark on this one.
Exactly, and that's the beauty of it. Because if you walk out of the movie and have 2 different people having interpreted the movie in 2 different ways, rather than just knowing this was the good guy and this was the bad guy, it really adds more to the movie and more to the hype around what other people are going to go in and see as well.
192 for 8 as Rizwan slashes hard at this wide delivery for no run. 78.1 overs gone. I'll get it.
Did you enjoy Civil War? I think you don't watch any Marvel movies, do you?
Strictly ऐसी ये cartoon
human
superhero मैं human dramas देखता हूँ मैं suspense thrillers देखता हूँ मैं horror देखता हूँ
वो सब तो मैं भी देखता हूँ but I feel like there's a genre.
ये चड्डी बनियान superhero bullshit मैं नहीं देखता like not strictly नहीं देखता लेकिन मैं बहुत सारी नहीं देखी हुई.
Okay. I think Sir Khail's missing out on this conversation because he is
Shot!
What a drive by Mohammad Rizwan. That was up full, and he's taking it through the covers, and Jimmy Anderson will not cut that off. That was well timed, and he's raced on to 44. Pakistan are now closing in on 200, 196 for 8 after 78.2. Khwaja, did you think we were going to get this far? I don't think so.
यार 350 के तो हमने टारगेट लगाई हुई थी जब बाबर और रिजवान खेले थे, बट डेफिनेटली रिजवान यार ऑल ऑफ अ सडन ही इज फ्लिप्ड स्विच.
Yeah, last 3 overs he's hit at least 1 boundary per over, and have a look at that shot again. It's a
ये
perfect
पाकिस्तानी
cover drive.
प्लेयर्स की बहुत खास when you just about to write them off, आप उनकी डेथ सेंटेंस लिखने
Yeah.
वाले होते हो, then they do something, कहते हो यार चलो मौका दे दो इसको,
Wilkes coming back in again. Oh, this time straighter delivery, and he's defended it
and
back
then
to the
they
bowler.
continue to disappoint you for the next 5 years.
But see, the thing is, I still feel Rizwan has that ability because
Ah.
we're not just talking about domestic runs. I think one of the things that we don't talk about enough is the A-team cricket that these guys play, and Rizwan actually has a very good track record
Shan
for the
Masood भी उधर
A-team.
से वापस आया
Shan
था.
Masood came back because of that. And also, if you remember the last tour, we also debuted Salahuddin because of
Usman Salahuddin,
his record with the A-team. So these are important runs because they're against some of the top talent from other countries. This time
Definitely.
nudged away towards point. They're gonna not come back for 2.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया ए और इंग्लैंड लायंस वगैरह के
South
साथ ही
Africa
खेलते
के
रहे
खिलाफ,
हैं.
even Sri Lanka, Bangladesh.
आबिद अली भी उधर ही टेस्ट कॉल अप मिला था, उसने हेवीली स्कोर किया था इंग्लैंड लायंस के
Exactly. तो मेरा मकसद यही है कि जब रिजवान के रन्स बन रहे थे, and he was the captain of that side actually, that's where the conversation started to pick up again कि भाई आपके पास एक valuable replacement है, आप उसको मौका नहीं दे रहे, तो आपको देखना चाहिए, क्योंकि सरफराज उस वक्त मतलब काफ़ी हद तक पीछे जा चुका था.
यार एक्चुअली हमारा मसला ये कि रिजवान सरफराज की बात रही, ओवरऑल हम अपने कीपर की जो बैटिंग परफॉर्मेंसेस हैं उनसे डिसअपॉइंटेड हैं. जब दूसरे दुनिया के प्लेयर्स देखते हैं, क्विंटन डिकॉक हो गया या जॉस बटलर हो गया या जो भी हो गए, उस स्टैंडर्ड पे हमारे कीपर दे आर नोवेयर इवन नियर, दे आर नॉट इवन इन द ब्रैकेट, दे आर नॉट इवन इन द एटमॉस्फेयर ऑफ दोस गाइस.
आई फील लाइक हम एक हिसाब से जो है ना वो जो एवोल्यूशन आई थी विकेट कीपर्स की, हम अभी भी 1960s 70s में ही अपनी कीपर की मतलब जो एक बैटिंग रोल जो आपने डिफाइन किया था. बिकॉज आप देखें जब एडम गिलक्रिस्ट आया था, या इवन आप साउथ श्रीलंका का देख लें, जब कालू उतरना बैटिंग करता था जयसूर्या के साथ, इट वाज अ डिफरेंट स्टाइल ऑफ बैटिंग ऑल टुगेदर, राइट? आप जो अटैकिंग क्रिकेट देखना शुरू हो गए थे, कीपर स्टार्ट बिकमिंग ओपनर्स रादर देन नंबर 8 से नंबर 9.
बिल्कुल सही.
हम उस चीज़ से कभी इवॉल्व ही नहीं कर पाए. हमारे कीपर जो सिर्फ 7 और 8 के,
और हमारी ओडीआई टीम ही अनसेटल्ड थी बिकॉज सरफराज का कोई हल ही नहीं था हमारे पास.
अगर आपके पास 4 बैट्समैन है जो सिर्फ 4 पे खेल सकते हैं, और आपका कीपर भी जो है वो यही
और बॉलिंग भी नहीं करते, दैट्स द मोस्ट अनोइंग थिंग, राइट?
या तो आप इतने अच्छे कीपर हो, मतलब लिटरली इतने अच्छे कीपर हो, जैसे वसीम बारी किसी ज़माने में था कि भाई वो उसकी 9 की या 10 की एवरेज थी, बट वो क्रिकेट खेल रहा था इसी वजह से.
सीरियसली यार. और दूसरी तरफ डिकॉक ओपन्स फॉर साउथ अफ्रीका, महेंद्र सिंह धोनी क्लच मैच विनर फॉर ओवर अ डेकेड. देन यू हैव गाइज लाइक व्हाट्स हिज नेम, Alex Carey, कितनी sensational batting.
Yeah, also an opener. You look at England who have like 5 different openers. By the way,
Dick open करता है one day
open करता है. Ollie Pope is also a keeper, by the way. So England, Folks, Butler, Ollie Pope, Johnny Bairstow.
They can make a full team of just keepers.
Right. अब जो है वो बैंटन भी आ गया, बैंटन भी कीपर है.
चामी बैंस.
आपके पास ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जो है वो बीबीएल में भी एक फिलिपी
वेड ने आशीष 100 मारा है.
वेड ने किया है, फिलिपी जो है वो निकल रहा है. इज अ वेरी गुड इमर्जिंग
टैलेंट. उसको आईपीएल डीलें भी मिल गई हैं.
राइट. तो ये सारे जो है वो आ रहे हैं. हमारे पास कौन आ रहा है? हमारे पास कोई भी नहीं. हम अभी तक रोहेल नज़ीर के बारे में श्योर नहीं है कि वो करेगा या नहीं करेगा. आई फील लाइक एक एवोल्यूशन आ रही है.
ये कीपर में हमारे डर्ट थे, और कोई बैकअप फास्ट बॉलर भी कोई नहीं है हमारे पास. इन 3 के अलावा कौन है? शिनवारी आएगा, कौन आएगा
भाई? आप
वहाब रियाज के हम तरले मिनते करेंगे.
हसनैन को देख लो, 21 साल का वो लड़का है, लेकिन आपने उसको अभी से जो है वो T20s में लिमिट कर दिया. उसका करियर जो है वो प्रोग्रेस इस तरह नहीं करेगा. ब्रॉड इनटू द अटैक दिस टाइम, स्ट्रेट डिलीवरी.
और ऑफ स्पिनर ही कोई नहीं है पूरे पाकिस्तान में.
पूरे पाकिस्तान
में नहीं है.
एग्जैक्टली.
समझ से बाहर
स्पिन डिपार्टमेंट आई फील कि फास्ट बॉलिंग से और ज्यादा कमजोर है.
बहुत ज्यादा कमजोर है.
इस जमाने में आपके पास जो है इतने बैकअप स्पिनर्स थे कि आप एक लेगी के बाद एक लेगी निकाल रहे थे या ऑफ स्पिनर निकाल रहे थे. अब तो मुझे लग रहा है सकलैन भाई को कॉपी करते हुए कोई नहीं आ रहा.
सईद अजमल के साथ जब वो झटका लगा ना, दैट पोस्ट दूसरा जो हमारी आ गया ना, बिल्कुल खला आ गई कि कोई है ही नहीं. सारे जी टेढ़े मेढ़े बाजू वाले बॉलर हैं. सारे दूसरा मर्चेंट्स है. नो क्लीन ऑफ स्पिनर.
Chucking merchants. Brought again. Oh, this time
what a shot by Rizwan. Oh, that's
going to be cut off. They have a wide sort of mid off.
Deep long off on mid off.
Yeah, he's somewhere between mid off and long off.
वरना ये पक्का 100 था. So Pakistan 197 for 8 of 79.2. Decent counter attack from the tail, mainly done by Rizwan.
Yeah, he's willing this innings on to 200 right now. Pakistan 197 for 8.
काफी सारे लोग कहना ख्वाजा you're right, ये सुपर हीरो चड्डी वगैरह. Agree with Izzy के hate चड्डी बनियान सुपर हीरो.
Boomer energy up in the chat.
यार come on यार. I like these, you know, अगर fantasy side पे चले जाए ना Game of Thrones, I like that concept.
No, I do too. I'm just saying, like, I feel like there's a bit more there than
क्योंकि in
just.
space जब आप space involve करते हो, I feel we just keep humanizing them. हमारा माइंड उस तरफ उससे ज़्यादा खुलता ही नहीं है. हम जी एलियन को भी 2 बाजू देते हैं, एक हार्ट बीट देते हैं, मतलब हमारा माइंड नहीं खुल पाता. तो इससे बेहतर आप जमीन पे कर लो, ड्रैगन कर लो.
वो कोई 11.5 फुट का पर्पल इतना बड़े सर वाला मॉन्स्टर
मतलब
था. तुम
बात
क्या
वही-
चाहते?
यार देखो जैसे अराइवल मूवी याद है आपको?
हाँ.
जिसमें वो कौन थी? एमी एडम्स.
I hated that movie by the way.
यार इतनी अच्छी फिल्म थी. क्या बात कर रहे हो
उसमें
यार?
कुछ हुआ ही नहीं था. जाके नोट्स.
उन्होंने कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट तो दिखाया ना कि एलियन कुछ और भी हो सकता है.
It was different. I agree. It was different.
वरना हम जी ग्रीन एलियन है, ग्रीन सर है,
और टूटियां निकली हुई हैं सर से उसके, तो वही
एंटीना निकले हुए
एंटीना
हैं.
निकले
हमारी
हुए हैं.
हमारा माइंड हमें
Come
अलाउ
in
नहीं करता
peace.
कि हम एक विजुअलाइज कर पाए. दैट्स व्हाई आई लाइक कि उन्होंने भाई इट्स नॉट अ रियल थिंग, वो मैटर शेप शिफ्ट कर रहा है. दैट वाज इंटरेस्टिंग.
Okay. Brought again to Rizwan. Goes for the bouncer way down the leg side, and this will be buys,
Abhi
but there
yaar.
is a fine leg in place, and they'll only get 1 here.
इंग्लैंड भी थोड़ी वाइल्ड बॉलिंग करा रहे हैं, थोड़े से इल डिसिप्लिन्ड हो गए ऑल ऑफ
See,
अ
I
सडन.
think what their issue is, they've been bowling so well for 80 overs, but they don't have enough to show for it. मतलब ठीक है,
हाँ.
पाकिस्तान 197 for 8 है, but आपको लग रहा था कि जिस तरह बॉल स्विंग हो रही है या सीम हो रही है, तो शायद 50 पे जो है पाकिस्तान पूरी टीम आउट हो जाएगी.
डिजिंग कह रहे हैं जादू वाज द ओनली गुड एलियन मूवी. कोई मिल गया.
क्रिश कोई मिल गया. मतलब अच्छा, वैसे it's funny
इकबाल
because
कहने क्या मतलब इजी भाई स्टार वॉर्स देखो स्टार्ट वही एलन है जो
नहीं तो
टेडी बेयर बनाए हुए हैं.
नहीं तो
वो
तुम्हें बंदे भी नहीं चाहिए, तुम्हें जो टेढ़े मेढ़े भी नहीं चाहिए, तुम्हें
यार,
जो है ये शेप शिफ्टर
उनमें सारे टेढ़े
वॉइस नोट सुनने वाले चाहिए. मतलब क्या चाहते क्या हो तुम?
यार उसके भी एलियंस उन्होंने किसी बांदर की शक्ल दी हुई है, जैसे
तो ठीक
कुत्ते
है.
की शक्ल दी हुई है.
हाँ.
मतलब इट्स स्टिल ह्यूमन.
चूबाका जो है सिर्फ गरारों में बातें करता है.
च्यूबाका क्या है? वो रिटार्डेड हैमस्टर ही था और
नहीं,
क्या
वो
था?
मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ, वो गरारों में बात करता है. उसको हाँ. जैसे पानी के गरारे नहीं करते लोग, तो चुबाका जो है बेसिकली ह्यूमन.
च्यूबाका वाज बेसिकली फ्रॉम साइवाल बेसिकली.
हाँ, वो तो अजीब सा सीन था. Brought outside the off stump, well left by
और ये जो
Abbas.
लास्ट स्टार वॉर्स मैंने घर पे देखी थी, मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही यार, क्या कुछ फाइनल करो ये काइलो रेन का और ये बच्ची का, कुछ तो फाइनल करो.
कर दिया ना
कर
फाइनल का
दिया
रिश्ता.
उन्होंने,
रिश्ता पक्का कर
फुल
दिया
एंड
है.
फाइनल कर दिया उन्होंने.
वो रिश्ता लेने आया
वो
था,
जी
उन्होंने
माँ
accept कर
अपनी
लिया.
एनर्जी ट्रांसमिट करी, वो भी एंटीना बना हुआ है, वो भी ब्लूटूथ रिसीवर बना हुआ है, वो अपनी एनर्जी उसको दे रहा है.
हाँ.
उसकी जान बचा रहा है.
तुम
यार
तुम
क्या
क्या
है?
चाहते हो? मुझे बताओ, तुम चाहते क्या हो?
यार मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये सुपर हीरो चड्डी बनियान बुलशिट शुड बी
इसमें तो
बैन्ड.
चड्डी बनियान थी ही नहीं किसी की.
यार सारे स्कर्ट में, बंदे स्कर्ट में घूम रहे हैं यार.
It's okay, it's loose, you can move around freely. Men in skirts, yes or
शलवार
no?
कमीज पहनाओ.
हाँ, तो वो भी सेम कॉन्सेप्ट.
इस्लामी माहौल होना
सही है.
चाहिए स्पेस में भी.
Down the leg side this time, and Abbas has negotiated the last 2 deliveries of that over. 80 overs up, 198 for 8, and that means the new ball is now due. So Jimmy Anderson and Broad will take up that new
यार
cherry
ये डिजिंग
and
को ज्यादा
test.
फॉर्म में है. बी इकबाल कह रहे हैं जाबा द हट हेलो. डिजिंग ने रिप्लाई दिया दैट्स जस्ट अ नॉर्मल लाहौरी.
यार
जाबा द बट होना चाहिए, द हट नहीं.
लाहौर में तो यही होगा.
जाबा बट. I think there is a good skit in here somewhere.
I think that's
Pakistani Star Wars.
Skit छोड़ो, I think Dijing's gonna make
इस
a
पे
little work out of that.
Seriously यार, डिजिंग की creativity के levels
Ideas
हैं.
are coming in.
Noah गेंद 198 for 8. 80 overs are finally up. The NG is finally in, being given to किसको दे रहे हैं? ब्रॉडरसन को ही देंगे I guess.
I think Anderson ने इतने overs
जिमी को
करा
अपने
लिए
5
हैं.
विकेट्स की भी लालच होगी, no doubt.
नहीं वोक्सी को दे रहे हैं.
Interesting.
Chris Wokes has grown a magnificent beard, by the way.
हाँ,
when you-
full ठीक
Just
ठाक.
yeah, when you thought like his career hadn't peaked, he has gone and grown an absolute marvel on his face. And the
सही
new
बात
ball has
है.
been taken. Joe Root is going to hand it over to Chris Wokes.
All might कहने अब 230 possible है.
I actually agree because मुझे लगता है कि न्यू बॉल के साथ थोड़े से रन ज़्यादा बन जाते हैं edges वगैरह पे. Plus, what's actually happening is England are bowling too well. You sometimes just need that bobber delivery that doesn't do as much.
सही बात
When the
है.
ball moves too much,
Sometimes
it's just too good for you.
overdoing it.
It's just too good for you. You're not going to hit bad on ball, and that's not what the intention
Srijan
is.
कह रहे हैं Hasnain will be developed in PSL and domestic first class. Bumrah went same way except he played bit of first class matches. This is
Hassan hasn't. That's
bit
the
of first class
difference.
matches before debuting for India in 2016.
Yep.
He continued playing white ball with very few first class matches in between. That's a fair point.
No, I agree. But the thing is, it's also a very long development period for Bumrah. If you look at when he first came onto the scene with the Mumbai Indians, आपको Champions Trophy याद होगी जिसके अंदर वो खेल रहा था. That was at least 5 years ago, right? More than that. So he's been around and he's only started playing 10 tests so far. He hasn't played too much.
Oh, that's going to be another 4. Lovely stuff here from England, and the 200 200 is up for Pakistan. 200.
Alhamdulillah, 202 runs Pakistan ke finally complete हुए हैं after 80.2 overs. Again, looking for that magic ball, and this has gone
It
off
just
the
seemed
wicket.
away.
Yeah, I think he was looking for that outswinger on middle leg stump, but this ball just kept going down the leg side.
वोक्स को भी बेचारे को ब्लेम नहीं कर सकते.
No.
उसने तो सीधी बॉल डाली, लेकिन सीम ही इतनी हुई है डाउन लेग.
थोड़ी एक मतलब टू नेचर्ड पिच है. I feel के इसके अंदर
एक्स्ट्रा बाउंस भी है,
एक्स्ट्रा बाउंस भी है,
बॉलिंग पिच
सीम
है.
भी जो है वो आगे पीछे हो रही है. शायद अब्बास जो है वो ले जाए इनको.
डेफिनेटली यार.
Oh, this is a swinging delivery, wild slash by Rizwan. He's nearing that 50 mark, and I think he needs to just bat smartly here. At least bring that total up for himself. I know it's selfish to think that way, but it's an important milestone just to achieve when you have only one other guy in the lineup who's made that mark. It will also quell some of the comments and the storm and the frenzy
अच्छा,
in the
हसन
media.
भट्ट ने एक इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट कहते हैं, एजी टेंशन ना लें, देसीज आर टेकिंग ओवर एमसीयू चड्डी बनियान यूनिवर्स. कुमाइल इज इन द अपकमिंग इटर्नल्स मूवी एज अ
Yes.
पाकिस्तानी. वो शाउट आउट, उसको तो साथ ही तुमने देशद्रोही बना दिया यार. बट पर्सनली ही इज वेरी इरिटेटिंग.
I can't stand him.
रिज एमसी ठीक है
Riz is a different kind of guy anyway. But the thing is, no.
यार, कुमाइल इज प्योर पाकिस्तानी और वो इतना बड़ा फेकर
This
है.
is the thing. Kumail is a guy who's immigrated
हाँ.
after living in Pakistan. Riz is a British.
वो तो British Pakistani है.
It's a different sort of culture and background, but he still associates himself with. He's like Amir Khan in that sense. Like he's got.
Kumail is basically a full form version of the video, the fidelity of the Oxford and.
Oh man! But shout out to Kamal for the work
Success,
on the
यार बॉडी उसने कितनी बना
exactly, and he's come out with a few hit movies as well. So
यार वो जो उसकी मूवी थी, वो जो
The Big Sick, I think.
हाँ.
Oh wow, that was a wild
यार वो
attempt by
इतनी
Rizwan.
एवरेज मूवी थी. 90s में ऐसी 5 करोड़ फिल्में बन
Exactly,
चुकी हैं.
but-
लेकिन क्योंकि इस जमाने में बनी, oh my god, critics, unbelievable, how is this possible?
Exactly. Plus
I'm
आपको
like,
diversity factor भी जो मिल जाता है ना, तो
Exactly.
automatically हम उसको थोड़ा सा
Brown
ऊपर कर
merchant.
देते हैं. Yes.
यार मैं हैरान हूँ, हसन मिनहाज को अभी तक क्यों फिल्में नहीं मिली.
Hasan Minhaj is a different kind of.
यार उसका सेंस ऑफ ह्यूमर तो अच्छा है ना यार. कुमाइल तो क्रिंज
हाँ,
है.
but I don't feel कि मतलब वो acting के अंदर जाता
आई
है
थिंक
ना.
नेटफ्लिक्स ने पैसा ही इतना फेंका हुआ है उस पे कि वो जा नहीं रहा.
Yeah, I mean maybe he'll do another special and
यार, उसका
besides
special
his.
कितना अच्छा था.
Right,
यार.
it was
Loved-
very good, and also it
loved his
wasn't just
special.
a normal comedy show. It was
हाँ.
more than that. It was more cultural awareness kind of program. Again, this is a wide
कितनी
delivery. That
swing
should
हो
be
रही है
given a
वो.
wide. Yes, it is by the umpire. Chris Wokes is really testing that line, and the umpire has said not on this
कह
day.
रहे हैं कुमाइल KGS का जो है, so that explains a lot of things. जो कराची से familiar है, कराची ग्रामर
जी,
स्कूल, तो
बिल्कुल.
अब LGS का मैं जानता हूँ, इतने नमूने निकलते हैं, तो KGS फिर क्या ही होगा.
ये सारे एक जैसे ही हैं.
What do you think of कुणाल नैयर? वो कौन है
यार वो बिग बैंग थियरी वाला.
यार?
बट वो मतलब उसने कभी आके प्रिटेंड नहीं किया ना कि भाई
हाँ.
मैं अमेरिकन हूँ. ये प्रियंका
हाँ.
चोपड़ा और कुमार नंजियानी वाली जो एक आई डोंट नो कौन सा उनका कॉम्प्लेक्स है, वो उसके अंदर नहीं था. नच डाउन द लेग साइड, दैट्स अ गुड सिंगल. ही इज गोना रिटेन
Good running,
स्ट्राइक
यार.
after the
जबरदस्त.
81st. 204 for 8. There's still a cricket game going on here. Abbas is just holding up one end. He's 0 off 12. Rizwan is just a boundary away now from getting to his 50.
Really playing well, यार.
He's playing really well. All those questions that were being asked about his batting style. I think वो जो तुमने बात की थी कि शुरू में उसको काफ़ी एक nervousness और jittery feeling होती है. As he gets into his innings, he starts to
प्रॉब्लम
look
ये था कि
better.
अगर आप ऐसे प्रोएक्टिव बाबर के साथ रहते तो फिर बेहतर रहता है. उधर
Yeah.
बाबर पे एक लोड पड़ गया था कि भाई मैंने ही सिर्फ करना है.
I think ये थोड़ा सा उस वक्त जो है ना अपने आप को भी अंडर एस्टिमेट कर लेते
हाँ.
हैं और कंडीशंस को जो है ये ज़्यादा
ज़्यादा
क्रेडिट दे रहे होते हैं.
सही
They
बात
can
है.
still play that natural game. मुझे पिछले मैच के बाद ये शक था कि अगले मैच में पिछले मैच में जिस तरह बाबर आउट हुआ था, सॉरी,
हाँ.
उसके बाद मुझे ये शक था कि शायद अगली पूरी इनिंग्स में बाबर ड्राइव नहीं खेलेगा. और उसने शायद पूरी
रोका है
innings
अपने
में
आप को.
2 ड्राइव्स खेली थी. एक शुरू में आके उसको 3 रन मिले थे और
हाँ,
उसके
हाँ,
बाद
हाँ.
एक खेली थी. नो बैक फुट पंचेस, नथिंग ऑफ दैट सॉर्ट. Oh, that's
Wait.
looped up off the edge of the bat towards
उन्होंने
gully.
स्पिन अपने स्लिप कॉर्डन कम कर दिया तो इंग्लैंड भी थोड़ा से डर ही चुके हैं देखो 1-2 स्लिप ही थी
Yeah, it
when
was
it
just
was
two
going to loop
slips.
straight to third slip
Third slip or gully that came off the top half of the bat, and Rizwan goes off strike, which means
ठीक है
Mohammad
यार
Abbas
VVS
will
अब्बास
be
भी बैठ गए look at that bounce यार ridiculous
completely squared him up.
मतलब शाहीन शाह के लिए this is a tailor made pitch for Shaheen and Naseem
Shaheen should be bowling the right channels here, and if the overcast conditions
and to
persist,
be quite honest our pacers out bowled their fast bowling यार
last match for sure.
Shaheen Naseem Abbas ने बहुत accurate bowling
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think the kind of swing that we're getting here, if Shaheen keeps bringing the ball back into the right-handers, there's going to be some trouble.
सिंह यार लिली सिंह तो unbearable है यार वो तो
But again, also Lily Singh is trying to take that culture, which is secondary
Not
to her
hers,
in a way, you know.
नहीं लिली भी प्योर कैनेडियन ही है ना आई गेस
But that's what I'm saying. So in a way, like, you know, when you're raised in that environment, you're trying to, okay, you have an association with that culture. I'm not taking that away from you, but it's almost secondary in a
उसका
way.
गिमिक बन गया है उसका देसी
Exactly. Well,
शी इज एक्चुअली डूइंग वाइट ह्यूमर बट वो एज अ गिमिक क्या
Gimmick.
गिमिक
ज़्यादा जब गिमिकी हो जाता है, गिमक हो जाता है.
गिमिक हो गया है सो एंड शी और यार उसको एनबीसी पे शो भी मिल गया और ये वो
Yeah,
और पता
she's a
नहीं
late
क्या
night host.
है देखो यार
It's not a
हालांकि उसकी
normal.
वो एक पहली यूट्यूब वीडियो जो वो जो कैरेक्टर्स बदल गए रियली फनी नॉट बैड
Oh, that's hit him while he was ducking. Mohammad
Abbas
Abbas.
is ducking him basically a full delivery
And it's come off the backside. They did appeal rather unconvincingly, of course, because I was bouncing way over the stumps. And he's just saying, I'm okay. I'm all right.
VK पूछो what do you think guys think of the OG Russell Peters यार उसका वक्त था he was funny
But he just kept overdoing the same
वही
thing.
रेसिज्म कितनी देर
Yeah.
यार कोई
And
नई बात
also
भी
the
करनी।
jokes ran out. Like, if I watched his last few specials and I couldn't make him through the whole thing. And it's not just him, by the way. Even if you look at comedians like Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart was great in the very early stages when
यार
he was doing his specials.
समझ से बाहर है उसका
And-
क्या क्रेज है केविन हार्ट के
And
लिए।
then his work just became the same monotonous
हाँ,
jokes,
हाँ,
same concept, and it just dies out. Again, a swing and delivery down the leg side. England have not bowled well with the new ball so far. They're either
अब
keeping it
सोचो
too
एडी
wide or
मर्फी
too short.
वापस आ रहा है यार
Yeah,
एडी मर्फी
The money.
आई फील इट्स गोना बी डिसअपॉइंटिंग
Man,
हाइप इतनी हो गई है
Delirious was one of the funniest specials.
यार अभी भी आप वो देखो तो बंदा
And if you
कहता
just
है।
go back and you watch that, it's incredible.
और बिल बर्ड का भी जो आखिरी था पेपर टाइगर वो भी फारिग था
Yeah,
यार,
that's
मजा नहीं आया
that's the other.
प्लस इट वाज अ ब्रिटिश ऑडियंस तो वो थोड़े रेफरेंसेस उन्होंने रिएक्ट नहीं किया जैसे उनको करना चाहिए था
Yep.
यार अजीज
Aziz was okay in the last special. I think Aziz addressed a lot of points that were against his personal life and things that he was accused of. He handled those quite well in terms of PR.
Look
well
at that
defended
defense
by
from
Abbas.
VVS Abbas. Right on the front foot, right behind the ball. That is class. 205 for 8.
He's no mug with the bat. He can
खड़ा रहता
stand
है,
there.
खड़ा
Exactly.
रहता
It's
है।
just that, you know, sometimes you need exactly this innings. He hasn't scored a run, but that's
यार
not what's
यही
required.
that's what I'm pleased about. शाहीन भी 20 बॉलें खेल के गया, अब्बास भी ये नहीं है 3 बॉलों में बोल्ड और फारिग
हाँ।
वो खड़े रहते हैं कोशिश करते हैं
Especially क्योंकि उनको नजर आ रहा है कि रिजवान दूसरी तरफ मेहनत
हाँ।
कर रहा है. He just has one delivery to face here now in the 82nd over. Broad is coming in to Mohammad Abbas, 205 for 8 Pakistan. Rizwan is 47 off 96.
हसन बट कह रहे हैं अजीज़'s Netflix show is pretty underrated. Master of None वो ही है ना?
Master of None second season was
देखा
very
है।
good.
अच्छा मैं देखता
Very
हूँ।
good. I think the first season was a good build up, but the second season was very good.
VK is making a good point. One critique of Russell Peters is that he never mocked white people, only minorities.
True, he went with
हाँ,
all the
ये
other
बात आपकी बिल्कुल
cultures.
सही है वैसे
Again, a wide delivery, swinging away from the right-hander. He's left it alone well. 82 overs up now, 205 for 8 Pakistan. And it's an extended session today, so tea will be a bit later on rather than the usual 6:45 p.m. Dubai time. So it's a good job so far by Rizwan to try and propel the score towards 220,
DJ
230.
Kenny Kumail in Silicon was in Valley was probably the best he ever was. उसकी वो chemistry उस क्या नाम था वो Canadian का क्या नाम था शो में यार
I only watched one season, so that's one
हैं?
show. Yeah, it's
यार,
one of those
Silicon
shows
Valley
I just
बहुत अच्छा था
couldn't.
यार।
I couldn't do it.
क्यों
I don't know. Just didn't.
यार
Yeah.
Jane Yang
This and Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Again,
यार
unpopular
Brooklyn तो
opinion.
बहुत खच है
I
यार
could not
बहुत
do
खच
it.
है
It just wasn't my cup.
People are only
cup of
watching it
tea.
because there is literally no other 20-minute show out
True,
there basically.
true.
वरना बहुत खच है
Yeah,
Brooklyn Nine-Nine
Because I don't know, it just felt like the same tropes over and
हाँ
over again.
वही ट्रोप्स बार बार वही सही कह रहे हो आप कोई
delivery.
इंटेलिजेंस नहीं था, कोई कुछ नहीं था ऐसे.
Yeah.
सिलिकॉन फिर भी थोड़ा स्मार्ट था, लेकिन वो भी थक गया था आखिर में.
मतलब मैं ये नहीं चाह रहा कि भाई मैं ऐसा शो देखूं और I'm like, oh, it's so dry that I'm trying to be unique. But yeah, I need a certain type of humor sometimes to get away with it, or like just pure stupidity at times. That's okay too.
गिलफॉयल, हाँ गिलफॉयल उसका नाम था यार, बड़ा हरामी था वो भी. उनकी उसकी जो रिफ थी कुमाइल के साथ, it was really good. It's worth watching. You should watch it यार.
Maybe I'll go back into it.
आपने वीप देखा हुआ है?
Veep भी मैंने बहुत कम देखा था, only because of
यार.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus. I
आप
started
तो
it,
हैं भी
but
साइनफेल्डियन.
yeah, Seinfeldian. Also, what's his face, man? The guy from Arrested Development. I can't remember. I don't know his actual name.
Her assistant man,
Yes.
मैं भी खुद नाम भूल गया उसका. He was so funny. वीप आप देखो यार, वीप बहुत
Yeah,
अच्छा.
I have to go back into
Veep
that.
is
Maybe
very
I'll
good.
look into Silicon Valley too. Arrested Development was one of my favorite shows, honestly, until season.
आपको उस किस्म का
3.
ह्यूमर पसंद, कर्व वाला ह्यूमर पसंद
Exactly,
है.
it's got something weird about it, but it's enjoyable for me. Dabbed away towards point, but they will
वैसे
not
स्पीकिंग
run.
ऑफ टीवी शोज, आपने चुड़ैल्स देखे?
मैंने अभी तक नहीं देखा. आपने देखा? नहीं देखा.
मैं इन चुड़ैलों को देख रहा हूँ जो इस वक्त खेल रहे हैं. बट इफ somebody has seen, कुछ लोगों ने आई थिंक
I've
पाकिस्तानी
seen mixed
Twitter में,
reviews.
अगर आपने चुड़ैल्स देखा या कुछ आपकी ओपिनियन है तो डू लेट अस नो. आई थिंक वी शुड इवन डू अ रिव्यू ऑफ इट यार,
I
टू बी
think
क्वाइट ऑनेस्ट.
if all of us watch it, because the trailer looked quite interesting. It's
यार वैसे हाँ, ये अच्छा आइडिया है.
yeah.
मुसाद, वी शुड डू अ चुड़ैल्स रिव्यू, यू नो.
Lock it in tomorrow.
और एटलीस्ट वी शुड गेट सम ऑफ आवर यू नो, जो हमारे दोस्त हैं उनकी स्पाउसात को पूछ रहे हैं, अगर आपने देखा तो हमें आप
ख्वाजा,
ओपिनियन.
क्यों आप डाइवर्सिटी हायर्स पे जाए जा रहे हैं
यार-
बार-बार? मुझे समझ में
यार
नहीं आ
आप
रहा.
चुड़ैल्स देखोगे, मैं तो नहीं देखूंगा.
क्यों नहीं देखेंगे?
अच्छा देखेंगे, चलो ठीक
क्यों
है.
नहीं देखेंगे?
Has anyone seen episodes? I have seen that. I think वो जो
Episodes?
extras था, या
Episodes था यार. उसका I love that show as well, man.
Extras?
Matt LeBlanc, yes. He's playing.
अच्छा, हाँ,
He's
हाँ, हाँ,
himself in the show.
अच्छा.
Oh, it was hilarious.
जोई एक्चुअली वो उसके बेचारे की इमेज ऐसी थी कि he's a dope, but he's a very intelligent person in fact.
And that's the thing. In the show, like they've shown Matt LeBlanc as a dopey, womanizing kind of guy, but it was also very, very funny. I don't
उसका अपना
remember what
जोई भी
happened.
कितना देर चला था यार.
जोई भी
ठीक-ठाक.
जो स्पिन ऑफ मिला था उसको, तो वो भी काफी अरसे चला था. Yeah, it was on NBC. It was not a great show, but they were banking off his hype at
Majid
the
Hussain
time.
कह रहे हैं, guys, you need to keep this conversation of the cricket. It has coincided with our most
Down the leg
productive
side,
take
and
of things.
this will not run away to the boundary. Oh,
हो
it
गया है,
has.
हो गया. Good effort there from Sam Curran.
I think Kern's going to claim it, but that was coming off the pads down the leg side. They're going to go upstairs and check. It's a leg bye given by the umpire.
अच्छा, ये माइकल गॉफ का कोई स्टैट चल रहा है कि ही इज द लीस्ट wrong on review on DRS, something like that.
This is something that I saw as well. Let's have a look at that. Did Kern pull this back? Yes, he
यार
has.
जबरदस्त
Great
fielding
effort
यार.
by the young man. He's a really good fielder.
हर चीज़ ही वेरी गुड करता है बगैरत.
And he was picked up by
ज़रा चेक करें मिस्टर मुसाद ने हमें क्या भेजा है.
private conversations. में.
Whoa. The Brink with Jack Black is perhaps the funniest thing. यार उन्होंने तो कैंसिल भी कर दिया, I remember. The Brink.
Really?
हाँ, कुछ वही satire type था, geopolitical
Jack Black
type.
का जो है वो YouTube channel भी कभी नहीं चला था. He had this gaming channel that he made up, and it was really hyped up on Reddit. And every week he'd say, "I'm going to drop a gaming video," but he never did.
यार Jack, I think
But he
उसका
gained
time
a million followers.
time
in like
गुजर
a
गया
month.
उसका.
Flicked
Lovely
off the pads
shot.
this time down to fine leg. They'll pick up a single. That's the last delivery of the over. So 208 for 8 Pakistan. End of the 83rd. Rizwan's batting really well here. It's 48 off 102. Abbas is giving him good support. 0 off 17.
वैसे
but he's
टचवुड
holding
he's
up his
playing well.
end.
अब आप क्या उम्मीद करो कि हमें कितने तक घसीट लेना चाहिए स्कोर?
If you can at least drag this towards 230, you have a mental
240 कर लो यार.
mark that you can.
हाँ.
But 250 कर लें, 260 कर लें. मुझे उससे मसला नहीं, बट मैं कह रहा हूँ कि एटलीस्ट यहाँ से आप 15-20 रन
नहीं
और
फिर
करें.
आप ग्रीडी हो गए हो यार.
350 कर लो. मुसाद के 350 कर लो. रिजवान ने जो इधर डबल सेंचुरी मारनी है इसके बाद, और अब्बास भी जो एटलीस्ट 75 मारेगा. बट आई फील 225 से 230 आप करेंगे. एक आई डोंट नो, एक वो मेंटल हर्डल नहीं होता आपका कि अगर आप इतने स्कोर करेंगे तो आपको ही पता होता है कि चाहे ड्रेसिंग रूम में जाके हमने एटलीस्ट पार स्कोर तो किया है एक इनिंग्स के लिए.
अच्छा, रेलू कट्टा कह रहे हैं YouTube mafias will be crying today after seeing Rizwan bat. Definitely
Yeah.
Jio super mafia तो definitely
नहीं,
रो रहा
इसमें भी
होगा.
कोई वो निकाल लेंगे नुक्स के
हाँ.
जी उसने ये नहीं किया था,
स्ट्राइक नहीं
उसने
ली,
वो
रन
नहीं
आउट क्यों किया
था.
शाहीन को.
हाँ.
शाहीन यंग बच्चा है, उसका कॉन्फिडेंस गिर गया
जी,
ये.
और आपने जो वो बाबर के साथ क्यों नहीं खेले आप उस
हाँ.
वक्त क्यों खड़े हुए थे?
यार
मतलब
वैसे वो बात तो सही है, क्यों नहीं खेला वो बाबर के साथ.
तुम भी जो है वो एकदम से शोएब अख्तर और दानिश कनेरिया के जो है वो
यार बस क्या करें.
Oh, yeah. So I saw Change of Pace posted a
हाँ,
Independence
ये
Day image today
Mr.
with a renowned match fixer as the first image. I want to cancel.
I think we should revoke Mossad's privileges.
I want to cancel ourselves for that image.
Mossad के हम tweeting privileges अब revoke कर देते हैं, बहुत हो गया.
Just like pushing the
मैं इसको
boundaries.
बार-बार कहता हूँ कुछ भी तुमने
तुम
करना
उसमें
है.
सलमान भट्ट और मोहम्मद आसिफ को भी डाल देते. ठीक है. Fourth highest.
मैंने इसको कितनी दफा कहा है चैट में कि भाई peer review कर लो. शायद तुमने कुछ मिस कर दिया है.
Clearly in the first image.
Well played once
Off
again.
the back foot, they're going to look for two. Rizwan is
that be his 50?
pushing, and they're going to come back.
Yeah,
Abbas is slow, but not that slow. There is an appeal. They're going to send it upstairs. He put in a diving effort. Broad seems confident, but this is going to be touch and go.
मुझे लग रहा है कि रन आउट हो गया है. But from the body language, is that out, England?
Just want to go in and bet a little bit.
Oh shit.
Oh, this is right above the stumps, and I think Abbas has made it. Oh,
50
great
for
effort
the
by
Rizzler.
Abbas.
Well played, Mohammad Rizwan. An excellent innings under pressure and testing conditions. Hashtag testing times. So well done, Mohammad Rizwan. His second 50 in Test cricket, both away from home.
Absolutely, one in England, one in Australia, and in under extremely testing conditions. The gallery is out to
बाकी
applaud
सब
him.
ready है bowling के लिए.
Exactly, and Abbas's helmet came off, his sweater came off, his pads came off as he did a full 4 rakat ki namaz in celebration.
यार जश्न आज़ादी है. Well done. यार only 8 Test match.
जश्न आज़ादी का तोहफा है.
यार it feels so less. Rizwan ऐसा लगता है he's been around for so long, but only his 8th Test match.
But that's the thing, because he's been in and out so much. और I think इससे पहले जो टेस्ट मैचेस में एक बार लाए थे, गंदा उसने शॉट खेला था, अगर आपको याद होगा, उसकी जगह निकल गई थी. But it was a good call there from Rizwan. He came back for the quick 2, and it also helps him keep the strike. Poor fielding by Broad there though.
I think
Slow to react.
Lone Wolf भी कह रहे हैं it's sad to see Pak legends talking garbage about current team. यार वो मसला है, अपना YouTube चैनल चलाना है, अपना दफ्तर चलाना है, अपने likes and views बढ़ाने हैं. That's very negative, to be quite honest.
Pulled away by Rizwan this time. He's actually quite good on the pull shot. This is towards square leg. The one good thing that he has is he rides the bounce and he actually keeps it down rather than hitting it up in the
अगर
air.
आप कभी कोई इंग्लिश पंडित देखो या कोई ऑस्ट्रेलियन देखो, वो कभी भी अपने जो करंट प्लेयर्स हैं, ऑफ कोर्स दे आर नोवेयर नियर देम, बट वो कभी भी उनको जलील नहीं करते.
100%.
अब सिक्कू भाई जैसे 2% का प्लेयर, इमरान खान ने खुद कहा नॉट मच ऑफ अ क्रिकेटर, वो जो आपने देखा था.
That's what I'm saying. अब आप ये देखिए ना,
सिक्कू भाई आके जी बाबर आजम को क्रिटिसाइज कर रहा है.
तनवीर, बासित अली,
दो टेस्ट मैच वाले प्लेयर यार.
इन सब की जो इस वक्त रोजी रोटी है, वो है ही इस चीज पे कि पाकिस्तान फेल करे.
हाँ,
हमारे प्लेयर्स जो हैं वो
हम कोई एजी बात
फ्लॉज,
करते हैं.
हाँ, उनके फ्लॉज जो हैं वो मेंटेन रहे, ताकि हम इन चीज़ों पे जो है मिर्च मसाला डाल के बेचते रहें. Oh, this is struck him on the pads. A cellar appeal by Broad, but not given by Kettlebro. I think it's bouncing a little too high.
कुछ भी आउट नहीं दे रहा हमारे खिलाफ आजकल.
I think he's reading the pitch really well, and I think he's made the right call here, because that ball was bouncing quite a bit. It struck him on the front pad, but they're going to send it upstairs. Decision is reviewed. 211 for 8 Pakistan after 83.4.
रेलू कट्टा का एक लंबा एक कमेंट है. 86 innings, Sarfraz had never played over 100 deliveries in a test match outside of Asia. Rizwan in his short career of 12 innings has achieved this feat 3 times.
There you go.
Twice against Australia at their home and once right now.
So he's scoring the runs that matter. That's the message that we're taking away from that.
That looks stone dead, to be quite honest.
I think it's a little too high. Ball tracking will tell us. Struck him on the front pad, and it's umpire's call on, and that is height. That is down the leg side as well. So a great decision by Richard Kettlebro here, as England get another review wasted. Mohammad Abbas survives. He's still on a duck after 18 deliveries.
Gold comment diya, Jio Super and Arsenal fan TV is the same.
Yeah, it's the same concept.
Arslan is an Arsenal fan.
100% agree with that.
Troops kaun hai phir usme? Yahya.
Yahya is...
Wait around, bruv. Miss Brown, bruv. Miss Brown.
But अब आर्सेनल फैन टीवी ने भी मतलब आर्सेनल ने भी
ये हो गए, सीधे हो गए हैं.
नहीं, बट आर्सेनल ने भी मतलब ये आके कह दिया ना कि भाई हमारी डायरेक्ट एसोसिएशन नहीं है इनसे.
अच्छा?
हाँ, they're just क्योंकि the kind of stuff that they started saying and the association that people had with it, they thought that, you know, their official
they get
representation.
more views than Arsenal official.
Exactly.
videos.
So you don't want people like that just coming in and spewing hate. And
मैं हैरान हूँ कि उन्होंने अभी तक
negativity
उनको
out.
बैन नहीं किया. उनको
कुछ होने वाले हैं उनमें से, कुछ उनकी ऐसी चीजें
या
आई
तो वो
हैं.
क्लब में उनको रख लेंगे या उनको फिर बेदखल कर देंगे.
Yes.
एनेक्स कर देंगे उनको.
Last delivery of the
211 for
84th
8.
coming up. Edge this time, and it's fallen short. This will run down to the boundary unless Sam Curran comes in.
तो ये
Chris
deep
Wokes.
fine इन्होंने रखा हुआ है. ये cheating है यार. But Ruti.
And Mohammad
his
Abbas
ring
survives
hand.
again, and more importantly than that, he's
Off
broken
the
his
mark.
duck. He's gotten 2 runs off his 19. Pakistan 213
What
for
a
8.
partnership.
51 for Mohammad Rizwan. He's had 4 boundaries in this innings, and I think all 4 of them have
Yeah.
come only in the last
This is a great
6 overs.
comment from
It did
Musab.
not carry.
Talking of troops from AFTV, did you guys know his dad is Pakistani?
What?
I had no clue. So Troops has a bit of Pakistani in him, hence the aggression. Miss Bao, bruv. यार वैसे now that I zoom out and think about it, उसका
It
face
makes
है
sense.
पाकिस्तानियों वाली शक्ल
It's
है
making
उसकी.
sense. Everything's
But
adding
he
up.
obviously tilted over to his Jamaican, I guess his mother's side a lot more. But
That's the culture that he resonates with. Not really sure where this is going, but Pakistan are inching towards that 230 mark. ख्वाजा अगर 230 हो जाता है, आपको क्या लगता है
नहीं
कि
अब
पाकिस्तान
तो मैं कहता हूँ 240-50 मारे जिस तरीके से
नहीं
खेल रहे हैं.
पाकिस्तान इंग्लैंड को जो है वो बगैर लीड दिए आउट कर सकता है?
यार इंशाल्लाह जरूर करेंगे यार.
नहीं इंशाल्लाह नहीं, yes या no?
What a shot slashed away by Riz to deep cover. They're gonna get another 2. Easy done. Lovely shot and good placing. Good everything there. यार मैं तो कहता हूँ 250 तक कर लें. There's a chance I'm win 165 all out.
I need a yes or no.
Yes 100% यार.
ये जो
Pitch अच्छा है.
तुम मुझे ये सऊदी अरब और यूएई वाले आंसर्स देते
Whoa,
हो ना,
whoa.
इंशाल्लाह
अस्सलाम
गॉड
वालेकुम.
विलिंग, गॉड विलिंग, वो तो ठीक है, गॉड विलिंग,
यार कोरोना यार.
आप अपना ओपिनियन बताएं मुझे.
कोरोना इज द न्यू इंशाल्लाह. भाई अब हम ना नहीं बोलते यार कोरोना. Well played. नहीं. No need to take a.
He's grown
single
in
just
confidence ever since the boundaries came in for Mohammad Rizwan. He's been middling the ball a lot more. He hasn't been playing those iffy kind of drives or those tentative shots. He's really getting behind the line of the ball and keeping things tight. As
Dijink has just quoted a tweet from Troops. Happy Independence Day to my fellow Pakistanis around the world. My dad might be a prick, but that's my roots. So I love you. Don't.
some daddy
Yeah,
issues there.
Troops. Whoa. तो हमारा analysis ठीक था. He obviously.
The angst is there. Again, well played by Rizwan towards covers. The light meter, if you didn't notice,
It's
has
all
come
happening
out.
on change of pace today.
Yeah, the light meters come out, so they're gonna have a look because things have become a bit gloomy.
For
And
England. The
for
winch is
England
on.
I mean, I wouldn't mind if the day was just called off because of bad light.
यार
पाकिस्तान
ऐसे
से-
तो ना करो
देखो
यार.
मुझे इस मैच में जो है ना पाकिस्तान का सबसे बेहतर रिजल्ट जो नजर आ रहा है वो ड्रॉ है.
नहीं यार क्यों नहीं अभी
एक दिन सूरज निकल आएगा यहाँ पे, उन्होंने 600 रन कर देने और फिर हम वापस
and
आगे
they
जाए.
have in fact been taken off for poor light.
Alhams.
215 for 8 and once again अब यार चलो रेन तो ठीक है. अब बैड लाइट का क्या हाल है यार.
लाइटें ऑन कर दे. मतलब
लाइटें तो
bad
ऑब्वियसली ऑन ही होंगी.
नहीं मुझे बताओ वैसे
हाँ.
मतलब all jokes aside, how stupid is bad light as
It's
a
the
concept?
dumbest
When
thing
you
ever,
play
यार.
one day cricket under lights, like where's the logic behind all of
It's
this?
the dumbest thing ever to be quite honest.
Why can't you find a solution for the ball? मतलब 70 साल से 80 साल से जो है आप वो खेल रहे हैं तो आप एक बॉल का कलर नहीं निकाल सकते.
वही
dye
वही
नहीं
है ना
निकाल सकते.
ये जो इंटरनेशनल बैंकर्स और एक कंस्पिरेसी चल रही है वो चाहते ही नहीं है. वो चाहते हैं कि जी हम स्टेटस को मेंटेन करें. हम
नहीं स्टैटस को ठीक है बट
ये जो
रिजवान
रॉथस्चाइल्ड्स हैं और ये सारे
क्रिकेट के अंदर उन्होंने जो
इल्यूमिनाटी नहीं चाहते कि क्रिकेट बेहतर हो.
बॉल बेहतर हो.
यूनिस खान तो ऐसे तालियां बजाने जैसे पौने 600 बना के आए भाई. हम 215 पे खेल रहे हैं
इस विकेट पे पौने 600 ही हैं वो. बट एक बात में मतलब एक चीज का क्रेडिट देना पड़ेगा पाकिस्तान को. Besides that last or the second innings that we played in the previous match,
जी.
in the first innings we survived past 100 plus overs
हाँ.
despite the conditions, despite the bowling,
हाँ.
and even here we've gone past the 80 mark at least. मतलब ये नहीं हो रहा कि
हाँ.
हम पहली बॉल के साथ मतलब लेट जाएं और इंग्लैंड को जो कहेंगे आप स्टीम रोल कर दें. It's been hard work for England regardless. They've been toiling away. They bowled well but a little too well at times.
In context of the game, it's obviously it's good that the more time is wasted out of the game. That's
Yeah,
good
at
for
least
us.
you start to take away one of the results. You know, if
Ah.
Pakistan end up winning this somehow based on batting or whatever, this becomes a question of great bowling for Pakistan. Other than that, it's something that we need to look at. 215 for 84.3 overs as the play has been called off for bad light. Rizwan still out there, 53 off 109. Mohammad Abbas is joining him, 2 off 19. England, as you know, still have not picked up the full 10 wickets. It's been hard work for them, but it's been harder work for the Pakistani batsmen. Only 4 batsmen in double digits. we're just gonna have a little bit of a break until play
As
resumes
soon as
again.
play resumes, we'll be
We'll
right
be
back.
back.
तब till then आप थोड़ी सी मौसीकी सुने, थोड़े से हमारे पेट्रियाटिक गाने सुने और अपने कमेंट्स छोड़ें. काफ़ी लंबी चौड़ी डिस्कशनात हुई हैं आज. So
Let us
let's
know if it's the Illuminati that's keeping cricket back, and we'll be back in a little bit.
see you later.
Welcome back after the bad light session in the tea break. Pakistan 215 for 8 because of Rizwan is fighting. He's fighting against all odds. He's Chelsea 2012. That's what's happening right now. 84.3 overs gone. Back against the wall. He's pulled out an incredible 50, and he's faced quite a few deliveries to get there. He's doing a good job shielding Abbas as well.
I honestly think it's the greatest innings ever played by Pakistani batsmen, living or dead.
Whoa.
As Stuart Broad comes back into Mohammad Rizwan.
Wokes, I think.
Oh, sorry, Wokes. The over hadn't completed.
215 for 8 in the middle of the break. Atherton was referencing if Pakistan can just crawl their way out to 230, it might be a score that they can actually fight against.
I think he was quite upset during the break over the field positioning and the captaining of Joe Root. He was questioning why he was being so defensive, similar to what we saw with Azhar Ali in the last test match against England when Wokes and Butler took it away from us.
Oh, beautiful delivery from Chris Wokes, beating the outside edge of Rizwan, 53 off 111. Remember, if he plays enough time here, he could be scoring one of the great hundreds in Pakistan cricket history.
If he can convert this into 100, I think it's one of the great, easily the greatest innings by a wicketkeeper for Pakistan.
Oh, that's not a high bar. But yeah.
You have like one century from Kamran Akmal against India in Karachi, and that's it. And whatever else Sarfraz has done.
Again, not a high bar.
He's got a good 100 against Australia in
for
the
8.
UAE, so I'm not going to take that away from him. Last delivery.
Left alone well by Mohammad Rizwan.
I don't know how good a call that is, though. Yeah, I think he could have maybe just dabbed it away towards
I think he was just
point.
thinking that.
Yeah.
Mr. Arsenal with a statistical tweet saying the last 10 tests Pakistan have played in England, Rizwan is the only wicketkeeper batsman to score a 50.
Take that, Musad.
Wow. It's right back.
Musad and Sikhu Bhai are the same person.
No, wow. Yeah,
I will literally pull out that entire podcast.
Unbelievable.
In those 10 minutes.
मैंने क्या कहा था? मैंने सिर्फ कहा था कि
तुम खुद जाके तुमने कहा था कि रिजवान एक तो उससे बेहतर कीपर नहीं है.
Okay.
और तुमने कहा था कि उससे बेहतर बैट्समैन नहीं है.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. No. I didn't say Rizwan's not a better.
क्लिप्स निकाल के बना के रखी हैं. बनाए. मैंने इसी मोमेंट के लिए बना के रखी हुई हैं.
Okay, first of all, let me be very clear
तुमने
about
कहा था
this.
कि he's not good against spin,
No.
which he proved you wrong with
As a keeper,
all the takes.
as a keeper.
Yeah.
Let me
which
be.
do you still believe?
No, I don't. Let me be very honest here.
So apologize.
No, wait. I'm not gonna apologize for this. Let me be very clear in this episode, this podcast that you can catch on youtube.com/changeofpace live. What I
Now
said
available
very
weekly.
clearly is that if it was my team, I would play Sarfraz. I do not oppose Rizwan's selection, and I think he's a great
That's
batsman.
why you're sitting here on the couch calling this game as Stuart Broad comes in to Mohammad Abbas.
Oh, big
that
appeal.
Should
That should be given. Yeah, it is.
But that's outside the line.
Is it?
Yeah.
I think the impact was in line. Abbas may have been outside, but I think the part of the ball that hit him.
I think he's
in line.
confident that he's going to send it upstairs, but I don't think
Abbas
he
is
has
a
much of
fast
an
bowler.
option.
They're never short of confidence.
Also, like not much of an option here, but
Yeah.
Stuart Broad has struck Abbas in front of the off stump, and the umpire has given it. So this will have to be missing in order for it to be overturned or struck outside the line.
Maho's back on the stream. She's saying, I'm here.
Welcome
I have
back.
so much work these days. Nahi hua jata online, and I miss you guys so much. We miss you too, Maho.
I think that's as dead as he can be.
Outside the line, Ahmed?
He just moved away. He just moved away in the last second.
He
so.
fell forward a bit.
Yeah, but I think that's going on to hit at least leg stump, unless it's bouncing over somehow.
Hitting all three stumps.
Stuart Broad had gone into that appeal celebration as always.
That's not going. That's hitting below the knee roll.
Yep.
Yeah, there it is. 3 reds.
Middle of middle. As dead as you can be. That's
still not the worst review of the series.
Absolutely not. I think we've had far worse reviews. We've had reviews where guys have middled the ball.
Was it the West Indies series? That was the one where they middled the ball?
He literally played it off the bat and they appealed for an LBW and sent it upstairs. So not much happening there. But
special level of shithousery.
Pakistan are now 9 down for 215. Abbas, and that's what I was saying. If Rizwan had maybe played that last delivery off Wokes is over and retained strike, it might have been a different situation. But it's going to be a bit of a struggle now for the new boy coming in, Naseem Shah, to face a new ball and a rampant Stuart Broad. He's upset. He missed out on that 100.
Yeah, just by what,
short.
98 short?
Yeah, 98 short.
215 for 9. You are listening to changeofpacelive.com/matchday, your home of Pakistani cricket commentary. We're covering the rest of the test series, the one test that is left. And the remainder of this one as Pakistan look to just get into a position where they're not completely out of the game after the first innings.
Have we trademarked that yet?
What?
The home of Pakistani commentary?
No, we haven't.
Do we have any trademark experts on the panel or chat here that can
trademark lawyers?
help us? Yeah, help us out
lawyers.
with this. Patent lawyers, yeah.
215 for. I don't even know how digital rights would work.
That's what I'm saying. Just put a TM on it. I mean,
That's it.
let's
It's
find
done.
out if anyone's there.
Dilviz is trademarked.
Right. That's not how trademarking
That's
works.
just-
You can't just go on. You can't put that emoji
It's,
of
listen,
the
listen, listen. I
trademark.
put TM. Oh,
Oh, well
nice.
played by Rizwan. They're gonna sneak a quick single.
Glassed away
Naseem,
by
apologies.
Narinder Shah.
तुम सिर्फ इंडियन बैट्समैन के नाम क्यों डालते हो ख्वाजा हमारे प्लेयर्स के साथ
What about
I mean,
Kane Shah or Shah Williamson?
Shah Williamson
Shah
Naseem
Williamson.
yeah,
Naseem Williamson.
one of these can work.
Give us some batsman names for Naseem Shah, who's played a streaky single to the leg side right there.
Broad's so happy to pick up that wicket. He almost looks like a serial killer at times.
I just love how we reviewed this.
I mean, what are you going to do? You have 3 reviews left. You have only 2 batsmen to go.
Naseem Sobers is a suggestion from
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Arsenal.
That's a nice one. But
Good one.
give me a right-hander because
Right,
you have
okay.
to go with a right-hander. Sobers was a lefty.
Zainab is saying also trademark Pacey and Paceyat.
तो वो तो मतलब वो तो
देखिए-
at least मतलब related है ना
वो तो
इसलिए
और
मैं
कोई
कह रहा हूँ.
इस्तेमाल भी नहीं करेगा. Down the track from Rizwan, smashes Stuart Broad over extra cover, and it might just trickle down. It's a wet
Yeah.
outfield, so it might not get there. It doesn't, and it'll come back for a couple.
I want Rizwan to score a century here, then remove his shirt and should say, yeah, Siku talk na.
क्या आप क्या किया इसने? Performance क्या है इसकी? 218 for 9. Do you agree with my with the
I agree
idea
with nothing.
with the idea that in a Test match cricket it should be keeper batsman, not batsman keeper?
Not in the modern game, no.
Not even in Test cricket.
No, that's how it used to be. That's what I'm saying.
Wasim Bari-ish.
Right, you no longer can afford to have a guy. I mean, otherwise that's what Surfraz could have essentially done,
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
Just been a keeper.
Yeah.
But you can't afford it because the game's evolved so much, and you look at guys like Butler who aren't technicians, but they're
Yeah.
very good batsmen.
Huh.
Oh,
Beautiful
square him
delivery
up.
from Broad and just squaring Rizwan up.
He's just like, I can't do anything. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. England have bowled a little too well. You
Yeah.
need just a bit of luck. And if you guys recall the last series that we ended up drawing in England, the matches that we played at
2018.
Lords and Oval, no, 2016 actually. I'm
We
talking about
drew the one in
2-2.
2018, right?
I'm talking about the 2-2
Okay,
in
okay,
2016.
yeah, fine.
The reason it worked out so well for us was we weren't getting anywhere close to the amount of swing that England were getting. So
Okay.
our balls
Just
were
the right amount of movement.
perfect. Abbas was getting just the right amount of movement. Our balls were perfect. Quote me on that. Lovely
Nice
drive.
run, Mohammed Rizwan Sobers, Rizwan Tendulkar, Rizwan Dravid.
Rizwan Azam.
Okay.
That's the biggest compliment you
Yeah,
can give
that's a
anyone.
big
But
one.
that is a Babar Azam-esque shot from Mohammed Rizwan. Full weight on the front foot, and he's driven this through the covers. That new ball is traveling to the boundary, even though it's been a wet outfield for the last 2 days. And Stuart Broad has been taken to the cleaners here by Mohammed Rizwan. Last delivery coming up of the 86th, and I think he needs a single here because Naseem will not survive. And can you do your best, Richie Beno?
Yeah, Richie Beno 2-2-2 for 9.
Yeah.
85.5 overs gone.
Nelson up.
Double Nelson. Rizwan Gilchrist. Kumara Rizwana.
नहीं, right-handed.
Someone say
बताएं ना.
Kumara Rizwana.
Right-handed बताएं
I
कोई.
like that though.
It's got a nice ring to it, but थोड़ा सा.
Broad this time and just dabbed away. Good fielding there at second slip, but they'll scramble
Not
through for a single.
actually. He let it go through his hands.
Managed.
It's Guy Fawkes.
V from Vendetta. 223 for 9 now, Pakistan.
Also, just by the way,
Razzler.
I hate watching Rory Burns bat as much as I hate watching Fawad Alam bat. So it's not something against Fawad Alam.
Sure. And the light meter is out again, yaar.
यार नहीं है बत्ती नहीं है रिजवान को बॉल नहीं नजर आ रही वो कह रहा है
What is this? What a joke of a sport this is.
Why not just turn on all the lights? Like मतलब आपने क्यों सिर्फ आधा लैंप जलाया हुआ है और वो भी low setting पे खोल दो
I just
सारी-
feel like they like using the light meter at this point. It's a nice toy for them to use.
might be using it for other purposes.
Okay, there it is.
It looks like a thermometer.
TJ saying Naseem Shivnarayan.
Right-handers. I'm going back to that.
Talha is saying
specific
Burns is
criteria.
hideous. तुम लोगों ने भी तो कसम खाई हुई है सिर्फ लेफ्ट हैंडर के नाम ले रहे हो.
Yeah. Simple request.
आप
है.
इसको ना स्टंप्स के नीचे रख दें जहाँ शेड आ रहा है आप फिर कहेंगे नजर नहीं आ रहा कुछ.
बताऊं मसला फिर ही हो जाता है ना आपने जो प्रेसिडेंट सेट कर दिया होता है
Yeah.
इनिंग्स में भी नहीं पहले मैच में आपने प्रेसिडेंट
Oh, they're going off.
Yeah, they're going to because
Oh, what a ridiculous rule this is.
it is frustrating and you're going to just keep coming back on every 5 minutes 10 minutes and keep breaking the momentum because that Abbas wicket and everything that happened in the last few overs was a result of that momentum breaking.
All right, you know what? We're gonna transition this conversation. We're not gonna go off immediately because tea's already been taken. We're going to talk about Atif Aslam, the greatest Pakistani singer of the last 30 years.
Just put an asterisk on there. That's what I'm saying. Just
20 years.
Just
20
just
years.
Put an asterisk next to that. Say as claimed by Mossad. These opinions do not reflect.
I am the authority on the pace
on Atif Aslam.
On Atif Aslam. Yes.
Okay.
And I'm telling you now, this is a fact, not an opinion, that he is the greatest singer from Pakistan in the last 20 years.
Okay, hold on. Now name me the competition.
There is no competition.
There is the thing. The monopoly. ये वो वाली बात होगी. Etisalat is the best network in the UAE.
Oh wow. Oh man.
No, but who are the competitors in?
Have Virgin Mobile?
No, not for this. We're not getting into that. 222 पर declare
Rizwan 223.
Give me the competition for Atif Aslam.
Yeah, I think it would be the guys from Strings.
Okay.
The singers of that's a different genre though. I won't get into like.
So are we saying Atif Aslam इसलिए बेहतर है क्योंकि उसके अंदर singing ability ज़्यादा है या उसके गाने बेहतर थे या उसने ज़्यादा hits produce किए हैं? किस
that's a good
criteria
I think his vocal characteristic.
Okay.
The way he's able to like impact the generation, because so many people want to like emulate his success and his singing.
You're speaking through
no, these are facts. These are facts. Oh, look at this.
Your
comments coming in.
Tinted lenses have
Sajjad Ali is the best. Sajjad Ali is up there, but not the best. Atif is better. That's fine. Ali Sethi, yeah, he's good, man. But not as good as Atif.
I have a friend who says that Sajjad Ali sounds like Altaf Raja.
I don't know who Altaf Raja is.
He's this Indian singer. I don't know if you've ever heard Tum To Thehre Pardesi.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yes. So her claim is that he sounds like Altaf Raja. He may produce great music, but she doesn't respect him or enjoy his music.
Sajjad Ali?
Yeah.
Man, and he's one of the greats.
That's the thing. I love Sajjad Ali. I love his music. और मेरा हर बार जो है वो इसी बात पे ये counterpoint होता है. No, Pakistani. I don't know. She's not picking. She's saying I don't like him because he reminds me more of
I don't think you should be allowed to dislike
else.
Sajjad Ali. He's just such an institution.
That's what I think.
In terms of the control the man has, he's basically the Babar Azam of singing.
He's a master. As a child, he was renowned as a master, and he's been there for years.
Fusion Amanat Ali, yeah, he's up there. His face is a bit large, but he's a good singer.
Yeah. Also, I don't like the way he pronounces his R's, but I'll let it live.
Very particular.
Yep.
Lone Wolf is saying Atif's sudden burst into Bollywood scene made him a hit. Would have loved to see how. Yes. This is a good comment, Lone Wolf, because actually I would like to say, as your resident Atif Aslam expert, his music outside of Bollywood is actually a lot better because he creates his own guitar riffs and he actually plays a lot of guitar solos as well in that album. Meri Kahani is actually one of the top Pakistani albums in my opinion.
I'll tell you what actually worked in Atif's favor by going to Bollywood. It expressed his versatility because at some point, if you go back and listen to his sound, that nasally sound or that shaky voice thing, that gimmick that he was going for, it died out. He doesn't do that anymore.
Yeah, he's so pure now.
Right? Ab Coke Studio mein agar aap usko sune,
he was always pure.
All the numbers that he's done, you won't see that same tone. You won't hear the same thing. It's a different style of Atif, and he's a grown singer.
Yeah, but at the same time, like when he did songs like his mainstream songs were very nasally and stuff. But if you go into the albums, if you took like songs like Hamrahi or Mere Aaspaas and songs like this, where he's basically whispering through,
where he's himself.
Yeah, it's not bad. They're pretty good. And Zainab is really upset about this delay in cricket. She's saying normalize playing under floodlights in tests. If light is less than perfect, normalize playing under. Oh, and she's just repeating it 1,000 times. I was gonna read it all, but no, she's correctly upset.
No, we're right there with you, Zainab.
Sarfraz is saying, why is nobody at 414 stopping Mossad? Because you're not here, Sarfraz. You're not going to get to peddle your Ali Azmat agenda. He has an agenda for Ali Azmat. We're not going to entertain that.
It's fine. मैंने कहा Mossad से कि मुझे competition भी दो और अपना जो है वो एक logic set दो कि क्यों आतिफ असलम.
Yaqeen by Atif Aslam, man. What a song. What an institution. That song alone is amazing. कितनी album से बेहतर है वो गाना. क्या बात है.
तुमने शायद सिर्फ 1.5-2 album सुनी है.
I'm going to have to play Atif's discography now. Or discography or whatever it's called.
Yeah, we're going off air then. Just throw the laptop off the window.
Yeah, Atif's not a classically trained musician. That does make it slightly more. Although he got training, actually, what your Bollywood thing is correct, because after he went to Bollywood, he actually said he got some training because he was singing like ballads and sometimes even religious music. So that took a little bit. extra from him.
I think the greatest singer Pakistan's ever produced is Rahat Fateh Ali Khan. That was just to trigger Ahmed Afzal.
I haven't listened to the new Zong Atif song. I don't like these corporate music
Jingles?
Man. I don't, yeah. नहीं करता तो है पर वो मैं नहीं सुनता ना मुझे.
दूध धुला है भाई. मुसाद की नजरों में
Yeah,
आतिफ दूध
basically.
धुला है.
Although he did do this Pepsi track with Abda Parveen, which was class. Money words mad, you know what I'm saying? Sajad Ali's
Mola by Pepsi.
Mola by Pepsi. Sajad Ali's Rickshaw Wali is probably better than any pop song Atif Aslam made solo. Listen, that's tough. You're really pushing, because it's hard to say no to Sajad.
What did
Sajad
you say
is
about
so
Sajad?
good.
I didn't make out.
Rickshaw Wale? Rickshaw Wale? You heard it?
Rickshaw Wale, okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't make out what
Yeah,
was...
to be honest, Sajad Ali's just Chief Saab alone is so good. Even the video and who it was going at, it was nice. Wow.
I think he
Paniyon mein chal rahe
and he
everything.
produced a good song like every single year that he was active. It wasn't
और
like
राहत वाली बात जो थी वो troll कर रहा था अहमद. He doesn't
हाँ,
actually
मजाक
mean
कर
it.
रहा हूँ. Like I say, Ahmad Wasim is the greatest Wasim to ever play for
Yeah,
Pakistan.
it's the equivalent
Yeah.
in the music terms. Shahzad Roy is a good musician. I think he's a good lyricist. I think, but he's
no.
not a good. I'm not a big fan of his
big
singing.
fan of Shahzad.
But he's a good person, great person. Kavish is so underrated. Yes.
Kavish.
Thank God AZ doesn't have a mic right now.
Yeah, we're keeping away.
AZ is staring at it. Kavish. No, man. Kavish is one of my favorite singers as well. He's so good, so classy. And he's got his own like separate vocal characteristics. I like singers
the
like
only
that.
person that really compares with Atif Aslam, like legit, is probably Umar Inayat.
यार वैसे सरखेल की रूह आ गई तुम्हारे में. We should not confuse commercial success with vocal. No, जावेद बशीर देखिए मेरी बात सुने. ये अभी हम बात कर रहे हैं प्लैटिनम पिक्स की. जावेद बशीर मेंटोर हैं. वो अलग लेवल वो बहुत बड़ा.
Bashir is not just mentor, but Javed Bashir उस तरह mainstream नहीं है ना.
I mean he's done big numbers.
Nothing in comparison to Atif Aslam, right?
Yeah,
if you're talking about pop stars or rock stars or whatever, there's only a few names that really get up there. I don't want to say it.
नहीं, but Javed Bashir's vocal ability is better than Ali Asmad's.
That's a different style, man.
It's a mentor
That's what
level.
I'm saying. Exactly, you're not going to compare.
उनको आप competition में लाएंगे तो और कोई बचेगा ही नहीं.
Nusrat and MJ, it's some completely different.
Wait. I think. What about that
I'm
guy?
I'm saying, but it's not a comparison. Yo, Nusrat versus LeBron, I take LeBron because he just built different.
LeBron dropped 40 on Nusrat.
LeBron just built different, bro. Yeah.
Is Kavish that band Sung Bigi Si Ek Raat Khamoshi? Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but it's the one that did in India. Yeah, definitely, it was a great song. Atif is definitely a combination of commercial and critical. I also like Atif the person.
I also think Ali Zafar had a lot of critical success or critically acclaimed songs.
I thought he was a pretty good what's his fact Kishore Kumar impersonator.
Yes, he did, but my point is कि मतलब वो original voice आप नहीं कहेंगे उसको, but in terms of acclaimed songs during this period, it was Atif and Ali. They were the ones coming out with the singles.
वो जो उसने fun album निकाली थी ना जिसमें चन्नों की आँख भी था, चल दिल मेरे. It was nice. It was a change. It was a change pace.
Exactly. मेरा मकसद ये है कि उस टाइम पे इन दोनों के बीच में जो competition था as solo artist, बहुत ज़्यादा आपके पास नहीं है artist उस period के. Bands थे, but even गौहर वगैरह जो भी अलग हो गए थे. It wasn't something.
Gauhar is not as good as Ali
exactly.
As much as I love
but
it.
They didn't produce the singles either. वो Roxin वगैरह वाले भी जो सारे थे. Shafkat for sure. Shafkat also
but again वो तो मतलब उसके खून में ही
पूरा उसका खानदान जो है वो यही तो हुआ यही है ना मुसाद ने जो है वो हर तरफ एस्टेरिक्स लगा के आतिफ को बना दिया.
You're not supposed to change the answer. You're supposed to change the question here. The question, the answer is always Atif. Remember that.
मतलब ये वो jeopardy का round है जो आप जीत ही नहीं सकते.
Cannot wait to see. The comments also coming in saying Javed Bashir is better than Rahat. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Yeah,
Rahat is a bhand.
Rahat Fateh Ali Khan is better.
Rahat bhand है. ओ भाई bhand है.
Rahat यार.
राहत
नहीं गा सकता है यार, ऐसी बात नहीं है.
राहत का आई थिंक मुझे राहत से जो सबसे बड़ा मसला है ना, उसने गाने ले he just sold them out.
Yeah, he bastardized.
बेचता गया. मतलब क्या मतलब रोजी रोटी क्या मतलब आप अपने जो उसने नहीं मेरा जब भाई उसने जो ओरिजिनल अपने गाने गाए इंडिया के लिए जाके they were good songs.
Okay, he doesn't have the mic, so we can't do this.
वो गाओ, मैं इसीलिए तो कहूँगा.
What about Jawad Ahmed? Oh.
यार
I mean,
नहीं किसने गाया ये
Zainab Razvi. I think
Okay,
she's taking
ठीक
the
है.
piss.
I
hate.
I think
I like Abrar.
in terms of
Abrar was fun. He's fun.
Yeah, in terms of hit numbers produced, he's up there.
Oh, this is a nice little deep cut pick
Fakhr's
from
not
producer
my-
Safraz,
Yeah.
who's just trying to showcase his music
Musical
knowledge.
talent.
He's saying Altamar Server is the best vocalist in the past 20 years. यार वैसे उस
कौन सा server?
Altamar Server.
मैं भी ये कह रहा था.
He did a couple
उस पे
tracks.
ping
यार
कितनी आती
आप
है?
थोड़ी आप drop some of his songs.
यही क्या है
he
पाकिस्तान
did a
में
cover of man, he did a cover of one of the Junoon
यार,
songs on Nescafe Basement. Amazing.
हाँ मेरे मोहल्ले में ना छठी गली में एक बंदा रहता है तीसरे घर में. वो बेसमेंट में बड़े अच्छे गाने गाता है. तो अगर
यार,
आपने
ऐसे
उसका
ना
गाना
करो.
सुना हो
ऐसे ना
YouTube पे
करो
उस पे
यार,
तीन व्यूज हैं बट वो गाने बड़े अच्छे गाता है.
बिन तेरे
I think he's the
बिन
best
तेरे
singer
क्या
I've ever
जीना
heard.
by Jawad Ahmed. Zakaria Khalid
Sorry,
name
Sarfraz,
dropping.
just trying to.
No, Altamar Server is but Sarfraz is not a mainstream guy. वो मतलब he's quite rock, hard rock type.
यार ये क्या bias judge है यार ये बंदा.
हर मैं वही कह रहा हूँ ना
वाकई.
हर चीज पे हमने क्राइटेरिया निकाल दिया है. ये
Guys.
फैमिली सिंगर्स हैं. ये
The
वो वाले गाने नहीं
question
गाते.
is-
जवाद बशीर में ये मसला है. उसकी जो है वो ये टेक्निकल फ्लॉ है. तो एंड में जो
Yeah,
है
Ataullah Asa Khelbi, Nabil Qureshi, very good.
also Nabil Qureshi.
What's
Well, the guy I thought you were talking about first.
Ghost of Kagawa is asking what's the
I
question?
thought you were talking about the
The
guy.
question doesn't matter, Ghost of Kagawa. The answer is Atif Aslam.
Yeah. Now when I'm thinking about this, the other thing that I'm realizing is we haven't produced
Too many singers?
enough single artists over the last 15 to 20 years. I feel like all the band culture and everything in Pakistan was bigger, or at least
You
we
heard-
haven't produced enough hit numbers that you can really put it up there with Atif.
Yeah,
अभी
he's
जो
just
जो मसला है कि
he's
मतलब
just too big
वही कह
commercially.
रहा हूँ, अली
Honestly.
ज़फ़र के चलो आप 10 गाने बता दो, बाकी सबके जो एक दो गाने निकाल सकते हैं. बट ये नहीं हो रहा कि आप कहें कि हाँ जी किसी ने आतिफ की तरह 20 गाने निकाले. Yes. नहीं Bollywood
Yeah, I
के
would
अलावा
disagree with
किसी
that. I was
जो-
a big fan of Atif before he went.
हाँ.
Before he went to Bollywood. नहीं यार उसके मैं आपको आप उसके 20 गाने निकाल सकते हो जो उसने बॉलीवुड में नहीं किए हुए. उसमें कोक स्टूडियो भी शामिल है. उसमें जो उसने कोलैबोरेशन
This is
किए
the
हैं वो भी
thing,
शामिल
exactly.
हैं.
कोक स्टूडियो को मिला
उसने
के
6 गाने तो आई थिंक कोक स्टूडियो में किए. 6
हाँ.
7 तो उसने उसमें किए.
उनको सबको मिला के आपको जो है वो आतिफ को क्रेडिट देना पड़ेगा.
जसवाल ब्रदर सिंह उनकी अपनी एक जगह है वो ठीक है. रब्बा सच्चा was actually pretty good on Coke Studio. I thought Rabba Sitcha was pretty. It was a really good song. And Umair did a decent job on that one.
Fair enough. What
Rabba
No.
Sitcha बताओ. Yeah. Was it? Charkhan Ulugha. Yeah. Good.
But-
Deep cuts there.
what else is coming out from the
Ghost
chat?
of Kagawa saying, I play Meri Kahani every Eid, personal tradition. That's a good tradition. Keep it up. Now, there's some lyrics being shared on on the chat as well. Yeah. Let me ask you something.
Roxanne.
Let me let me
Roxanne.
ask you this, Ahmed. Like, you've got clearly very particular taste in music.
Uh-huh.
So let me
मैं हर चीज तो उसकी रिफ्यूज कर दी घंटे.
let me
मैंने
present
क्या- मैं
present an
तो-
argument to you. Well, not just a question.
Empirical evidence के साथ जो है वो करने वाला हूँ.
What, like, out of this new lot of musicians now coming out of Pakistan, you see Shamoor Ismail, Asim Azhar, Momin Mustahsin. These are the big ones, and you got
Have
this.
you named any singers so far?
Wow. Okay, is that
Okay.
how you feel? And then
Yeah.
there's some less.
I'll be completely honest.
Yeah.
I think Momina has one of the flattest voices I have ever heard. I'll tell you why. The
Yeah.
other day I was listening to the song that she did with Asim Azhar.
Okay.
उसके साथ
Yeah.
right उसके साथ भी उसने जो गाना किया था कोक स्टूडियो में
Yeah.
मेहरबानियाँ या जो भी था.
Yeah.
It's a song that's catchy. Okay, it wasn't very
The
again,
lyrics are not original, by the way.
whatever. Yeah, all of that stuff wasn't there. But uske andar, you could hear on one side you have Asim Azhar who's doing like 10,000 things with his voice, trying to
Asim
make
is
it.
underrated.
He does too much, and then you have Momina who just like no expression,
Yeah.
no emotion. She just मतलब उस आके जैसे माइक पे ऐसे बैठ गई है
Yeah.
और सीधे सीधे गाते जा रही है. I can't rate that.
What about the indie musicians? You got your Shamoons, your Sikandar Kamandars, your Biryani Brothers. Have you listened to enough of them? Do you?
I haven't listened to enough of them. I really like the guy from Kashmir.
Yes.
I think he has a great voice.
Yes.
I think when they were in the season 4 Pepsi Battle of the Bands, I
Yeah.
think he had one of the most not just unique voices, but he had this something different about it. It was just soothing to listen to, and it was nice to see that he was coming out as such a finished kind of product.
Yeah. Falak Shabir is
Shabir
good.
भी है. उसके अलावा
That
there
new
was-
Punjabi guy who's doing those songs, Bilal Ashraf.
Bilal
I think.
Ashraf भी है. उसने
Pretty
भी
good,
किया था.
pretty
Yeah. So there is, I mean, there's talent that's coming out. Again, they still haven't made it to the big time yet.
What are your thoughts on Noori?
Huh?
Noori the band. Suno Ke Main Hu Jawan, Pili Patti Aur Raja Jani, Manware. These are top tracks.
Also great. Again,
Yeah.
the point is they're still in that band category, right? हम जो बात कर रहे थे, अगर individual singers की बात कर रहे हैं,
Yeah.
जिन्होंने singles produce किए हैं, there aren't many names.
Yeah.
Or maybe
True.
I don't have the knowledge. Maybe someone else can correct me. But I don't feel कि इतने नाम हैं या इतने गाने हैं जिनको आप कह सकें जिन्हें इन्होंने 10 गाने ऐसे बनाए थे और इसकी वजह से ये इस
I'm thinking of them
conversation में-
now, actually. Javed Bashir is one of them, but he's also done a lot of like revamps of
Yeah,
classical.
but they also do folk music. They
Yeah.
also do classical music. These kind of things. Ali Sethi now is coming out.
The
and-
greatest of all time.
Right, but Ali Sethi
Goat.
is now coming out
Goat
and
Sethi.
producing singles again, right? And
Yeah.
one of the reasons he's gained so much popularity,
Is the new music,
besides
yeah.
everything else, is the fact that और उसके पास इतना competition नहीं
What
है.
do you really tell me what you think about Ali Sethi?
I'm okay with him.
You're okay with him?
Yeah.
Dil Lagaye.
Yeah, I think even if he's revamped the songs, whatever, people have this critique, but there's
No,
many,
these are
no, I'm saying
new
he's,
ones.
he's produced many revamped songs, right?
Mahi Mera was new.
उसने मेहदी
Dil
हसन के
Lagaye was
गाने
new.
लेके स्टाइल लेके सारी चीज़ की है बट अगर आप एक ऐसे टाइम में आते हैं जब उस मतलब आपके पास कोई कंपटीशन नहीं है या आपके पास जो है वो कोई और उसी फील्ड में काम नहीं कर रहा
Yeah.
and you do good work, it'll stand out.
Do you have a favorite Ali Sethi track? Do you have one that you really like to?
I think Dil Ki Khair
Oh, Dil Ki Khair,
is
really?
very good. Yeah.
That's interesting because a lot of the purists, Ali Sethi purists,
Yeah.
don't like that song because it's very different from him.
That's the thing.
Upbeat है इतना और क्योंकि उसकी it's also adapted from I think Faiz Faiz
it's
poetry
from poem, yeah.
and it's just it's not very upbeat in meaning, but he's turned it into this disco
But
song.
he's done it really well, exactly. And I saw that you were playing Iqbal Bano's Muddat Hui Hai.
Oh man, what a classic!
Ali Zafar did a version of that a few years ago.
He did.
Also very different, but it was sang like sung
नहीं
really
मेलोडी
well.
तो सेम थी उसकी.
मेरा मतलब कि उसके अंदर जो उसका स्टाइल था या
Yeah.
पीछे जो उसने वो दिए थे मॉडर्न टचेस दिए थे
Yeah.
बट माय पॉइंट इज कि मतलब यू कैन प्रोड्यूस गुड म्यूजिक दैट्स बीन प्रोड्यूस्ड बिफोर लाइक इट कैन बी योर टेक आई मीन वी
Yeah,
लिसन टू
yeah.
कवर्स
Actually, Muddat Hui Hai Yaro, actually Ali Sethi did a live version of it. And you have to really find these because he's not too big on the spectrum. अभी तो पिछले साल 2 साल पहले तो he's really become a hit.
Yep.
But before that, I used to do some live shows and they were actually more riskier. गलतियाँ वगैरह भी ज़्यादा होती थी. But he used to do more songs.
Yep.
And some of those recordings are actually मैं आप
I
गाड़ी
think,
में भी
yeah,
गाड़ी में
I've-
play
I've-
करता हूँ.
I've
They're
heard
quite
them because of our car rides and stuff, but
Faisal-
that's what I'm saying. I'm okay with them.
Faisal is saying Ali Sethi is talented, even the revamp. Some of his criticism is in bad faith politics. Yeah, I mean, again, like
यार उसके
he's
बारे
coming
में
from a political
That's what
family.
I'm saying. उसके बारे में दो चीज़ें जो है वही पर्ची वाली एक तो बात आ जाती है कि भाई उसके जो है वालिद साहब कौन है, उनके थ्रू कनेक्शंस ये हैं, आप इसके साथ कैसे बैठ गए, इसके साथ कैसे मिल गए. दूसरी चीज़ नकल करने वाली चीज़
Yeah.
कि ठीक है बट अगर एक बंदा क्लासिकल स्टाइल में गाना गा रहा है एंड द फर्स्ट पर्सन यू कैन एसोसिएट विद दैट इज मेहदी हसन,
Yeah.
तो उसकी क्या गलती है?
No, you can't. You can't. और आप दो
या उसकी
जिंदगियां
मेहदी-
आप
मेहदी
दो
हसन के
तीन
गाने गा
जिंदगी
रहे
आप
हैं वो.
गुजार लें, you cannot get
हाँ.
there. तो what you should
That's what I'm
stop.
saying. But that's what I'm saying. और ये ज़रूरी थोड़ी है कि अगर मेहदी हसन ने वो गाने गा दिए तो आप
Yeah.
कोशिश नहीं करोगे. You might not do as well, but
Yeah,
if
yeah,
that's
yeah.
your ode to him
Yeah.
or that's your whatever.
And I'll tell you what,
tribute.
I've
It's
been
not a bad
I've been
thing.
an Ali Sethi fan for a long time now. I think I first
Yep.
heard Kithen Naina Jodi in 2013 or 14.
Yep.
It was one of my favorite tracks. And I'll go back to that. That yes, he has those incredibly wealthy access, and he's got a very privileged life.
Yep.
But he's put in the work. And the
You
kind
have
of
to.
singing that he's doing,
Yeah.
all of the he's वो राग जो बैठा रहा है, the classical training he's taking, you cannot fake that. You have to put in the hours.
For sure.
चाहे आप privileged हो, चाहे आप ना हो, you have to put
भाई
in the
उसका
work.
उस्ताद है, उसके साथ वो बैठ के ट्रेनिंग करता है और मतलब he's doing the रियाज.
Yeah, and he's
जो-
working with Ustad Sami, who's a big name in the
हाँ.
industry as well.
मतलब प्रैक्टिस कर करके ही वो एबिलिटी आती है आपके अंदर. प्लस दूसरी चीज़, he is knowledgeable about his music, right?
Very
You
much
can't
so.
deny it.
Yeah,
I've
when I
seen
when I went to his concerts, they're a journey through Pakistan
because
music.
he's building that conversation with you कि भाई
True.
ये था, ये गाना था, इसका ये मतलब था, यहाँ से निकला, ये हुआ, वो हुआ.
Yeah,
It's a
and let's
nice
be honest, people
conversation.
like me especially, and maybe you too, when we've grown up outside of Pakistan, we don't always know about our musical history.
Yeah, it's a nice way to connect.
He's doing a concert in Dubai.
For
For
sure.
me, it's a learning experience as well as entertainment.
Yep.
So we'll go back to the comments. Benjamin sisters coming through. Yeah, I really like them actually. Yeah, there was that band, the two Sikh brothers. That
Josh.
yeah, they adapted a couple of
एक था उसमें
one
से,
Sikh.
हाँ.
It was they
I'm
adapted.
awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
that
was
was
so
a
nice.
old.
Yeah, it's great.
No, but I loved
Josh?
No, not Josh. I loved I'm awesome.
I'm awesome is a great
Awesome,
track, man.
as in Awesome
Yeah,
was
yeah,
the
yeah.
song, but
It's
I
a
love that song.
wonderful
especially
track. Even
the
the
whole
original is
two-
nice.
Original is great, and
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like when they remade it, it was wonderful.
Zeb and Hania, that's a good shout.
Mhm.
Yeah. Josh Nal Pao Pangra. Mohammed Abbas going straight to the lyrics. Yeah.
Hope my mic was off there.
What's your final thing before we go on? Yeah, let's
We
talk.
didn't talk about Hadika actually. Yes.
What's your opinion on Hadika Kiani? Oh, Salma Marvi is great, man. She's one of the greats. Actually, I would like to. I would actually try to give
Hadika
a.
had enough hits.
अच्छा यार अब अच्छा let me
आपने इतने
let me-
साल जो है वो पाकिस्तान इंडिया पे रूल किया, बैठे रहे.
let me Faria Pervez is decent as well.
Faria Pervez also
Can I
to
give
a
you
certain
can I
point.
can I give offer a weird pick here?
Sure.
I thought Misha Shafi's rendition of Dusty and High was incredible. I thought
Okay.
she did a top class job. That is not an easy track
Misha's
to
got
take
pipes,
on.
by the way.
Misha's got pipes, but sometimes her song selection is bad. Like Ayaladiye was bad in my
Yeah.
opinion, but Dusty and High was top
I
class.
really enjoyed that song.
Ayaladiye.
Yeah.
Misha's version.
Yeah, because it was very fun.
It is fun. I mean, the track itself is fun, but Dusty and High was her peak.
Chori Chori bhi
Ah,
acha
wo
tha.
bhi acha tha. But Dusty and High was peak, man.
Just because it was a
It's
solo.
really-
It was, and it worked in her voice and everything.
Yeah.
I think even some of the numbers that she did with Overload.
Yeah, yeah.
When she was with
she's a
the
good
band,
singer. She's got
there
pipes.
were
Like you said,
some
she's got
things
pipes.
there.
Reshma ji की तो क्या ही
I
बात
think
है यार.
Mela
बहुत
tha
बात
uska. Misha Shafi or Overload ka. It was a very
Song was
like
called what?
I think it was called Mela.
Mela, okay.
It was a very weird dhol number, and it had like some effects on her voice, but it just worked.
Okay. Maybe we'll leave it there. Maybe we'll leave it with the Misha Shafi number.
Yeah, try it
And
actually.
we'll-
Try
we'll-
this one.
we're
'Cause
gonna-
it's a bit upbeat.
What is it called?
I think it's called Mela.
All right, we're gonna leave you with a Mela, and we'll be back when the light is back. हमने काफी खींचने की कोशिश की है, but apparently the break is just not ending. All right, we'll see you in a bit.